Live now?
All
Spawn.
right, we are live now.
S-Spawn.
Spun. I've been called that before.
Spawn.
Star spun.
S-Spawn. Oh, I need to mute that. There we go. Cool.
All right, yeah, we got to make sure the audio is coming over on the stream too. Will you turn it on? Make sure we're both on.
Hi, Lewis. How are you, man? That was very quick, you getting here. That's impressive. Even I'm not here yet. So, first things first.
Oh yeah, I can. I got the.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, I can hear. I can hear us both. We're good.
It was both cool. Cool. Are we both okay for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So, before I forget, the most important thing we can do tonight is just take a moment to appreciate how amazing Ghost of Delta's hair is. Like he asked me to discuss it, and I don't think I can quite manage a full 30 minutes. But
Well, hey, let me have a little speak. Let me have a talk
yeah,
about this,
go
okay?
for it,
Because
go for it.
I've been hearing a lot of rumors, okay, that's a wig.
Oh, now then.
And because it looks just too thick, too luscious. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna do some photographic analysis, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this, okay? Because for one thing, it is not fucking fair that I have no hair, and he has hair down to his fucking ass. Okay, he has hair like a teenager, like like a fresh teenager. It's not fair, bro. It's not fair.
Maybe we could request he cuts some off and sends it to you in the post, but I might have to ask for a video of him pulling at his hair to prove it's not a wig.
I could take so little of his hair that he wouldn't even miss it, but I would look fantastic.
Yeah, you'd look like a new man.
Yes.
Right. So Delta, that's that done. I honestly don't know how to talk anymore about your hair, but it is beautiful, very majestic, and I hope you're happy with that one. Just give it a minute. Men from Down Under. Oh yeah, he's Australian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hung Way Low. Hey man, nice to see you.
He uses that hair to fight off the scorpions and the spiders and the snakes.
Hey, did you see that video where the guy's in Australia, he walks out of his front door and just instantly there's a crocodile there, he puts it in a bin. Did you see that? It's like, what the fuck, man? You've got some long hair as well. You and Delta, damn.
You hair farmers. You think you're so much better than us. You walk around with all your hair, all the girls running their fingers through it. Meanwhile, I got my hat on. Just stewing in the corner.
You know what? I've seen you take your hat off a few times on stream, and you look entirely different.
Yeah. I know, it's like the illusion is over. I take the hat off, and they're like, oh my god, that's an old-ass man.
It's like Scooby-Doo when they take the mask off at the end. It's like, it's you! Okay, cool.
So bad.
Yeah, that's enough nonsense over. Believe it or not, this is a discussion about gears, but yeah, there we go. I'd like to say a massive thank you to Starspawn for joining me today, mainly because I am probably one of the people with the worst reputation in the community, and I don't want any of that to pass to him. I want to be clear on that. I've not told him I was going to say that. I want to be serious about it. Anything I say, that's my opinion. I don't want that to reflect onto Starspawn at all. Starspawn, I understand, is close to TC, and I don't want to ruin that at all. And I'm actually surprised he wanted to join me on this because, well, you know how people are. I don't want any blame to go on to him. Star, thank you. What made you say yes to wanting to join this, given that I'm vocal in a disagreeing way?
Well, first, I figured, we communicate a lot through text, but we rarely get a chance to talk. So, first of all, I just wanted that opportunity just to come, cut it up with you a little bit. But on like the serious side of things, if you support TC at all, there's a lot of criticism that comes along with that. And it's, the standard slanders get thrown around. And I think it's important, like, I wanted to make sure to tell people that I, too, do not approve of everything that's going on. However, I sympathize with them as opposed to blaming them. Because I believe that they are in a situation themselves that they don't have any control over either.
Right.
So I don't really want to make excuses for them. Um, I just want to share some reasoning of why I believe this and why I think that they deserve more sympathy from the community than they receive.
Okay, I respect that. You made a point in there. This is actually the first time we've actually spoken outside of text. So, yeah, I remember saying as soon as you do the call, wow, that doesn't sound like you. But yeah, I completely understand that. All you got to do is look at social media, and you do see nothing but negativity. I do agree with that. I think the main difference between you and I, potentially, I could be wrong, we might find out in this chat, but I feel like a lot of the things that you just said there, they've done to themselves with decisions, whereas maybe you think differently. So maybe we'll, I don't know, maybe we'll find a compromise in this chat. I don't
They
know.
definitely no. They This didn't just happen to them. This is a result of some. I don't know. I don't know how deep you want to get into things like right now, but I mean, do you want me to keep going on this, or do you want
Yeah,
to just
so
stick to your?
what I'd like to say is throughout this, my goal is to not name anybody because I know I'm known as being critical and all sorts of things people label me, but I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable with anything that gets said. I don't want anybody to feel like they've been called out. If we're gonna name people, I'd rather not name people, but if names gonna be used, I'd rather it's just literally as a company, just for a case of reference, and not,
Yeah,
I don't want anyone to feel like that was aimed at me. And whilst, yes, you can refer to a situation where it might be obvious who it's been about, I don't want that person to be named and targeted because I don't want any hate to come from this. Um, in the past, my goal has always been feedback and trying to improve things. This is no longer feedback. I've kind of reached a point where I'm done with feedback and trying to help. I just kind of want to look. Now, I think we've got to agree the game, I don't want to use the word dead because that sounds really negative, but I think it'd be fair to say that the game's reached the end of its lifespan. And I kind of want to just look at the course, like from the start to how we've got to where we are now, and could things have been better? Um, so I'd
I definitely
say,
agree with that. I mean, they've stopped putting new content in the game, so by definition, it's at the end of its cycle.
right.
I mean, there's no candy coating that. They decided, which is completely different than the transition from Gears 4 to Gears 5, where they gave us challenges at the end. We had content that transferred over. There was a big build up towards Gears 5. Now we're in a strange place that is not quite as bad as After Judgment, but it's pretty close. It's good that we know that something's coming, but the uncertainty of when is kind of stressful, and so I put it a little better than the Judgment Apocalypse,
Mhm.
but still it's end of days kind of feeling. I know it's coming, but it's hard to shake that feeling of, man, what is going on. uh what are
Well,
they doing? What are they working on? But I think that I can tie that into how I can tie how why we're at this point now. I can tie that into why that it fits in, like what where we're at now should have been completely expected if you look at the chain of events that happened during the life cycle of the game.
of course. When you
I
say, oh, so I thought you finished. Go on.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I was going to say, when you refer back to Judgment and how bad that sort of time was compared to now, do you think it could potentially be the same situation, but the mentality of the community is different in the sense of back then we'd had the original Gears 1 through to 3, then we'd had Judgment, and nobody knew that one day Gears 4 would be made. Nobody even had really an inkling that there would be anything past Gears 3, whereas now we've got Gears 4 and 5. It's kind of obvious with the way the story is that there's going to be a next game. Do you think maybe that's changing the sense a little bit because people have a little bit of hope there, knowing that there could be an improvement? Whereas after Gears 3 and Judgment, we were kind of like, this could be the end, that could be it. Do you think that could be making people a little
Oh
bit more
yeah, I mean,
motivated?
look, the expectations for Gear 6 are extremely high at this point.
Right.
And I feel like that a lot of times with game developers, they are there's a lot of pressure on them,
Of
and
course.
it's not always fair. But in this particular case, because of the unique situation of Gears, the way that the game is, as far as not like the actual playing of the game, but the politics of the game. Because of how the game is set up, I believe the coalition has to expect a lot of pressure
Okay.
because basically, I don't know if you heard me talking about this, but because Gears of War is there's only the one game, and the reason of that, it has to do with trademark situations where Epic trademarked certain mechanics in the game. They then sold those trademarks as part of the IP to Microsoft. Microsoft is protecting their IP, and they're not allowing other developers to use things such as wall bouncing, wall cancel, those type of movements, whatever else their lawyers figured out how to monopolize. So because Gears of War is a monopoly, it's very similar to a dictatorship country, to where uh, just like in that type of a situation, in a dictator situation, who are the first people to go? The journalists.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like the journalists are getting killed, and they're putting them in jail because they're the ones reporting on what's going on.
Right.
And the dictators want their view, their vision of their country imposed on the country, regardless of reality. And anybody that is going to disrupt that vision, or that appearance, they will try to stifle that person, or just eliminate them altogether. And this is a common practice for that type of situation. And because of that, I believe there's some extra responsibilities that the coalition has to do to justify to everybody, if they're going to protect their IP to that extent and not allow any competition, then I believe they have extra responsibility to go to I don't want to say treat people better, but at least give dissent a voice, and not ban them from all the avenues to do so that they have power of. Of course, they can't ban people from other platforms,
Right.
but from their platform they can do it. And then maybe, depending on if they know people at Twitter, or know people at YouTube, which I'm sure they do, I'm sure they could influence other platforms to what do they call, shadow banning, or where people will get banned off multiple platforms that on the face of it looks as if they have nothing in common, but you get people banned off of Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, all at the same time. So and the coalition always presents itself as this innovative, like woke. I know the word woke, it has a lot of connotation to it, but they present themselves as a inclusive, modern, like a modern developer that understands everybody's, everybody, their, not their needs, but their, like everybody matters kind of a thing.
I understand
But
what you mean.
behind the surface of that, though, is a company that's still being run like a dictatorship, an authoritarian type, because it's still in a corporate structure. So no matter how they put the paint on, and they present themselves, behind the scenes there's still a top down, where they have management that don't even go to the studio. They got people in the Microsoft building making decisions for the studio, and the two people don't even actually meet. Like the management doesn't really know how to program games, or uh, how to do, that, because everybody's social media is very specific, and the Gears of War social media is very different than most other ones. I don't even know of another situation like this. I'm sure there is one, I'm just not aware of it. But this goes into the problem of, basically, like, if you're answering a help wanted ad, and the help wanted is the social media manager for a game developer. Okay, so let's say Coalition, like they're hiring when they were trying to replace Dana, for instance.
Okay.
So they put the ad out and they get applicants in. They look at the applications and however they figure it out. This person this person went to school with my friend's daughter, or this is somebody that I used to work with, or this is somebody with the right credentials, basically. And
Well,
then they just
basically,
bring them
we know,
in.
basically, yeah.
So that person is coming in and they're like, oh, okay, I'll work on a video game. What is it? Oh, Gears of War. I've heard of that. Okay, I'm in. So now they get hired and they come into the situation where it's not a normal game. It's like I said before, it's a one, it's like getting the social media management of North Korea when you come in there,
Of course, yeah.
and you're dealing with people that are already mad. I mean, and it's not just a few like weirdos that are mad, and then most of it's positive. It is an avalanche of people that are just waiting for any type of little thing to make fun of them about.
Hmm.
So this person now is in a place of authority. They're a normal person trying to do a job, and now they're just thrust into this madhouse, basically. And when you have that authority, just as a regular human being, if you're at your work and you got somebody at your work hassling you, whatever your job is, like if you're one of your clients or a customer is constantly harassing you, and then maybe one customer finds out, oh well, this is their personal Twitter, and then they get on your personal Twitter
I
and they
can
start
say I
getting they,
think I know where you're going with that. Just be careful where you take that. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
right. Well,
All
this is
right.
what I'm saying. When it becomes personal and it goes off the rails beyond work, you got this person that has all this authority that is now personally upset with whoever the person is. Whoever the person is that they feel that they're being harassed by, and they actually have power to do something about it. A normal human response is to, especially in an authoritarian situation, is to just clap the people,
Right.
make
Well,
examples out of people, and the way it sends a message across to everyone else. It's just the easiest way to get this out of the way. I'm tired of dealing with it. Out. And when you're dealing with these employees that have a passion for their job, but whatever game they would have been hired for, they would have brought the same energy. It's not like they are extremely happy to be specifically working on Gears. And also keep in mind that these workers are contract workers, which this gets again to the corporate structure, to where they're bringing people in that are using this purely as a stepping stone to get another job. They know that when their contract runs out, the normal process in the industry is to move on to another game. Only the people that are employed at the coalition fully, like full-time Microsoft employees, are the ones that stay. Like I think Tyrus is still there, Gears Gentleman, like those guys that
I
have
know
been
what you mean.
there.
Yeah.
So those guys are going to have more incentive to not only understand the game but understand the community. They've been there the longest. Bringing people that are just going to be there for 2 years that aren't really aware of what's going on behind the scenes with the game, they come into a situation that they've possibly been a social media manager for another game, or they've learned about it in school, or they've seen it, they've worked maybe different roles. Well, they come in expecting that, and then they find out, oh my God, this game is full of lunatics, like more so than any other game. And I believe that that's a direct consequence of the monopolization of the game and the I Jennifer always Love Macaroon always makes a joke where we'll be driving down the street or we'll be out somewhere and we'll see like some crazy looking person, like I don't want to say, I'm just saying like somebody that's
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
and then the first thing that she says as a joke is, "Oh, I bet he plays Gears." That's her little
Right.
joke that
Okay.
she makes all the time. Like, "Oh, he plays Gears. He plays Gears." And it'll be like, we'll be watching like a crime drama and some guy like murders a bunch of people. "Oh, he definitely plays Gears." It's just a meme at this point.
Right.
But there's some
Okay.
truth in the meme.
I can
The
see it.
Gears of
Yeah.
the Gears of War community has distilled because it already takes a certain type of person to be interested in this game, and it's a because it takes a certain amount of dedication to be proficient enough to enjoy the game multiplayer wise. And then as time goes on, and we're like you said, we're at the end of the life cycle. More people drop off, but leaving more and more of the craziest ones of them all, which I'm one of them. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
I have
me
my
too.
own
Like,
little
we're both guilty. I think everyone here is here because we're all the same. Don't worry about that.
so we all have our own little things, but it's strange to have someone from the outside all of a sudden come in and be in the middle of this insanity that we've created ourselves. Also, as a result of, like I said, the game being a one game, and we're basically living in North Korea. I know it's a terrible fucking thing to
I know
say,
the point. So yeah, I know what you mean by that. Yeah.
but that it is like when the leader says no more leather coats in the country, then the
There's
leather
no
coats are
more.
out of
Yeah, they're
there.
gone. They're gone.
you know,
Well,
and it,
I think you just made a lot of good points there. I tried to listen to all of it, and I think there's certainly some things that you've said that you are probably 100% spot on with that I've never even considered. Um, or no, I've considered, but not to the extent that you just described it. And a lot of that's in terms of, I don't know, like as a Gears player, you naturally look at who the developer is and you think, oh, the Coalition. But you are very correct with what you say about how a lot of decisions are probably influenced from above there. And also what you said about how some people come in to make choices or to have a role who may not be as interested in Gears as a game than what the community would like. So I think, excuse me, I think that when the community see this, it's kind of like we're not targeting that one person. I say targeting, that's probably the wrong word. We're not blaming that one person. We're sort of looking at a company as a name. And the first point of call, shall we say, it is the Coalition because they're the developers who are working on that game. And it's as you say, like you don't always see what's coming from above, and that's something I don't consider anywhere near enough. And you are very right. That's bad on my part. Um, I something that you mentioned at the start of that was about how they monopolize certain mechanics for how the game works, how it feels. That reminds me, like, are you up on computers? Like, do you understand all like the manufacturers and things like that? I know it's a weird question, but limited.
limited.
Okay,
Yeah,
so there's two companies that make CPUs, like main companies. You've got Intel and AMD.
right,
For a
right.
long time, Intel always monopolized that market because they always had by far the better products. And then out of
hmm
nowhere, AMD come through with some amazing CPUs. And it seemed like it caught Intel off guard because it seemed like because Intel had such the monopolization of the market, they started to slack and not put out as good a content as what they could because it was like they had no competition. Do you think that because Gears of War owns that style of game, that it's allowed them to get a little bit sloppy in areas and not have
Oh,
any real
100%.
yeah, that's something that when you said that, that sprung to my mind straight away. So I just wanted to ask you that. Um, and
Yeah, that 100%.
right,
And it's this you can look in just normal business like theory as far as like if you were to take business classes and just look and see what are the results of monopoly. This is a well studied topic, and it crosses over for any type of business. If you have a monopoly, it stifles innovation, and it causes draconian measures to be used more frequently because there's no consequences.
right,
It's you either like it or you don't. You either play by these rules or you don't play, and there's no alternative. And I believe, like, if I'm looking at it from a managerial perspective, which is numbers on a sheet, and I'm like, wow, we really do have a monopoly on this.
we could put
We're
our
going to
time
protect
elsewhere.
this.
Yeah,
We're going to protect this, and we're not really going to worry about the effects this has on the player base because a lot of us, like you and I, we're invested in the story of the game. We love the lore of the game. We love playing the game. Like all this stuff is very important to us, But to them, this is just another game on a
It's just
list of
numbers and
like,
figures, of course.
yes. Now I'm sure the Gears has to be at this point, because look, the way I'm judging and the reason why, because I look at it, the way I'm looking at Gear 6 anyway is like I would look at as if I was making investments. If I was making an investments in stocks, you have to look at to try to find out like is this stock gonna boom or bust? What's the market gonna look like in the future? What are the signs leading up to whether or not you can trust the management of this company is going to do the right things. So if you compare how Xbox's decisions are now versus how it was when like the management and all that bought Mixer, for instance, it brought Mixer, like those guys are all gone now. All that stuff, like the Kinect guy. Remember how they were shipping the Kinect with the Xbox One, and the Xbox One launch was shit. There was no games for it. There was a lot of missteps that happened. Well, they got rid of those people, and then they got rid of Mixer, which was a big hit for them, but they knew that was the right thing to do, which it was. They got rid of that. They cut that loose. They paid those streamers all that money, and they just took the loss. Then next thing you know, they start concentrating on Game Pass, which has turned out to be a huge hit. The new console launch was really good. The sales are great. Like everything that they've been doing so far has been spot on. Now, if you look at Gears of War just purely as like in those terms, like as far as where is this going in the future, you look at Gears of War and all of the lore is all completely owned by Microsoft. Gears of War is not built off of a book series that was written before or some other source material. All of it was they brought in their writers. All of it is owned by them, 100%. Okay, so not only do they have control over that, the licensing, but there is a whole other industry of Funko Pops. Uh, what are those other characters? Neko,
I don't
the Neko
actually
character.
know. I know which ones you mean, but I don't know the names.
Like, well, then they have the T-shirts. They have a bunch of peripheral merch, peripheral revenue sources that they are fully in control of. They don't have to pay to license their own material. So here they are with all of this possibility, and keep in mind all of that is what any video game would love to have, all of those things, to have a fan base that's so passionate that there are people that have Gears of War tattoos.
Of course, I've
you know
seen a
there's
lot. Yeah,
there's books, there's comic books, there's all this other lore and stuff that is not available. Definitely, if you make a new game, you have to build all of that. Even if you can, it's really so difficult to even come up with anything like that.
can I just stop you
Uh,
for a second? Because, like, whilst you're making that point, it's literally just come to mind. So, earlier on, you were saying about how this company, TC, they have all this negativity coming their way and how the community don't see it. Do you think a lot of it is quite similar to Bungie and 343? When Bungie left Halo and 343 got it, um, they got a lot of hate because it wasn't how the fans wanted and remembered the older games that Bungie had made. And the same
mhm.
kind of goes with Gears. You've got three games that Epic made, and then it goes to Black Tusk, which obviously then turns into the Coalition. And then the game changes in ways that the fans don't like. Um, so the fans are then thinking, yes, you've got all this glory, shall we say, or all this reputation based on the work an older company did, and now you're changing it into what we don't like, and you're seemingly not listening to requests that we're making. And comparing Halo to Gears, I'm not part of the Halo community, so I don't know for definite what I'm saying is right here. But I'd imagine the Halo community is much bigger than the Gears community. And I feel that with the Gears community being so much smaller, we all seem to know each other, so we're closer. So if one person says something or if one person gets wronged, that person gets complete support then. Whereas if it was in a bigger community like Halo, they'd kind of be left on their own. So if one person says something negative about Halo, it might get a bit of support. But if one person says something negative about Gears, it might get a lot more support because everybody in the community pretty much sees what gets said. And I'm sure, whether agreeing or disagreeing, everyone's got an opinion on Gears because, as I said before, we're all here because we're weird, and we like the game. And I don't know,
Well,
I
let
just
me ask you this. Like,
yeah.
this is a serious question. What is it exactly that you are upset about with the game? Besides, like
Wow,
I'm
sorry.
just talking about like the technical game itself, just on its own. What what
I can
what
answer
is it
that, but
that?
I can answer that. That's got a lot of points. Okay, I'm trying to think of how to start answering this one. For me, um, I really enjoyed how Gears of War 3 felt. Don't get me wrong, I'm more than aware how powerful rifles were in Gears 3. I'm not stupid. But something about Gears 3, I still to this day do not know what the difference was. After all the time I put into trying to figure it out, I don't know what difference between Gears 3, Gears 4, Gears 5 was. But if you were getting rifled on Gears 3, you could still get out of situations. Um, and I feel like with Gears 4, and I completely understand why they did it, or if I'm correct, why they probably would have tried to do it. It feels like they tried to make Gears 4 and Gears 5 very new player friendly. So I'm gonna look at Gears having played what a decade at that point, and I've spent that whole time practicing, learning how to play. And then the game gets changed in a way that limits how much experience matters and then assists a new player to do well against an experienced player. So in my eyes, as an experienced player, the better I am, the more I'm going to get punished. And in my eyes, the worse a new player is, the more they're going to be assisted because it seems like they're trying to. I don't know, I could be completely wrong, but as a player, this is how it feels. I feel like the better player you are, the more you get limited. The worse player you are, the more you get helped. Try and find like a middle line where everyone's somewhat equal. And without naming, I did see a pro maybe a couple months ago saying how if they go into ranked, they feel like they're not really much better. No, that's probably the wrong word. That's
Yeah, I
probably not how
know.
they
Yeah,
said
I
it.
remember
Yeah, you
that. I
know what I
remember seeing
mean.
that.
They said that when they're in ranked, it's kind of like their level with people who are in ranked. It's like these are meant to be the professionals of the game, but the way the game is mechanically made, they have no real advantage. They could still get wiped out by someone that doesn't really know what they're doing, and I think that's a bit of an issue.
Well, here's
But
the thing about that, though. Here's the thing. I do feel like the coalition because I don't, yesterday's tweets. Remember yesterday's? When well,
the night the
it was
question.
tweeted. It was tweeted. Dana tweeted that there was a barrier for new
Oh, that
players.
one. Yes, yes, yes.
Right. So I believe that it is something that they are aware of at the coalition that's a thing. But I countered with that because I was playing Fortnite all day, and Fortnite is pretty hard to learn, and they were able I believe it instead of trying to make the game easier, I think the developer has to be more responsible. Where Fortnite overcame that with fun character models, bright colors, um, and then like I guess the novelty of the battle royale at the time. But then they've been able to keep adding to it, and even though the game's very difficult, people are inspired to want to be better at it.
See, I
Gears of
understand.
War, as far as like making the game easier, I believe that the coalition did do some things in attempt to do that, but I also believe that the environment now, like back when we played Gears of War 3, the only way to really get better was to either watch YouTube videos or you try to play like execution. I remember like in Gears 2, or was it Gears 1? It might have been Gears 1. That I remember like playing execution and dying and then watching other people, you spectate other people and then you'd be able to see, oh my God, like how did he do this? Oh, that's possible. Things are possible. So it's very difficult to get better back then. Whereas now people have a million YouTube. They can get on Twitch. They can ask pros questions in real time,
But
like
they
how did you do
refuse to.
this?
Yeah, they just refuse to. Then that's the problem.
And well, it's just easier for the average Joe to get better at the game. So I think that that's gonna make more people better in ranked.
Right.
And yeah, I do believe that there are some things that the coalition did to kind of make it easier, but a lot of the stuff that we have now, I believe would have been on Gears 3 if the hardware would have permitted it.
Right.
You know, we're playing at a high frame rate now. The game is so smooth. The things are much more responsive. Like reaction shotting is easier. I think that they looked at to see like what are the people doing on this game to have fun. Oh, they're doing reaction shots. They're doing up A's, back A's. So they optimized those things.
See,
So
I
now it seems like it's easier.
So there's a lot of points that come from that because there's some things I completely agree. There's a lot of things that run better, but I think they've also looked at a lot of areas where they've tried to limit things. But I want to come back to that because I don't think this issue is just Gears. I think it's gaming in general now, and I don't think it's fair to put the whole thing on Gears and TC because it's absolutely not right. Um, it is definitely players, and when I say fault, people play a game for fun. So if they get fun from it, the word fault isn't the right word. But I think I don't know how else to describe it. The reason for, shall we say? Now I want to think back to like old games. Back when I was a child and back when I was really bad at games. I could not beat some games. One that springs to mind, weirdly, is the first Need for Speed Underground. I was stuck on a race for a literal year, okay? And it got to the point where I couldn't do it and I just gave up, and maybe a month later I'd come back and finish it. And I remember when I won that race, that the sense of achievement I got from doing that was insane because I knew it was a hard task and I eventually did it because I kept trying and trying and trying. But as time goes on, people don't want that challenge. And I look at slightly newer games than that, the likes of Dark Souls, which is world known for being such a difficult game. And
Hmm.
people love that because it's so difficult. But I've also seen people saying, I'd like a difficulty toggle on Dark Souls so I can experience it because I can't do it. And as a paying customer of Dark Souls, I can understand why they obviously want to complete that game. But in my opinion, if that game, which the fun of it for me is learning the mechanics of it and being able to beat it. For me, if I was to beat that game knowing it was on an easy mode, I would get no satisfaction from it and I probably wouldn't remember that game. So I can understand how developers, like not again, not just Gears, just widespread developers now, are looking at this and thinking gaming has become very casual and people just want to be in it for the story. And you've got to draw the line. I know this is probably like a toxic way of looking at it. But you've got to draw the line where what's the point in making a game if people aren't interested in playing and improving at the game? Why not just make a movie if people just want to watch a story? And I don't know how to answer that. But then I look at much newer games now that I play. And a good game that I've played is the Tomb Raider series. I'm not sure if you played it.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I played
yeah,
those.
and Tomb Raider is obviously it's got a few aspects to it, but one of the main things to it is it's a puzzle game.
Hmm.
And there are some puzzles on that which if you don't I'll come back to that. There's some puzzles on that where if you do it properly, it could take you half an hour to an hour, and then you figure it out. It's like, yes, I've done that. I've figured that out. I've done the game the way the game was designed. But there's a button you can press, which is like Laura's sense, which literally shows you what to go and press. And you can get through the puzzle in 5 minutes, and afterwards, it's like you don't even remember the puzzle. There was no meaning to it. You didn't play the game the way that the game was. I don't want to say intentionally, but the way the game was. Yeah, it was the way the game was meant to be played. You've kind of found a shortcut, an easy way through, just to get to the end. So now you look at games like Gears, and you see if a puzzle game has a way for you to do a puzzle without doing a puzzle, then you look is it even worth playing? The answer is, in my opinion, no. So then you look at a shooting game that then gets fitted with an aim assist type that's never been in a Gears game before, Gears 5. And then the other two types of aim assists were in previous Gears games, but not this strong. So you're looking at a game that is a shooting game where it essentially does the shooting and aiming for you. And then you've got a question: is there any point in playing the shooting game? In my opinion, no, because that sense of reward is not there. But if that's how somebody wants to go through a PvE game and that's how they're going to get their enjoyment from it, by all means, that can be a thing. The problem becomes when that enters PvP. Because if you've got a game playing the game for the player, that is not fair against other players. And you could argue, but those are the players could then put on the assists as well. And then you've got to ask, is the game just playing against the game and see who wins? What's the
Well,
point?
consider this though. Consider this. So when I was a kid, which I'm a little bit older than you, but so we used to, this was old Nintendo days. Okay, they actually had a phone number that was by the minute. I forget how much it cost. It
I
was like
remember
$1 a minute.
that. I remember.
Now you could call them up and ask them, "Hey, I'm stuck on this part," and you would hear them like typing on a computer, and they would have like a computer, and then they would
Hmm.
help you. In addition to that, they used to sell these books. They'd be like about maybe a half inch thick. They'd be like soft cover but glossy, and it would have pictures of the whole level, and then it would show you like here's the power ups and here's this and that. So ever since the day of that at least Nintendo, there's been this like other market for guides and things. Well, today, if you get stuck on a game, you can go on YouTube, type it up, and a video will pop up if somebody has made a video showing this is how you do it.
Right.
So, you that all of that has existed anyway, and that's like a side business that I don't know, maybe the books, the developers would license them, maybe not, but the YouTube stuff, the guides, it's a little bit of promotion for them, but it's really, I'm sure they would rather keep you on the game by offering you an in-game way of
Oh,
getting
of
past a
course.
hard thing. But like you said, there's a certain amount of like I personally I could tell you, I remember going to school, uh, and I was on the original Legend of Zelda. When you beat the first quest, there's a second quest which they just kind of mix up the levels. They put them in different spots.
Okay.
And I remember taking a Saturday and taking all day and buying bombs and bombing all of the rocks. And I found level 8, and nobody at my school knew about level 8. And there was no internet. There was nothing. Like you were in your bubble. And the feeling I had of going to school and telling everyone I know where it's at. I found it. I'm the fucking man. Like it was. It's an unbelievable feeling of,
Exactly. You
of
know what I mean?
accomplishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just those little, and in the scheme of things, it doesn't matter. But nowadays, it'd be real easy just to, go online. Oh, this is where the level is. Okay, and it does take the fun out of it a little bit, I guess, because I could, if like nowadays I could go there and I'd be like, oh no, I swear I didn't look online. I found it myself. People are gonna be like, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
sure you did. So the only way around that really is play it on stream, and even then you can say, oh well, you looked it up before you went on stream.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the ability to, I don't want to say cheat, but I guess it is. Is it cheating? I don't
Helping
know.
yourself. Let's go with,
Yeah,
yeah.
getting help. The ability's there. Having it in game though, I see what you're saying. I don't know if the campaign ones though really apply to the PvP. Um,
So what I meant by that, I was trying to like pre-explain my point. So when I mentioned Tomb Raider, I was explaining the way you can see the way the puzzles are meant to work by pressing a button. What you just said there about how you could go online, or previously you could ring up number or buy a magazine or whatever, you're completely right. But I question how many people did that compared to how many people in game could press whatever the button is. I don't know, B, whatever the button might be. It's much more likely a lot more people are going to press it in game. And the thing is, I know it's because I'm guilty of it. Like, you just do it instinctively sometimes. It's like, I've been studying for 10 minutes now. Fuck it, what do I press? And I just press it, and there you go. That's the answer. And I just ruined that whole puzzle for myself. Whereas in the past, how many people realistically were likely to pick up the phone and say, "Okay, what button do I press?" It probably happened, but probably nowhere near as much. And I think it's gone from being a last resort, I can't get past this, to being a feature that you just press to get through as fast as you can to reach the end and be completionist. Um, but to go back to what you said about Gears, the campaign, I mentioned the campaign or PV in general because look at boot camp, what we were saying the other day on Twitter. Boot camp is not something to prepare a player for PvP. It's clearly
No.
just the very basics of Gears, like take cover, run, aim, shoot. That is it. So, in my opinion, that's just preparing somebody for PvE. And the assists, do you know the aim assist, like the way the game launched? Do you understand those, or do you want me to explain them to you?
Yeah, no, the
You do.
magnetism, the aim
Yeah.
assist, and
So
what's the other one? The poke dam, or no, what was the other one? There's
so the
magnetism.
you have magnetism, friction. They were previously
Yeah.
in Gears games. Now the friction is when you're aiming at somebody using a controller, and when your cursor's over them, it slowly reduces your sensitivity slightly whilst you're over them, so you can keep track of your opponent easier because your sensitivity lowers while over them. Magnetism is where you shoot towards a character's hitbox. You can miss slightly, and the magnetism will bring the bullets in and detect as a hit, even though technically you missed. The new one was adhesion. That one had never been in a Gears game before, and that was where if you LT just in an enemy's direction, the camera will start to lock on and will track your target. And if you've played Call of Duty, which I'm guessing you probably have, it's kind of similar. You know, when you LT to snap to a target, that's adhesion, bringing your gun towards the character. That's what Gears never had before Gears 5. And maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Maybe that was for PvE, but that was also added to PvP. And that's why I think
I
that it
remember,
was.
didn't they say it was a mistake? Didn't they say that was a mistake or something?
I never heard it was a mistake. I don't understand how you mistakenly add an aim assist. If that's true and they say it's a mistake, I can't grasp how.
Or no,
Um,
what the mistake was is that they put the PvE settings in PvP, or it was the other way around.
so
You don't
I
remember that? It
I
was a
I've
long time ago.
I've never heard that, but to the best of my knowledge, you have the same tuning for campaign Horde, and at the start of the game you had Arcade. I believe Arcade ran on the same PvE tuning. I could be mistaken. But all of the other modes, like if it was going into ranked or quick play, I'm pretty sure that was its own separate tuning, and
Mm.
the aim assist was still in there. So if they have said it was a mistake, I don't know anything about it. They may have done, but I again, I don't want to name people, but a former developer who was involved in the original trilogy before Gears 5, he went on an interview with IGN, and I might be misquoting because I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was showing concern to how a new player could be joining the series and then get wiped out from an experienced player, which makes me think they were clearly looking at new players and the experience they're going to have. And of course, you don't want a new player to have a shit experience. I don't mean that. But to go back to something you asked before about why it's an issue for me, I think that once you, intentionally or not, once you start helping a new player in PvP, the experienced player is already at a slight disadvantage, meaning they're not getting any help. So something you said before about how things have got better as the generational leap has gone, I disagree. Like we look at how do I word this? We've had wall bouncing, obviously that's a big part of Gears. For a long time, based on feedback, they had it where if you got hit whilst you were wall cancelling, you wouldn't be regenerating health. So that was a deliberate hindrance. That wasn't an accident. That wasn't hardware. That was a deliberate hindrance. Then we have shot delay, another deliberate hindrance which impacts wall bouncing. Um, we have things added. Um, I don't know how to explain this. Yes, both players, experienced player and new player, have the same mechanics to run on, but that experienced player back on a previous game could most likely have done much more due to not mechanics, like with your hands, like what you can do, the controller input skill. They could probably do a lot more than that because they knew all the little tricks, like you said before, reaction shots, all these things, back A's, whatever it might be. A new player isn't going to know how to hyper bounce down a set of stairs and reaction shot a cover or back A a cover. Whereas an older player, experienced player, could. But once you start adding restrictions, whether it's for a new player or whether because you think it's because it's better for the tuning, all that's doing is taking away from a good player's skill set, which this isn't something a new player has ever known how to do. So again, you're bringing it back in line where the good players coming down a bit, the worst players coming up a bit because they are getting assists, whereas the good player is getting restricted, and then you get to the point where you're in line. So whilst yes, you're both starting on the same tune, you've got the same things. One person isn't able to perform to their best because the game will not mechanically let them. So when a new player says, "Oh, it's the same for me as well," that's true. But they don't understand that if the game hadn't been made in such a restrictive way, they wouldn't be getting close to the good player. So as a good player, that is why I think the divide's there for why experienced players not so much hate, but get frustrated with people using the newbie techniques that the game has now. Does that make sense? I kind of went on a
Yeah,
little
of
rant.
course.
Yeah,
Well, it's a difficult problem, and again, I know I keep talking about Fortnite, but you know the way the Fortnite dealt with this was by adding the arena, and the arena system, they were actually, there was a prize pool. You remember? I don't know if I'm pretty sure they still do it, right? Like you can win money playing
if I'm honest with
arena.
you, I don't know. I don't know much about it.
Well, you either qualify through arena to play in tournaments to win money, or the arena itself, you play enough of those, and then you anyway. There was an in-game like ranked, but it's not ranked so much as there's an opportunity there. So people, whenever there's a prize of any kind, there will be interest. So if you're really good at a game, like a good player of Fortnite, then you're going to try to play an arena, and you're going to try to do that because there's a obvious benefit to winning. And meanwhile, everybody else is playing the normal solo duos, like the normal experience on Fortnite. That's not how it started. It used to just be solo, duo, squads, and that was it. But now they've added all these other game modes, and I think that having something in game to where, like, if Gears of War ranked, actually the leaderboard, it was more like a points board, and you qualify to then play in an online tournament that Microsoft is paying prize money to weekly. Let's say there's a weekly prize or a monthly prize. All the good players are going to migrate over to that, while the other game mode, which would still be considered ranked, but it would be much more social.
Right.
I think that is a good, it's probably not perfect, obviously, but if you don't give the better players an incentive to want to keep playing, then it's like, what's the point if you're not making content? If you're making content, then playing against lesser players makes sense because you can get better. It's easier to get clips on lower players, and I think that a lot of the fun of, especially Gears 3, I like to use Gears 3 because it was the height of content as far as montaging goes.
Okay.
You would get into a game, and it could be good players, could be bad players, or new players. I don't like saying bad players, but less
I know what
experienced
you mean.
players.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you pop off, you get a bunch of clips. Now you got a montage, everything's fine. Well, now it's like, oh well, you did that against bad players or whatever, and so there's a lot that killed montage. But anyway, that was the height of it. And for us, like, when we would jump into a game, and sometimes we'd get smashed, but a lot of times, for if you had a little competence at the game, chances are you'd have a good time because most of the players on there weren't that good. Whereas now they got the skill based matchmaking that they tried to do, which is obviously a disaster because the player base. But
Yeah.
so they're aware of that as an issue. But is it really an issue? Did those news players then quit the game because they happened to get shit on by an experienced player? Or is it more than likely that the next game they played was against other players of their level and then they ended up having fun, which is what I think happened because even in Gears 3, man, I mean, I wasn't that good at Gears 3. I would get shit on constantly. That was a big reason why I even got on YouTube to try to learn to get better because I was getting shit on, or I'd see like how's this guy doing this? How I'd see different movements in the game and stuff. So it inspired me to reach out to find a way to get better because I was so inspired by the game. I wanted to get better at it. And that feeling, for some reason, has not translated over to Gears 5,
I'm
which what I was talking about Fortnite earlier, where these 10 and 12-year-old kids are motivated to learn how to build and to learn how to do edits and to be better at Fortnite, which is much more difficult than muscle memory of Gears.
See, I'm glad you said that because everything you just said there, that's the part where I feel like we relate. But everything else you said, I'm completely different. So it was that want to improve. That's what I stayed playing. And again, I think in a weird way, it kind of ties in with what I was saying before about my experience on Need for Speed when I was stuck at it for ages and eventually got through. And Dark Souls improving, I got through. And it was the same with Gears. Obviously, I didn't start my my Gears journey, shall we say, being really good. I rem- So my first Gears was Gears of War 2, and it was split screen wingman because that was all we had at the time.
Yeah.
And judge me if you want. I'd judge me, but I was negative 2,000 before I got my first kill. And I remember it. It was Wingman on Ruins, and I chainsawed somebody, and I was so happy with myself. But I knew obviously that that's not that's not good. But I kept playing. I tried to learn how different things worked. Obviously, by the end of Gears 2, I had the hang of it. But in fact, no, I should probably mention something I did in Gears 2. I met people playing it, and I don't even know where to begin explaining how much time we spent messing around on Blood Drive in private matches, learning to wallbounce, sniping at each other, just learning the game. For some reason back then it was fun. I don't know why. And then Gears 3, I start playing it and I thought I was quite good at it. And then I started playing, well, I met people, you see, and I started playing with game battles players. And I was like, yeah, I'll 1v you, why not? Which didn't go that well. Went to church, I'd end up losing 10-0 like every time. And I was playing in a way that I thought I was doing well. I just couldn't understand what it was. And he was my friend, so when he was laughing, he wasn't laughing in a hateful way. But I'd go into church and I used a roadie strafe back then. And he stood there laughing at me. And I hated being laughed at because I was like in a competitive mindset. I was like, I don't like you laughing at me. I hate you for this. And he still smacked me around the place. I was like, right, please tell me, what am I doing wrong? And he explained to me that the way I was playing wasn't good. And he tried to explain, try this mechanic, try thinking about where your opponent is, where you could force your opponent to go, and try and think a few steps ahead of your opponent. And I realized that in order for me to improve, I had to unlearn anything I thought I already knew about Gears because it wasn't good. So I had to try and put myself to the beginning and then learn what he did. And from that, I started to improve and I started getting a few rounds on him. And then I ended up starting to win matches after weeks, months of practice. And I think that's something that's missing from players now. They won't put the time in to learn him. I'll be honest with you, I've been explaining that story for that long, I've forgotten the point I was making at the start. But um, I think now when we were talking the other day on Twitter about the advanced boot camp, I think that if that was to be added, that'd be a way for people to see, okay, so this is how people are doing that. This is how people are improving. If I want to improve, then I need to lose any, not self-respect, that's not the word. Arrogance, shall I say. I need to lose any arrogance I've got in believing that I know everything about the game, because I've been playing for how long? I don't know everything about the game. There's people out there that could annihilate me, but I know I'm not a bad player now. But I need to be able to accept if there's a better way of doing something, then listen to the person who is better at it. So if they were to add an advanced boot camp or something along those lines, the new player or a player who wants to improve could go into that and be like, okay, I don't know how to do this, but I can now see that's how it's done. That's what those players are doing to me. If I want to improve, that's what I need to try.
Well, totally envisioned an easy way to do this. So it would be, let's just say, training grounds, just the same as the boot camp now. There would be a ghost figure up against a cover demonstrating a back A over and over.
Hmm.
And then you would try to match the movement, and then it would rate your score as you did it until you finally got it.
Right.
And then you'd move on, and then there'd be one doing an up A, and it would be like a ghost character, maybe a lit, like just a light or something, just doing it over and over, and then you would try to time it to do it,
To
and then you'd
match,
get
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I was thinking is to have a circle around your character on the ground, so like a flat radius showing this is the distance you need to be to wall bounce. So when you know that that circle is hitting the wall, that's when you bounce. And the closer that you can get it to right when it makes the contact, you would get a higher score.
Hmm.
Now, if they did those things and then incorporated that into the campaign to where, like they put you in scenarios where you up a an enemy, or they give you like a bonus for doing it, or if you do it, it makes your gun more powerful for a few seconds, or just give some sort of reward in the campaign for doing the mechanics during the campaign.
Hmm.
As soon as they were done with the campaign, they would be right into the multiplayer, and they'd have no problem adjusting.
That's a good point. Something you said at the very end of that reminded me of the point I was on. So we were comparing Gears 3 to how enjoyable that was compared to Gears 5 now. And this was the point I was trying to make before, but I completely lost train of thought. Something about Gears 3. You mentioned about how people get on to win and that's their enjoyment, or being against worse players and that's their enjoyment because they can hit clips. I started telling you about how I improved on Gears 3 because I don't like playing against inexperienced players. I find it personally boring and not rewarding. But I do find playing against better players than me better because, yeah, I'll probably lose. But I'm going to try and learn why they're so much better than me and you know, what they can do that I can't. So for me, Gears 3, something about it mechanically, it was non-restrictive, and I think that's the biggest issue that Gears 5 has now. Gears 3 was not restrictive, and you could go into a situation that strategically is a really, really bad idea. You could run into a 1v4, 1v5. That sounds ridiculous, but mechanically, the game wasn't restricting you in any way. You could go in there, and if you did it right, you could get the 1v5, and then you'd get that adrenaline from, like, shit, I've just done a 1v5. That is an amazing clip, or that was a fun experience. Whereas now, on Gears 5, you've got a Nasher, which I don't know if you're aware of this, but between shot to shot fires slower than on previous games. So the chances of you surviving that little bit longer or your Nasher being ready when you need it, it's not there. The Nash is too slow at its fire rate. Then you've got the shot delay, which means if you're moving, you can't shoot, so you're just going to get hit anyway. So it discourages players from putting themselves into situations. So there's never that adrenaline rush, there's never that bit of excitement, and there's never that satisfaction after an experience or a battle because no one ever puts themselves into it. All that happens now is people either hide away with a rifle or they stand behind walls waiting for somebody to push them because they don't feel comfortable either in their ability or in the game's mechanical allowances to make a push. So the whole game, yes, it runs slower in terms of actual run or slide speed, but that's not the slowness I mean. It's the slowness that the players have with themselves. Like the players don't feel like they can push quickly. They don't feel comfortable pushing. They don't feel comfortable putting themselves into a situation. So they never get that. And I've said it a few times. They never get that adrenaline from the exciting part of an encounter they just won with. You shouldn't have won.
I
Whereas
can
in the
tell you
past,
this,
that was
man.
there.
I can tell you this.
Guys, oh,
That was
1 minute. Shadows, thank you for that massive host, dude. Thank you. I hope you have a good
Shadows.
stream. Um,
Hey,
yeah, I appreciate that. I was not expecting that. And also,
Shadows gas.
we will be doing a giveaway soon. We're going for a while.
Yeah, we
So
should
get
do
one
we
of it.
should do one of
Yeah,
them
I'll
soon.
do one of those
Then
in a minute, and we'll get back to the
like
discussion.
Yeah.
okay. Hey, what I was gonna say though is that was a conscious decision on their part because I don't know. You probably don't remember this, but when I got to go play uh, Gears 5 early, it was in July
Oh, you went
of
to that as well, did you?
2019.
I didn't know you had that.
Well, we went to Atlanta. I was with Shadows, Landon, and Roar, and we got to go to the E League TV show and play the game early. So, we sit down to play it for the first time, and it's like, wait a minute, the Nasher only has 6 shots.
Hmm.
Like, what is this? And I remember at the time there was a lot of talk of, the pros should have to play with the same tuning as the regular game because there's a certain amount of like you want to believe, as especially when you're younger, you want to believe that you have a chance to maybe be pro someday.
Yeah, I
But
see.
if you're playing ranked and on Gears 4, the tuning was totally different than the competitive. So you would go to like a competitive mode, and all of a sudden the Nasher just doesn't work, like, or it works, but it's
Not the
completely
way you
different,
expect and the way you're used to, of course. Yeah.
right? So the illusion of I can someday be a pro gets it gets eliminated. So at the end of the day, they have to make a game that the pros are playing the same game that you are playing online. Okay, they had to marry the tuning together. And for a pro player, having a Nasher like or having like the pros are gonna be able to manipulate, like, let's say a Gears 3 type 8-shot boom Nasher, and the reason I've been explained the reason why the Nasher was so strong had to do with connection issues, because if you're playing with people that have different pings than you, the
Oh, that's a
easiest way
massive factor. Yeah.
to even it out is just to have a Nasher that is really strong, and that way if you're a little further away than you think you are, you can still get a one shot or whatever.
Mm.
So they have to eliminate that, because if you're playing on LAN, there is none of that. It's all strictly, everybody's on the same playing field. So, the coalition decided to really emphasize esports, and they solely used esports as a model for the tuning of the game. They did not really consider content creators, as far as I know. I'm not in the TC partner program or anything, but obviously I have friends that are, and I have seen a universal frustration on the lack of input that they're allowed to give. And I
Right.
know a lot of the partners get criticism for this, but I can personally tell you that I know that they do not really put any emphasis on whether or not the changes they make will have an effect on the content.
I can believe
The
that.
the coalition, their attitude is they're going to make content anyway. Uh, Whatever game we give them, and this goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the monopoly. No matter what game that we give them, they're going to make content with it because this is the only game in town. If they're a Gears player, this is it.
Right.
If this is the type of mechanic. So they don't really, or up until now, I'm hoping as the future goes on, because look, I totally understand it. The esports was supposed to be the big thing. If you go back to 2015, 2016, the talk was all this investments coming into esports. We're going to have all these new games. It's going to blow up. This is a new thing. We're going to be in arenas. Everybody's going to be like CSGO. There's going to be, a huge interest in this, and there's going to be a bunch of new games that come out. Well, as the years went on, it turned out that there weren't a bunch of new games. It's still the same games. It's not. There aren't 20 more esports, and the esports was a bubble, like some people predicted. Well, the decisions that were made in 2015 carried over. So the emphasis on esports was like what they did, and I don't really blame them for leaning on esports, but in my opinion, like, I don't want to say anything bad about pro players or
No,
anything,
no,
because you know
they're
but
better
at
than
the end of
me.
the day, a lot of them are antisocial, young guys, kids. I know I don't want to insult anyone by saying you're a kid because you're in your early 20s or whatever, but
I know
you're a
what you mean.
kid.
Yeah.
And the coalition is putting a lot of emphasis on bringing these kids in who are, they're if you know any pros, you understand what I mean by they're a pro player. They just have
Yeah.
a certain attitude.
There's
And
one pro player which I won't name, but I used to be in a team with. I think that he's the only one who stands out from that, which is why I give him time. What I'd like to do, I do want to come back to where whatever this feedback led to, but I'd like to do a giveaway now because we are an hour and 10 in.
all right,
Um,
pull it up.
yeah, I've never done this before, so if I screw it up, I apologize. So,
So
yeah,
when you pull it up, you'll see that as soon as people type in chat, they'll start getting listed. But if you put the keyword in,
yeah,
their name will get a little dot put in there. So
okay, cool.
you just wait for them to put the keyword, and then it'll track it. So what do you want to do for the keyword?
The keyword will be. I was going to do something ridiculous, but I won't. The keyword is just simply gears. So that should be started now. The prize, thank you to Lubed. Who is Lubed? The prize, thank you to Love Macaroon. She has donated two $15 Xbox gift cards. The prize is for one of those. We can only have one winner per code. If you type gears into chat, we'll be picking a winner randomly soon. Um, I think so.
Is it working?
Yeah, why you got? Well, I think it's working. People are
Are
typing
the are
in.
the names like? Is it? Oh, and make sure underneath the thing, do you see where it says included? Put like everybody in there too,
Oh yeah,
just in case you.
yeah.
Do you have any other mods?
Eligibility. Everyone's selected.
Yeah, you have another mod called Critical Hype Ball. Oh, it's Hype.
It's
Oh
meant to
yeah,
be.
yeah. He can't. You make sure to include mods, or he won't be
Yeah,
included.
everyone's
Okay,
eligible.
just let that run for a couple minutes. But
Cool. But yeah, like whilst we're like off the topics, I typed out four A4 pages of topics. I haven't even started the questions yet, and
right.
something tells me we're not going to get through 'em. I think we're just talking, which I think is good. Um,
Now go ahead, start crank one out. Let's get it done.
yeah, so just hit roll it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, not the. Did you do
Oh,
it? Oh,
what? Done
Delicive
it
one.
now?
No, I thought you meant. I was saying
Oh.
get started on the questions.
Oh well. Well, we've
It's
done
all good.
it.
Delicive.
Delicive, nice one, man. At the end of the stream, Love Macaroon will send you a whisper with your $15 Xbox code. Um, maybe if you haven't already got it, maybe that'll cover Game Pass Ultimate. So you can try Halo. Maybe.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that will.
So far, I'm enjoying it, so I do recommend. I'd like to thank everybody who's like sat here listening to two lunatics talking about a video game that they just get angry at. Like I can't tell what's more ridiculous, playing a game or talking about it if we don't like it, but here we are. I mean, yeah, nice one for that giveaway. We've got one left. We'll do that later. What I'd like to do while we've been talking for
What?
oh
Oh, Delicive, you got to type in chat. Delicive, or it's gonna be a re-roll. He had to have typed gears, right?
yeah, you will do.
Why, Mojo? It's European as well. You'll get it. He bounced? Nah.
Oh well, if I could probably send
Reroll.
re-roll, can I not just send it to
Oh no,
him?
he's on the list. I don't know if he's not listening or. Yeah, he's got to claim it, man. He's got to claim it.
How it's your prize. How do you want to do that?
Did you close the Nightbot thing,
It's
or is it
still
still
there.
open?
It's still open. It's I'm not really sure what it's doing, to be honest.
Uh-oh, Delicive, man. You got to type in chat. Get clapped. Damn, I think you
What I
have to
think we could
re-roll.
could we not just send it to him after the stream because it's picked him, and I don't think it's very fair to take it from him.
Okay.
Is that cool? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you and Jen? Like, it's your
I mean,
codes.
Jen, what do you say? I don't know. Like, should we re-roll?
To Paul.
No, he said you give it to him.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Whisper him. Yep.
Okay. All
Alright.
right, done.
So Delicive's the winner of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Fantastic. Congratulations, dude.
Oh, there he is. He typed in chat.
Oh, we got
It's all
it.
good. It's all
Cool.
good.
Cool. I'm
All right,
glad that
Delicive.
I'm glad that worked for you.
One code coming your way. Winning.
Okay, so there'll be one more later on. It'll be the same idea. So while we've been talking for quite a while, we've had two questions. One's quite a long time ago now, but I'll ask it, and I'm sorry if you're not still here, Delta. He asked, how would we feel about Gears having split versus, campaign, and PvE into separate games, each with dedicated teams? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I did say I talked to Shadows about this, and I did say I would like to have a Gears game with that was just PvP. That's it. You know. Um, he said no way, and he pretty much emphasized that the lore of the game is just as important as the PvP side. And if you ever know, like a lot of the pro players will tell you that they hate the game. Like they'll tell you they hate the game. And I get it. You know, if you're a pro and you're playing this
It's
game
your job, isn't it? Yeah.
8 to 10 hours, yeah, I could totally see that. And they don't care about the lore. They're not into it. They're not getting the books. They're not reading the comic books. They don't care. And I look at that as being real. I'm kind of sad for them because I enjoy that stuff so much, that part of the game so much, and I feel bad for them that they've sacrificed their enjoyment to make it their job.
Yeah, like at one point that must have been by far their favorite game, and then they turned it into something more serious than a game. I can understand that. I think my answer to it, I don't know about separating them into separate games. I don't think that's really needed. But also, when you say with dedicated teams, do you mean different teams within? I don't know if you're still here, Delta, but do you mean different teams within the studio, or do you mean each have a different studio? Because I'd imagine it already is different teams working on different parts of the game. So if it is each with dedicated teams, I don't know it'd get any different because I'd imagine it already is that way.
Worse. It would be worse because they would
There'd be no
contract more stuff
communication.
out.
Yeah, the communication wouldn't be there. I personally would rather it stays as it is in terms of that. I wouldn't want to see a campaign version of Gears as a game. I wouldn't want to see Versus as its own game. I like the idea of it all being together.
Well, if they separated it, we'd get another Judgment situation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no one wants that.
Really, that's what they did. They outsourced to I believe it was
People Could Fly, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they were in Ukraine, I believe.
Oh,
I could be wrong about that, but they're definitely an Eastern European company. And then they just made executive decisions about no locust and changing the controls and stuff. And by the time anybody figured it out, that what didn't feel like a Gears game really, it was too late.
See, I think Judgment is kind of
Polish. Oh, Terry, yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, right, okay. Where did you get Ukraine from?
Ukraine? I don't know.
But
Hey,
I
I'm
think
American. They're all the same. Who gives
fair
you know?
enough. It's a different country. It's not in my state. It's
Yeah.
gone. I think Judgment, in a weird way, and give me a chance to explain this, is kind of similar to how Five is, and by that I mean Gears players have in their head how Gears should quote feel. And Gears 1 to 3, don't get me wrong, they felt different to each other, but they all still kind of meshed together in a weird way. I don't know how to explain. Then Judgment come out, and it felt like a completely different game that just didn't work as a Gears game. And I believe that Judgment as a game was actually a pretty good game, but the fact it's called Gears of War is the issue. Because people see that and expect it to feel like the Gears of War they know. And I think that brings us back to what you said earlier about how they monopolize that game style. Like no other game or different title can do something like that. So I think the fact it's got to be called Gears of War is the problem. And you look at Gears 5, that does not feel like how people remember Gears 1, 2, 3 being. Gears 5, in that sense, is kind of like the modern day Judgment, where people look at it in the sense of, I wanted to feel like Gears 1, 2, 3 did, but it doesn't. Now, does that mean it's a bad game? There might be aspects of it that aren't good, but as a whole, Gears 5 probably is a fantastic game for players who aren't already into the Gears of War universe. If a new player's coming to Gears of War and they're experiencing it, they're probably seeing, bugs aside, they're probably seeing a solid game. The campaign, in my opinion, I like the campaign. I think they could have done the open world a lot better, but other than that, I think the way they're doing the story, moving away from the old squad, trying to bring the new squad without making the old squad irrelevant and making the new one look cool. I think with Gears 4 and 5, they've actually done a good job with that. But Gears fans are looking at it as, in the sense of, this isn't what we remember. It's never going to be as good. And I don't know how to explain, but I think the problem isn't so much the game, it's the name it's got now. If it wasn't meant to be a Gears of War game, I think it'd have a much better review as a game. I don't know what you
Did
think
you
about that.
notice? Did you do the Xbox Museum for your account?
I did the. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Did you notice that they called Gears of War 5 on
Gears of War
there?
5, yeah, I noticed that.
So they might be reverting it. I think there was some talk that the YouTube search engine did not like the word war at the time, but I believe that that's been rectified.
Right.
So I would think that they're going to bring back Gears of War, but I don't know. I mean,
When
maybe
I
they're afraid it's too confusing with God of War.
when I say Gears of War, I don't mean, I wasn't so much getting towards the of war part of it. I'm more trying to make the point of, whatever you call it, Gears 1, 2, and 3 were, they were Gears of War. They were what you expect the game to feel like when you jump into the game. The atmosphere, the way the game plays, what the story's about. It is all Gears, and then whether it's Judgment or you're looking at Gears 5, you've got a different feeling game, whether that be mechanically or visually. The atmosphere is all different. It feels like the game could have been good if it wasn't using Gears of War's story as a base. And again, it brings us back to what you said before about the monopoly of the market. If Gears 5 was, I can't think of an example, one set of soldiers against another set of soldiers, not so much Swarm versus humans versus COG, it could still play very. I've made this, I'm trying to be careful what name I do here, but I, there's a video on somebody else's channel where I talked about this very topic, and I said that Gears 5 could have been much more popular in my opinion. In my opinion, if it played exactly the same way as it plays now, if it wasn't looked at in terms of the way Gears players want Gears to feel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like the legacy of the old games
Yeah,
is coloring the opinion of the game.
yeah. For
And that's
example,
been going on since the beginning. You remember, like, when Gears 2 came out, everyone said, oh, Gears 1 is the best.
mhm,
And then when Gears 3 came out, everyone was complaining that they wanted to be like Gears 2, and that was the best.
yeah.
And then Gears 4 comes out, and then everybody's like, "Oh, Gears 3, this is crap to Gears 3 or whatever."
Yeah.
It seems like that's been a common theme since they've tried to extend the series, and you'll see that in most games. Really, there's very few games that don't do that, I guess. But when you look at it, like a video game is going to have a limited run because now it's changing because there's a lot more people playing games. Video games are more culturally accepted, but in the past, in the Gears 1, 2, and 3 days, the standard operating procedure would be, okay, we're gonna, these kids are gonna play the game, and then they're gonna get older, and then go off to college or get jobs, and then they're not gonna play it anymore. So we have to cater to the next people that were their age. So every it's kind of like music, every like 4 years, the high school, the freshman high school kids and the seniors are listening to different things,
So basically, you're
and
not trying to constantly be aiming at the same people, like literal people. You're trying
right,
to
like
aim
player
towards the
retention
age
to them.
market. Yeah.
Player retention was not emphasized in the past, but if you look at it in a modern perspective, if you cater to the kids, then you have to deal with their parents for buying things. Whereas if you cater to legacy people, those are the people that are buying the books and the comic books and the pops and the t-shirts. So I believe now it would be more advantageous for them to at least concentrate on making sure that the people that are sticking with the game feel important. Not so much that they that they are or whatever, but at least give an appearance that you're considering them in your decision
I
making
completely
process.
agree with that. I think that's missing right now. I agree.
Yeah, it totally is. It's hard, now that the people that were making decisions are gone. I think that the uncertainty of us not knowing who is making these decisions now is causing some anxiety within the community as well, because we all want Gears 6 to be the best Gears game ever.
Right.
But for all of us that have been going through this since, I'll say since after Judgment, and then from the announcement of UE, and now all of us are like, oh my God, the Gears is back. And then Gears 4 gets announced, and we're like, oh my God, this is going to be the best Gears game ever. And then, it was good, but it wasn't as good as what we wanted. And then for the rest of that time, we're like, Gears 5, they know what they're doing. It's going to be the greatest. And, we've gone through this over and over now.
Right.
So it's hard to have that same attitude for years and years and then to keep getting disappointed. I can't tell you how disappointing it was when we're sitting there at this TV studio, right? We're fucking gassed. All the pros are there. We're playing against the casters for the first time, and we're looking at it, and it's all the same game modes. It's the exact same. They don't even have Warzone and Dodgeball on the game, but it was on the game then. King of the Hill, all of those game modes, but no free for all. So, Node Zero and Dana were standing there, and Shadows was like, "So where's the free for all? Where's free for all?" He's like, "Oh, it's not on there," and just dropped it. And I swear it was like somebody let the air out of your tire, bro. It was like the energy just like
Just
deflated in the
went. Yeah.
room. And then we're like, "Is that 6 shots on the Nasher?" Yep, we're going with 6 shots on the Nasher. No explanation or anything. Just this is how it is. And it just, it felt like, man, who asked for this? Like,
So
out of everybody, who said, oh, the player base or even the pro players, who asked for this? Because, and then at the time it was 5v5 still.
mhm.
So it was easy to do the math. If you're in a clutch situation and you're playing execution or, Guardian even, and your leader's dead, you're the last one alive, and you have to fight 5 players, but you only have 6 shots in this weaker
Yeah. Right.
Nasher,
Right.
they've taken out the clutch potential unless you get a power weapon.
So
There's no way to clutch that.
something to add to that. It again brings me back to something I mentioned earlier. And I've only noticed this because I have like put it frame by frame in editing software to check because it sounds so minuscule, and it probably is. But when you're pulling the trigger on the Nasher and you fire, then you recock the gun, fire,
Hmm.
recock the gun, fire. In between the time you can fire, just from Gears 4, it's about, it could be like slightly out, but it's about 0.050 of a second slower on Gears 5 compared to Gears 4. That sounds like such a small amount of time, but I'm convinced you feel that every time you get into a Nasher fight because your Nasher just doesn't feel ready when you need it to be, even though it's such a small amount of time. But I do really want to get back to this topic, but first I'd like to answer the second question that I said I would. But I've had a note here for about 20 minutes to get back to this topic, so don't worry, we will. But the other question, should Gears of War 6 bring back the two tuning system from Gears of War 4?
No,
No.
no, 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 no. Remember what I was talking about? You gotta keep the dream alive. Okay, if you keep the dream alive that even you, Joe Schmo, sitting in your parents' bedroom playing on a TV, you can be pro. You just keep practicing. This is the same game the pros play. There's no reason you can't do it. That dream carries a lot of weight with a game. If somebody's feeling like, man, I'm playing like the, or even if you get a clip and it's with the other tuning, people are gonna be like, oh yeah, that clip's cool, but that wasn't in competitive tuning though.
Right.
You know it's coming. Like people
Oh,
are,
of course, of course.
that's coming. So you got to try to make everything as even as possible. And if it's just like if here we have these things called the YMCA, and it's kind of like a meme where because they got their own basketball league, okay. And it's very comparable. They got their little teams. They take it very seriously. And in their minds, they maybe make it to the NBA. I know, and me being older, it's complete nonsense that somebody from the Y is going to make it to the NBA. But the dream is there, and that's dream keeps people going in life.
Right.
When you're working your 9 to 5, but you're also in this basketball league, and you heard the stories that this one guy got scouted here someday. It's probably bullshit, but whatever. The dream of that motivates people to keep going. And having the ability to think in your mind, I can be pro at Gears of War. If I keep grinding it out, if I keep doing this, maybe I'll get noticed. And keeping that just that dream, I believe, is reason enough to keep the tuning, even though we suffer for it because if you gave the pros a Gears 3 style tuning, let's say, man, it would just be a mess. That those guys are so competent of team play, map position, support fire. If you give them Gears 3 Nasher on top of just the Lancer we have now, it's over. But
I've got
for
a
us as
question for
regular
that.
players, we can't do the clutching that used to be in Gears 3 anymore.
I've got a
We have
question.
to have help, that kind of stuff.
I've got a question for you on that though. You just talked about the Gears 3 Nasher, fair enough, that was strong. I'm not I'm not gonna deny that. And the Gears of War 3 Lancer also was strong. And then we moved from Gears 3 into the newer games, Gears 4, Gears 5. And we had so much feedback in terms of the Lancer that we were given from TC graphs to show this is the same across the board. This is the power. It's the same as Gears 3. Um, and it's true, the damage value, the characters have 600 health, and the bullets were doing 55 damage per bullet. It was true. It was the same. And it got me questioning, why is it so much different? And something nobody touched upon, I don't know whether it's because it didn't want to be mentioned or nobody noticed, but Hypewall, who's in the chat, he tested this for me recently because I don't have an Xbox anymore. But he went on to Gears 3 and I asked him to just record himself expiring a full Lancer clip into the wall because I wanted to time it. And I don't know if it's down to mechanically different or frame rate different. That Lancer, I think it's firing 30 or 40 bullets, I don't remember. That Lancer fired those bullets about 0.5, 0.6 seconds slower than what you can now do on Gears 4 and 5. So, whilst that damage is the same, as the older game, you can fire those bullets so much faster, which I think makes it more damaging, more punishing, and
Oh, for sure.
ultimately,
That's definitely a frame rate issue.
and
Has
ultimately
to be.
why people feel that it's too powerful now. Because if you got that same damage, which used to be, it was powerful, but it was manageable. If you then speed up the way those bullets get fired, whether intentionally or not, whether it be deliberately or due to FPS, regardless of that, they are firing faster. That needs to be considered when making the game. And if it is a case of it is just FPS, simply slow down the rate of fire of the Lancer, keep the damage values the same, and then you don't need to start nerfing the Lancer. You just need to make it fire the same as the old one did, where people could manage it. Would you agree with that?
If that would do it, though, if that would actually fix it, because it might be you slow it down, and then what happens is the other one is just slower still. So how
Um,
could you balance it? You maybe if they could link it to actual high ping number, and then assign like if a player has a certain ping, their
right,
gun could
so
shoot a little faster, maybe.
I would.
But
I know this sounds like a bad thing, but I would base it off how it functions on LAN. I wouldn't be trying to tune it based on internet, which I know it might be seen as a silly thing to do because the majority of people are playing it over the internet. But only on LAN can you know what the good damage value would be because you could be playing on 20 ping and not really notice you're on 20 ping versus LAN. Like, don't, I'm going to get so much backlash for that. I know LAN is perfect, I get that, but 20 ping or around that isn't bad. So you could be playing on a good tune that's based on LAN. So what I think they could do, and what they should do, in my opinion, slow down the rate of fire for the Lancer and also buff the Lancer. I think put it back to the 55 damage per shot and slow down the rate of fire, and that, in my opinion, should feel very similar to the Gears 3 Lancer. I'm seeing Terry talking about the active and stopping power of the Gears 3 Lancer. That's true. The active, I was. I don't want to say too much because again I'm not naming people, but there was a time where I was talking to a developer um, and I asked for actives to be removed on all loadout guns, and I felt that that was needed because the Lancer was just so powerful. It was after saying that and that change being made that I found out that the Lancer fired that much slower. So maybe it could be relooked at to add active power back. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if it's a bad thing. That'd be for discussion, but I think the starting point absolutely is slowing down the rate of fire of it, increasing the damage back of it to what it used to be, and then from there, who knows? But I think it should be one step at a time, not just massive changes. It shouldn't be a case of, oh, let's buff it, let's put the rate of fire down, also add stopping power and actives. That's too many variables that if something doesn't feel right, you don't know what the issue is. Do it one step at a time and figure it out internally or whatever. Bring people in who understand how to, well, it is, who understand how to abuse the mechanics of the game. So whether that be a pro, because whilst when I'm using the word abuse, I don't mean cheating. I mean they're going to use whatever's in the game to the best of their ability to
right.
have the advantage. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if you bring those people in to test to see how good or bad it feels, that's when you're going to know is there an issue, is there not? So, in my opinion, that's what it should be. Also, Gears 3 with an active shot faster, I believe. I might be wrong on that. I'm sure it did with Gears 5. I don't know the answer to that. I don't want
I
to
think the rate of
mess it up.
fire, but um, I think they have to have something in for actives though. It's part of the Gears legacy, really.
Hmm.
It doesn't necessarily have to be damage though. I believe they could do like a tighter accuracy because there's a
Okay.
lot of
Less
a lot of
bloom.
movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, like less bloom would be good. Possibly starting or stopping power on the Nasher if you're active to where if somebody's in your face, they're not close enough to get one shotted. then if you're active, maybe if you can have stopping power, it gives you that 1 second to get out of the way to before they just body you, which just happens a lot.
So stopping
Um,
power, I know that was something that was heavily disliked on the Gears 3 Lancer, so I don't know if
hmm
that would be the answer. But what you just said there
Well, no,
about,
on the Nasher though, not
yeah,
on the Lancer.
yeah, on the Nasher, I don't know if that is the answer, but the situation you just explained there is part of the frustration to why I even looked in the first place. Remember I said earlier about the time it takes between Nasher shots? So you could shoot somebody with a Nasher who is one step outside of gib range. They have enough space to get into your face before you can next pull the trigger again, because it takes that little bit too long for your Nasher to fire. I think if your Nasher could fire again that little bit quicker, you could still get them. And I think that would be a way of getting away with not adding stopping power. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds great. Like
Yeah.
if you activate it, your rate of fire goes up a little bit.
I wasn't even so much thinking of actives, but yeah, I guess. I remember, the old developer streams. Um, when Gears still had actives on loadout weapons, this was a topic of discussion. And the developer who was answering the question said something on the lines of, when somebody who doesn't understand the game is watching the game, whether I don't know if they're talking about a tournament on Twitch or whatever, but when somebody who doesn't understand the game is watching it, they're seeing these people running out of spawn, wasting like 3 bullets of their gun into
Yeah.
a wall, and people are like, well, why are you doing that? As a Gears player, you get exactly what they're doing. But I understand as someone who doesn't understand the game, it does look weird, but I don't know how much I'd want to tweak a game just to keep a Twitch viewer happy and understanding what's going on. Um, I personally wouldn't make any changes to the game just to keep a Twitch viewer happy who doesn't understand what's going on, because I think if that viewer was interested, they could learn what was going on. But I think tuning wise, the active needed to be removed because the tunings were just wild. Everything was just way too powerful. Um,
Well, as far as the Twitch viewership goes, that's a tricky one, and it goes back to the Monopoly thing that we talked about because there's no other game like this. And one story that comes to mind is when I first got my Xbox One. Um, Jennifer's brother, he lives here in St. Louis, and he had it before I did, and I was over at his house playing Gear UE. Like I was over at his house playing it, and he and his friend played Halo, all the time, and Call of Duty. So I was like, oh man, let me play Gears or whatever, and we talked about it. So then I get my Xbox and I tell them like, hey, why don't you guys try Gears with me, And his friend says, man, I saw the game and it just looks like you guys are just swinging your camera around. I don't understand what's going on.
right,
Like you're shooting over here and the bullets are over there, and I'm trying to rifle everyone because he played Call of Duty.
right.
So there's the disconnect of the mechanics of the game and the roles of the weapons. I believe since this is the only game in town, they're not exposed to it. Whereas if you play, let's say you play Call of Duty, right? Well, then you find out, oh, there's this game called Battlefield, and then you play that, and it's like so similar that you can figure it out. And then it's like, oh, Halo, okay, I'll play that. And it's a little different, but it's still similar enough, like mechanic wise, that you can transfer game to game to game. Well, since Gears of War is the only one, there's no other way to be exposed to this except for Gears of War. That's it. And if you're used to playing these other games and you come in and you see Gears of War and it does look like the camera's swinging around, and like Macaroon, for instance, when I had her play the game, she got motion sickness from playing the game.
Oh wow. Okay.
And I believe that people that watch Twitch also will have a similar, some will have a similar experience by seeing too much crazy bouncing. And I think that the coalition was aware of this, and I think that that's why they tried to slow the game down a little bit. Um, Gears of like Quake, just a really high skill ceiling. You can put people off. I used to play Quake back in the day.
I have not
Uh,
played, so I can't answer that one. I don't know.
it's like a first person sci-fi
Oh, I
type,
know what
like
it is. I just never
Doom.
played it.
It's the same as the rest of them, though. It's that mechanic is the same. And I just remember one thing with the first time I played Gears of War One, it was apparent to me, and I immediately thought in my mind that we are going to see 100 more games just like this. This mechanic is so good. This game is so fun.
Mhm.
And I waited. I remember the first game that came out that I thought this is the new Gears. It was a game called Army of Two.
That's a great game. Great game.
And I got it, and I'm like me and my at that time my kid was very young, and we played split screen Gears of War One, and then it was either we played Gears of War Two split screen and then Army of Two, or I can't remember like when it came out, if it was before or after Gears Two, but I remember getting that. I came home like, you ready? We're gonna play a split screen, and it was a good game, but it doesn't have wall bouncing.
Hmm.
you
Yeah.
know, like the smooth flow of the game wasn't there. It was just the clunky standard third person,
Yeah, it just feels like a generic third person game. I understand that.
right. And it was fun, and I had fun playing with my kid and all, but it was not Gears of War. It didn't have that. It wasn't Gears of War.
I know
And then
exactly what you
I
mean.
was so disappointed, man. Like, and if I would have just played it on its own, I probably would have been like, "Oh, it's a great game" or whatever. But in context of having a game like Gears of War where you're flowing around, it didn't have it. And then I waited and waited, and nothing ever came out. It was just Gears of War, and
So,
I never understood why until I learned about trademarking game mechanics.
so what you've just said there, I think perfectly answers, in my opinion at least, why a lot of people seem to feel like Gears 5 is just a standard generic game. So you've just said to me that you think that TC recognized that some people could view Gears 5 and see all this movement that they either didn't understand or didn't like to see. So they've tried to limit how much that could happen. But in doing so, they have essentially made the game feel very similar to how every other generic third person shooter game feels. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, they definitely changed some of the elements to be more familiar
Hmm.
to people that played this, other games.
Right.
Uh, e- Especially probably, I don't know, because even in the Gears of War One campaign, do you remember how long it took to get a Nasher?
Oh yeah.
Because if I'm correct, the first time you can get a Nasher is where
The first Grenadier, isn't it?
yeah, he comes
Yeah.
out of the door. There's like five doors, and in like a half circle area. I forget what the level was exactly, but it was
No idea.
they revisited it in Gears of
I
War
know what you mean. You're defending
4.
somewhere. You're defending a place. I forget the
Yeah,
name of all the stuff. No, I know what
and
you
if
mean.
I remember like I'd want to get a Nasher right away, and I would
Hmm.
go over to that right side, and the Grenadier comes out of that right
Yeah.
side, and once I got that Nasher, I was good. But up until that point, you had gone through several levels of lancering everyone.
Hmm.
Now that is an absolute disconnect from the Nasher
The
heavy
House of Sovereigns.
PvP.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, that's the first time you get a snipe even before you get that Nasher. So you know, and I remember at that time multiplayer on all games was kind of a second thought. It was just an add-on
Did
type
you,
thing.
sorry
It
to
wasn't.
interrupt, but did you know Gears of War 1 was never intentionally going to have a multiplayer until just right before the release?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I
Yeah,
didn't know. I don't know
yeah,
the exact story of it, but
yeah.
I remember that being
It was
familiar.
a last thought edition. Like, it was just going to be a story. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
They wait, Terry said they wanted Gears 5 to be more rifle focused at launch. I
That's
believe
true.
that.
I know they did. I remember that. Um,
You
Gears.
can always tell the new players too because they'll be lancering the whole time, like standing out in the middle of a lane, just lancering.
So,
Uh,
to go back to answer the question, no, I don't want to see two tunings for Gears 6, but there's a few reasons why. But for me, I don't want to see two tunings because you can call it what you want. You can call it core or competitive, or you can call it skillful, not skillful. To be honest, that's how I'm going to view it. And I don't see why there should be anything in the game to help a non skillful. I'm very limited on how I think you should be helping a new player or an unskilled player. I'm not saying they should be punished at every turn, but I think that if they want to get enjoyment from the game, they should earn that enjoyment by improving, not by the game being made differently so that they don't need to put the time into improving.
Well,
Um,
it's definitely the easy way out is what they did,
mhm.
as opposed to like taking responsibility and saying we as developers have to be able to show people that how to play the game
Yeah.
through what we talked about earlier with a real boot camp type thing, or what I tweeted was instead of having the dev stream just be a constant barrage of where's the skins, where's my
Oh,
skins.
that got so
you know
tedious.
they could have like let's say they bring in someone, a guest, a pro or a content creator, where people ask questions and the content creator is actually demonstrating this is how
How
you
to
back
do
A.
it? Yeah, yeah,
This is the scenario where you would utilize this technique,
yeah.
and then just show it over and over again. And then people would say, ask a question. Well, how's it work on this cover? How's it work on that cover? How is it better on the right side, on the left side? Like,
So
things like that. That would really help, and it would get a lot of engagement as opposed to just, what's a new character coming out?
of course,
Where's this Black Steel, this and that?
I don't
I
know
can
if you
imagine why they didn't want to keep doing those dev streams.
I don't know if you watched all the dev streams or not, but personally I did. There was one that stands out because it was absolutely fantastic.
Wait, let me
um,
guess. Let me guess. Let me guess.
yeah,
Was it the one where they brought the guy in that made the maps?
it was, yes. And
Yeah,
they
yeah.
showed the breakdown of how the map was built from start to finish, and more importantly, in my opinion at least, I learned from that how cover worked, and you can see around the map you've got all these so many cover boxes where you can take cover. And seeing that, I understood how it worked just from viewing that. Even though I felt like I understood gears to a high level, I still learned from seeing that. So if you've got people who have all this information that can help people, regardless of how much they think they know or how little they know, there's still information there to learn. And that stream for me, I remember that 'cause it was just brilliant. Um, so yeah, absolutely. I do think that what you're saying could work.
Well, that's one of my biggest criticisms to the coalition is this. They are so unaware of content, and it's apparent if you watch those dev streams. Like their dev streams were, you would think them being a major developer, Microsoft funded, they would have their own alerts, they would have a good camera, they would have real microphones, everything would work every time, and it would be more of a more of somebody that is charismatic on the camera, as opposed to, not that Dana wasn't. I love Dana, I
Oh, he's
love the guy.
fantastic. I missed him.
But it was every week was amateur hour over there. And it's like, how do you not have someone on staff that is an experienced content person? Somebody that you can go to and say, hey, we're thinking of implementing this in the game. How will this affect the content?
Uh-huh.
And then have that person involved in the dev streams as well, setting it up, making sure everything's running right, the OBS, they have their own alerts, do whatever, like a normal stream, as opposed to a glorified Skype call with a bunch of people asking for skins all the time. Like
That got
it,
so annoying. I felt
I
sorry for
know it
Dana.
makes me not want to watch. One thing, before we'll move on after this, but
Yeah.
I don't know if how aware you are of what goes on in Latin America, but have you ever seen the
Nothing.
esports show that they put on?
No. No.
It is unbelievable. They have like four, yeah, they have like good-looking young guys, and then they got like a girl on there, and then they have a bunch of like high production value, so
Oh, you
high,
mean on
man.
Twitch?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, like
yes, I do know what you mean. I think it's something completely different.
man,
Yeah, I
it
know what you
is
mean.
it is unbelievable the amount of attention to detail and how fun it looks, and they're all like, young people fucking having a great time. And then you turn on the American one, and no hate to Blaze and PR, all right? Like I love those guys, but they're literally sitting behind a fucking brick wall, and it's just
Right.
these two guys in front of a computer. I mean, the difference is so apparent. And I just think, man, if the Gears of War US was run like the Latin American one, how much different it would be to have like not that I know Guy Blaze and PR. I know that
Oh,
they
I know you're not bashing them. You just more
right,
talking about
and
the
I know they're
funding of the
streamers,
presentation. Yeah.
and they're casters though. I consider them casters who stream as opposed to like having content creators on the stream, which is what the Latin Americans seem to do. I wish I could understand what they're saying, but they're always laughing, having fun, clowning around. They're in the same room together. And it has this vibe of just like new and exciting and fresh. Whereas the Americans is just like, oh, it's the same old guys, and they're in the basement. It looks like, and it's just like a
Oh
stereotype
no.
of, you know what I mean? It's just not the same,
I get the point you're making. Yeah.
and why is that? Why is the production value so different? Who makes those decisions? Why is the coalition dev stream so just dreary and it's like a meme all the time, and then after that's over we're like, man, they didn't say anything,
I
it's the
want
same
to.
old stuff.
I just want to say something to that. I, I want to avoid using names, but I'm using this name because it's a positive, not a negative. Dana was, in my opinion, just unbelievably good in that position because he was a community manager who you could tell cared about the community. And I know that because even after he no longer works on the game, no longer works for the company, he still talks to us. And that's what you want from someone in that position, someone who cares. But I think part of it, at first, you could sort of get the feeling that there was a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, a lot of negativity from the community and whatever else. And then I think it was Operation 4, where they released a tune that was very popular, went down with the community great. And the whole response that the Coalition were getting on social media was much better than what they previously had. And I remember one stream, you know how when you're playing a game and it's like one more game, you're enjoying yourself, you just don't want to go off? There was one stream where Dana, I'm sure he let it run on for like 20, 30 minutes after he said he was going to finish because you could tell he was enjoying himself. You could tell he was having, not so much a laugh, but he was enjoying interacting with the chat. He was enjoying the conversation. I think when well, obviously, I'm not just like making this up. If you're getting a lot of positivity, you're gonna want to stick around with it. Obviously, I know this sounds so hypocritical coming from me, like one of the most negative people right now, but I think that showed through in that one stream. It's memorable for me. So going back to their streams, I think yeah, it could have been organized better. Um, but a lot of it, there's only so much you can do with dev stream where you've got people asking you questions where 99% of the chat is asking for a skin. And that comes back to something I've said a few times where, yes, you can ask all these things from the developers, but if the people who are playing the game or asking for certain things, well, if these people are idiots asking for stupid shit, you're going to get stupid shit in the end. And when they get it, they realize, hang on, this isn't really very good. It's like, well, that's what you asked for. And that kind of leads me on to I do, in a lot of sense, feel sorry for TC. Don't get me wrong, I think they've done a lot of it to themselves. I really do. But look at the maps. Um, I don't know the exact amount, but Gears 5 has so many remakes in it from maps from previous games. And you have people always complaining, like, oh, I've been on this map how many times? So then you see people, no more remakes. And then for every person who says no more remakes, you've got one other person saying, bring back River, bring back Blood Drive, bring back whatever. So as TC getting all that feedback, you've got pretty much 50-50 saying do, don't. What do you do? In that situation, you cannot make a good decision because the community don't know what they want. They're asking for stupid stuff. And as a community, you just need to decide, do you want a new experience? Do you want a nostalgic experience? What do you want? And
Well, what's unfortunate about that is when I don't want to say like, look, any company, if they're given an easy way to do something, they
Right.
will do it.
Of course, of
And
course.
if they can even say, oh well, the community wanted this, even though it was a just a vocal minority, but a vocal one. If they can just use that as a way to explain, well, this is why we did it is because of this, because yeah, they have to remake the map, but the groundwork is done. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of stuff that's already done because they're remaking the map. And as a company, it's just it would make sense because they don't have to spend the extra resources on the initial development phase.
I understand that, but if that's the
And
case,
I don't think that they should bring any remakes back at all.
in that
By the way,
case, it makes me question: should Gears of Five, what is the matter with me? I can't talk. Should Gears 5 have been made? And I don't mean that in a toxic, hating way. Consider this: if the idea is to put as little effort in as possible, or to find an easier way, why not sort of expand on Gears 4, and rather than being seen as adding in um, old maps to be lazy, why not be seen as being productive by keeping Gears 4 and creating an expansion with the new maps that you intend to put into Gears 5, sell those, and people will buy them. Like, not so much nowadays, but I personally think the DLC plan now is different to how I'd like to see it. But maps are free now. I'd
well, they
like to.
have to be. They
Yeah, but
have to be
why though?
because of the player base.
How do you mean?
Well, like for instance, when I will play like the older Gears games, I'll try to stream them, and there'll always be one viewer that doesn't have the map packs,
Right.
and then we're stuck on the crap maps, and then only, and it's a bad look too because you don't really want to have that level of inequality in a game because it just so happens little Bobby mom won't give him the $10 for the map, and now he's got to go to school and all the kids are going to be making fun of him, and it just puts a barrier to play. So I don't think that they can do the maps on the DLC, but I think that they should consider that more people will play a campaign DLC than they think.
That's
And
true.
I don't mind paying $20 for like the High Busters. It was great. It was
That was very
fun.
good, yeah.
It felt like a Gears. It felt more Gears to me than the campaign did. With the river raft, we had a little vehicle stuff. You could snipe off the raft, and then we had the environment happening. We had kind of a good story going. It felt really good, and I won't don't mind paying extra for that. And with the Game Pass model, I'm sure wasn't it. I think it was free actually, wasn't it, for Game Pass? Can't remember if I actually owned that or not. But
I
anyway,
don't.
you can't
Yes,
do
it was.
the
Yeah.
because that what that's actually another point about the DLC for what you're saying, like for maps. If you were a Game Pass person, you would automatically have them. So I don't know. Maybe there could be a place to bring that model back because the Game Pass you would get them anyway if you had Game Pass, but you could
Yeah.
choose to buy them if you wanted to.
I just want to answer.
Maybe that would
I
work.
just want to answer Terry. Yeah. So I was kind of saying. I know this is difficult with the fact there's a campaign, but I feel like Gears 5 could have just been a Gears of War 4 expansion, and
Unless they're using Gears of War 5 as the launching for Gears of War 6. So they couldn't like build off of because Gears of War 4, I believe a lot of that work was done by Epic and then they passed it to the Coalition
oh
to work
really?
on. Yeah, you never
Oh,
heard that?
I did not know that. No,
Yeah, supposedly Epic is the ones that did like the initial. I don't know. Terry might know more about this than I do, but
that's
I
interesting. I
believe
didn't know
that they were given work in progress
that.
for
Okay.
Gears 4, but and then Gears 5 is completely done by the Coalition.
Well, if that's the
Uh,
case, then my point's invalid, and I shouldn't continue it. Um,
but they're definitely used both as betas, at least for weapon tuning and stuff.
okay, so I'm gonna like leave my last point and go from that. Because I've
All
been
right.
trying to find a way of returning to this point for about 50 minutes.
You look for that segue.
Yeah, have a drink. Before the giveaway, which that was 50 minutes ago, we were talking about the tuning um, and it being new player friendly. Gears 4, obviously, it had the split of core and competitive. Um, in my opinion, they used the entirety of Gears 4's lifespan, which is about 2 years, getting feedback and using the competitive beta tunings as a way of getting feedback, making changes, see what worked, what didn't. Um, Gears War 4's competitive 2.8 beta, that tuning, I've never seen a tuning get such good praise. It was brilliant, and it felt like they'd used the entirety of Gears 4 as a beta to get to that point. They had perfect feedback. They'd reached what was near as damn it a perfect tuning. Um, then there's kind of the hope that they've learned from that now. They've got this pretty much perfect base to build from for Gears 5. And then Gears 5 comes out, that entire tuning vanishes, and we get the tuning that no one liked. Everything was overpowered. We had all these aim assists. Now, you said before that they focused Gears 5 towards esports, but I maintain that they made it new player friendly. So I ask you, if they made it for esports, why would they scrap a competitive 2.8 beta that was getting such good feedback for a powerful tuner with aim assists? What's the logic in esports for that?
Well, I think that seems like a one person who was in charge decision, and they didn't exactly consider the other people's opinions on it. And you know, I'd have to assume it would be like Note Zero, the guy with the charts, you know, the guy that was making excuses for everything that we were complaining about. He was the first one to come out and explain scientifically why he was correct, you know, and that type of attitude, like, you know, and I saw it firsthand when he was like, "No, there's no free for all," and you know, just dismissing it and not explaining it, you know, just the dismissiveness of it,
I understand.
it it felt, you know, just kind of, you know, I don't know for sure, but it just kind of felt that way. And I believe that he, in his mind, was doing what he thought was best for the game.
Of course, he probably will. I'm sure he had fantastic intention, but
But it
it's
was
just,
at the expense, though, of not listening to the people around him,
yeah, of course.
which makes it wrong. You know, like it's great to want to do what's right, but if you don't consider everybody around you, especially the people that are most qualified to tell you these things, uh, you know, you're going to run into problems. And it's something like I promise you, there was nobody in esports said, "Hey, I think we'd rather have 6 shots in the Nasher." I don't believe that for a
No,
second.
nor do I. It was awful.
So whoever came up with that is the same person that came up with the rest of this crazy stuff. You know, the extra aim assist settings and you know, one other thing though, I'm kind of curious to know what you'd have to say about this.
Yeah, go for it.
Um, how do you feel about mouse and keyboard being so different as far as like sensitivity goes?
I'd like to answer that, but I think there's a few points, so give me a minute 'cause I'm going to break it down a bit. The question of mouse and keyboard, I think it goes beyond that because I see a lot of people not so much talking about mouse and keyboard, but more the sense of crossplay. Um, I think that crossplay is not an issue. Reason for that, if somebody's still on a console from how old's the Xbox original Xbox One now, like 7, 8 years ish. If
Yeah.
someone's on Gen now, I'm controller. If someone's still on that, they are on old generation hardware. The gaming community cannot stop just because somebody is either unable or unwilling to upgrade to newer technology. So the point is that a console which The new Xbox can go against an original Xbox One. That would crossplay wouldn't make any difference between that. That would still count as the Xbox console. So the new Xbox has the power of some very high-end computers now. Um, so then you've got to look at, is that unfair on the original Xbox One user to be against the new Xbox user? The answer to that is, if it's unfair against the computer, then yes, it's the exact same point. So for me, that in itself is the reason why crossplay shouldn't even be a talking point anymore, because Xboxes outperform Xboxes, so do PCs. But also, then you could be looking at the new Xbox against a good PC. Yeah, PCs are still going to run a lot harder than that Xbox, but there becomes a limit where that is kind of pointless, because personally, I've got an extremely powerful computer, but I am never tanking 100% CPU, 100% GPU all the time. I have the resources on my computer to do what it needs to do, and anything else in the background, it's just there. Like, usually, if I'm playing Gears, I've got cores idle, asleep, not doing anything, and they wake up if I need them. So just because I've got something really powerful over an Xbox, it doesn't mean it's being used. All it needs to do is run the game. If I can run the game and you on an Xbox can run the game, then we're level. So to then come back to the mouse and keyboard, yes, a mouse is a lot faster, a lot more accurate than a controller. I personally, I have tried a lot of times keyboard and mouse. I cannot do it. I find it way too difficult. But again, I don't feel that that should be a factor for crossplay, because whilst I accept pretty much no one would do it, it's still available, so it shouldn't be a factor. You can, in theory, plug a keyboard and mouse into your Xbox and play keyboard and mouse on console. So if you were to have crossplay enabled, you could still get against keyboard and mouse players. So that, in my opinion, is another reason why you don't need the crossplay split.
Well,
So
this is this was I'm not advocating for no crossplay. I think crossplay is fine.
yeah,
What I'd like to see though, and every time I bring this up, it's like, oh no, there's no way that they would put up with this.
it
But
should be
it
input
seems to
based
me,
matchmaking.
well, no, not even like I want to have, you know how when you go to your sensitivity, you get to go from 0 to 30, and that's it, right? Why can a mouse spin faster than 30 on a controller?
Say that again.
So when you're on controller, you go to your settings, right? And you can
Yeah,
set your sensitivity from 0 to 30.
yeah,
You set it on 30 and you can spin in a certain amount of a certain speed, and that
yeah,
is
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Well, a mouse speed spins around so fast, like way faster than
No,
that.
I agree.
Why is that? Like, why can't that be set to 0 to 30, the same as a controller?
Because with a mouse, you can have external control over it. You've got your DPI, and I get your point completely, and I don't know how you would control that. I haven't got an actual answer. I don't know, but I'm just looking at ways to mitigate the frustration that people see, because I do understand it, and I think the only viable way is something that Call of Duty recently done. I say recently, like within the last few years, and it is input based matchmaking, whereby if you're using a keyboard and mouse, you are locked to a keyboard and mouse. You can't switch to controller, and vice versa. If you've got a controller plugged in, when you start searching, you are locked to control, and you can't start using your keyboard and mouse. Um, and a way around that, which people might be thinking, oh, you could get in that way. If you were to join a friend, you're still locked. Like, if somebody is on keyboard and mouse, you get into a keyboard and mouse lobby, and the controller player has to be like, okay, I'm putting myself into a situation where I could be against keyboard and mouse here. Am I willing to do that? Yes or no? And then it gives that element of choice. Whereas right now, they're both mixed in together and nobody can do anything about it. But the problem I see is, I think it's something that TC have to be aware of. It's quite obvious that there's an advantage in terms of speed and accuracy with a mouse. But
What
I
is what
think,
is DPI? What is
I
DPI?
don't know what it stands for, but imagine it as your sensitivity. It's kind of like how many pixels you can cover on your screen in a certain swing of the mouse. Like, if I
Okay.
move my mouse now, it could take, like, I don't know, point 0.1 of a second to get from one side to the other. If I lower my DPI, it could take a second to get from one side to the other. If you increase it, you could do it in a nanosecond. It's basically like how much distance your mouse covers in a set time. I don't know what it stands
Mm.
for. I'm guessing Terry probably knows.
And then the other thing that comes to mind was from the other day on that on the Facebook group. I saw a guy that he posted that he had just discovered single stick movement, and I wrote a comment on there and I said, hey, that's in there for disabled people. That's not really in there for normal people to use,
Right.
And then like there was a couple people that didn't think that they thought it's fine to use that, but I don't know, man. I don't know if that's fine, and I don't know how far to go with controller schemes either. I know you can switch your buttons around and stuff, um, but I do know. I remember I've seen this guy. I can't remember his name, but he was on Twitter and he played Gears with one hand because his other hand, I don't know what happened to it, but he could
I
play with one
think I've
hand
seen
by.
that. I think
Have you seen that guy?
I'm
Like,
pretty sure.
and
Yeah.
then Xbox has that controller for disabled people, which I have not seen any Gears person pick one of those up and play with it. But I'm assuming that it could probably be abused in some way on Gears to get some competitive advantage just by using that controller. I don't know how, but there's foot pedals as well.
Mhm.
Uh, there's many different things, but in the game when you see someone on a mouse and they're like, and then the people using macros where I've seen like you can push a button.
Macros are something that do cause a bit more of a problem. I agree with that. Control Height Wall says DPI is dots per inch. I don't actually know the
Oh,
answer. It sounds like it could be, but I don't know. It probably is. Um, as for what you're talking about with single stick, it's not something I use. I have heard people say it's an advantage, but I think this is certainly a grey area where I kind of don't really have an opinion to give. And if I did, I'd want to be extremely careful on it because you just said yourself there that it's for people who are disabled. And obviously, gaming, everyone wants to be able to enjoy a game. So if somebody who is disabled needs single stick in order to be able to physically play the game, then I can understand why that's there. But also, you have to look at how much something like that can impact the game. So this is trying to find a balance there, and I don't know where that balance would be. I don't want to even give a thought on it. But look at the new Forza Horizon 5. There is there are assists in that game so powerful that people have been AFKing with just their trigger held down, and the car is literally driving itself, winning races, and they're getting a bunch of money just like not even being there. That's how assisted the game has become. So you need to find a balance between inclusiveness and outright exploitation of a game. I don't know how. And if having single stick is the only way some people can play the game, then yeah, it probably just needs to stay there for those people. But I don't know. That is a tough one. I don't know what's best for that. I haven't got an answer.
speaking of that Forza, I played it. It was kind of fun as a driving game, but I kept getting the feeling like I was in a car commercial the whole time.
Right, okay.
I mean, it was real bad. Like, and I get it. A kid wants to be in a Lambo and Ferrari or whatever, but the way they would focus on the brand names and just the camera angles and stuff, it was so patronizing, I guess would be the word for it. But it was okay. I'm not a big racing guy. I'm not really into cars because I have to drive in real life, so it's like I don't really want to drive a car in a game, but
Right, okay.
it was good. It was fun, It was okay.
But in terms of the sister, you get what I'm saying in terms of you
Yeah.
need to find that balance, yeah. Um, I'd like to do the second giveaway now. It's been another hour and
I
ten
think
minutes.
Jen left. I
Oh,
think
is she Jen left, has she?
she had to go to work. Yeah, she'll be back
Oh
though in
no,
like 30 minutes.
Jen's right there.
Jen, are you gone?
Jen, would you like to do the giveaway, or what would you want to
Oh
do?
wait, she is here.
She is,
Are
yeah.
you coming?
Okay, we'll do it quickly before
Yeah, I
Jen
think I heard
goes.
her hollering from downstairs.
Yeah, okay. Um, oh, that's my controller, not my bottom. Um, that can be the keyword. Don't know why. The word to type in chat is bottom. Don't ask. And we'll pick at random somebody to win a $15 gift card for Xbox. Um, kindly donated by Love Macaroon. Thank you. And let's get a bunch of bottoms in the chat.
Hey, make sure to click on me and
everybody's
Macaroon and take
everybody's.
us out of it, okay?
Oh right, okay.
You understand? Like, click the little eye where
Yeah,
it's filled, and then, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so
Because
far
then,
it's a
you know,
so far it's just 50-50. Come on.
type in the chat.
Nobody wants to
Type in
type
the chat.
bottom. No.
Let's just do your next question, and then at the end
Yeah,
we'll just pick
okay,
it.
no problem. I don't really know where to go from there because I know things I've typed in here, but I've kind of not followed this at all. Hi Regan, we've talked about quite a lot to be honest. Just to let you know, to give you the chance of winning a gift card right now, if you type bottom in chat, that you entered into the draw. um, hmm. Now you see, we've covered the 2.8 base, which I think was a big gripe for me, like the fact they just dismissed all that.
How was your faith in the that they've gotten rid of so many people that were in charge?
Oh,
What?
you trying to
How do you?
get me banned here or something?
How are you? No. How do you feel? Are you confident that the people that they're going to bring in? Because this is what I was talking about earlier. Remember when I was telling you that there's this whole other things that are involved with the Gears besides the game, which is the merchandise and the lore and all of that. I have to assume that the people at Microsoft are because they're getting paid to do what we're talking about. Like these guys are making their job is to make this game successful. So they're looking at this and
Okay,
wait, where's
let me answer this in a way that. Okay, I want to be somewhat careful here. I don't think the answer is firing and hiring. I think the answer is learning and listening. And with that, obviously, I know I am not the only person who talks about Gears. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to give this answer from literally my perspective, and everyone else has theirs. Um, I think a good thing to look at is shot delay. Now, I say this because imagine that myself, this sounds so arrogant, please understand this is nothing more than an example. Imagine that myself is a parent and TC is a toddler next to me. I'm in the kitchen cooking, or I've just finished cooking, and I can see on the top of the oven that there's a thermometer that says the oven at the bottom is still really hot. So, because you want what's best for your toddler, you say, don't touch that, otherwise you'll burn yourself. And the equivalent of that in sense of this is me saying to TC, I can see what the outcome of this is going to be. Don't add shot delay. Um, but the toddler has either arrogance, which might be weird as a toddler, or general curiosity, or thinks they know right. So, irrespective of the warning you just give them, they go and put their hand right on that oven and burn themselves. And you're sat there like, why did you do that? But you care about that toddler. You don't want that toddler to be hurt. So you try and find a way to make it better. So you're there repeatedly telling that toddler, put your hand on the water, take the heat out of it. But the toddler either feels silly or doesn't want to admit they were wrong and refuses. So they stand there in pain, just not helping themselves. So because you don't want to see that pain continue, you continue to say, put your hand on the water, remove shock delay. And it goes on and on and on. And then you get to the point in terms of TC where they are like, right, we're reconsidering the tuning. And see that as a toddler putting their hand underwater, finally giving themselves a chance to stop the damage that the burn's done. And then after they've done that, imagine the outcome of the tuning being what the toddler does after they've stopped the burn on their hand after it's been underwater. What they should have done if they learned anything was completely remove shock delay. But the equivalent of what they did with keeping shock delay in at a reduced amount was them running their hand underwater and going straight away and putting their hand back on that oven and burning themselves again. And A toddler wouldn't do that because they'd learn that hurt. That wasn't a good idea. But you have to
Wait, wait, wait,
ask.
wait. You got to take in consideration another scenario. Imagine that the toddler also has an older brother, and when you're not telling them to don't touch the fire, the older brother is saying it is so much fun to touch that fire,
Well,
and that older brother is putting an influence on the toddler.
yeah,
Okay,
maybe for the first
and
time. For the
well,
first time. Yeah, but, no, but come on. If the first time, if the older brother's being like, yeah, go do it, and then a dad's there saying, don't do it, there might be a reason for why he'd still do it. But then once
there's a
he's
lot of
realised,
influence that can happen.
yeah, I get that. But once you've just been burned, and once you've finally ran your hand under water to take the heat away, you learn, even as a toddler, don't touch that. It's a bad idea. So if your brother was to come up to you and say, put your hand on the oven again, you'd be like, no, it hurts. A toddler would know that. A toddler would learn. But TC with the tuning, they still refused to remove shot delay. They
Well,
did not learn the damage that it caused. So you asked me what faith I've got in the new team fixing it. I have none because they've still not learned from a mistake they made nearly a year ago.
Well, how about this though? Instead of looking at TC as a monolith, imagine that the current shot delay, which is a little less than it was
Hmm.
initially when they put it in,
Hmm.
imagine if that's actually just a compromise between two sides. One arguing that they should get rid of it, and the other one saying it should be more for whatever reason, like an internal thing.
Because
So as a compromise, they make it a little less, and then
because
they wait
because
to
that can
see
never
which side
work.
wins.
That can never work. And I've said all along, going back to Gears 4 with the split tuning for core and competitive, all along I've said um, there is no middle ground. Either you have X view or Y view. There isn't X.5. There is no middle ground. Either you like something or you don't. If you add a small amount of it, then the person who doesn't want it to be there will not like the feel of it. If you add a small amount of it, but the person who does want it to be there, there isn't enough of it. So neither side is happy. So trying to find a compromise in the middle to try and keep both sides happy actually keeps neither side happy. And that is the state we're in now with this game because it feels like every part of it is a compromise. And neither side likes the middle ground. You need to pick either we're going with this or we're going with this. So if you're going to
Harry
pick,
thinks it's from Airback A is why they
it
pulled
is
it
that
out.
no, it
Do you think
is
so?
no, that is the
So this
reason.
so this is an esports situation, right?
The airbag A. So people were complaining about the airbag A where you were
The
taking.
esports people or
I believe it was pros who complained about it. I could be mistaken. But the problem is, like, Terry is completely right. Like, okay, an air back A, if you imagine a regular back A, so let's say you're on cover, you pull back on your left stick, shoot, then you press A again to instantly take cover, you can shoot around the cover without really exposing your body very much. An air back A is essentially performing that shot, but whilst you're sliding towards a cover, so you're basically firing around the cover before you've really got there. Um, Now, I've got opinions on this, and I can understand people's frustrations to it. Um, but also, people say it was unavoidable, but I think that is such crap as an answer because it is so avoidable. If you are not camping a corner, you cannot possibly get hit by an airbag A, and I
right?
am not wrong with that. So if you're going to add in a mechanic or limit a mechanic to stop people doing that, then what you're in turn doing is encouraging camping, which is universally known as being frowned upon.
Well, I'm curious to know if it was an esports idea to get rid of it
I
or
think
if it was something for the appearance of the game. You know how
so.
the complaint is, oh, new players are getting
I
shot and they don't
Okay, so I
understand.
do actually know the answer to that. I don't want to say too much because a lot of it was in private messaging, but I was talking to a developer at the time who was making it, and he was getting influenced a lot by different perspectives, and I know a lot of it was from the pro scene. But the thing is, you had pros for it and pros against it, and then they put it as a beta test in the game, and you had. Oh, here we go. You had to get into it somehow, didn't you? And then we had the forum post, like the massive tune-in forum post. It got to like 1,300 comments on it, which for the time was like the first or second most interacted with post on the entire forum. People, I don't want to say we're all in favour of it, but it's also not fair to say that people were against it. It was a very mixed thing. And I think rather if you've got a mixed decision that is so close, rather than just implementing it or rather than saying no to it, you should hang fire on it, try and get more feedback as to why people think that it's a bad thing, and then rather than just implementing it or saying no to it, try and find if there's a better solution to it, which I believe there was. And there's a pro player again who I won't name, who has said that he thinks the issue isn't the airbag A. He doesn't like the airbag A, but he thinks the issue was the magnetism when sliding. So if more time had been added, they could have realised that the issue could have been rectified in a different way, because when you reduce the magnetism or remove the magnetism when you're slide cancelling, that makes the airbag A much less effective and much harder to hit. So rather than limiting people's movements and tactics or techniques to push a situation, you could have just reduced how easy it was to land the shot once you've done it. But no, it's as you said before, looking for the simple, easy option. They've added in an option which has just taken all the fun out of trying to push. Um, so yeah, that shot
You
doesn't.
know, another thing that comes to mind though is that there were actually some technical limitations with the Unreal Engine. I was talking to I won't say who. You know who I'm talking. You know, I only talk to the
Yeah, I
to
know, I
one of
know.
them, but
Yeah, yeah.
he told me that because I was bitching about footsteps, and he said that there's something in the engine that will not allow them to prioritize the footsteps over the gunfire.
I
So
remember you saying about that.
when you shoot the gun, like no matter what, the footsteps are quieter than the gun shooting. Because I was asking him, can you just increase the Unreal units? They're called like
That's
you.
distance. That yeah,
Yeah, the distance that
unit.
you hear the footstep coming. That's what I want is just to have that increase a little bit. And he said it wouldn't matter. It's the volume of it if you're shooting a gun
See,
or
that's
if your teammates are shooting around you even.
because you can hear talk boats from across the map, and you can't tell if
Yeah.
it's across the map or in your back. So yeah, but with that, I don't understand like you or stuff like that. But in terms of audio, I don't know the first thing about it, and I don't want to talk to something I don't understand.
Well, the point
So
I was making though is that the new Unreal Engine, I guess, has much more solutions for things like that. And I believe, you know, the Gears 5, I believe that they knew that the new Xbox was coming. They had to have.
of course, yeah,
And that they were stuck in a position where they had to get this game out because it was made on Unreal 4, and they knew that the new engine was coming out. They knew the new Xbox was coming out, and that Gears 5 had to come out when it did. Like they had to rush it and get it out. And then they just made a decision that they were going to try to use this as a stepping stone to learn tuning and movement and you know, things, mechanics basically that you know, for the values as far as like damage values and things like that. And that the decision was made to do that, and then all the rest of as much resources as possible. Hey, hype wall one.
I just want to
Oh,
run that. Like I noticed throughout the two people who entered, so I thought I'd get that done. So yeah, congratulations, Lewis.
congratulations.
Unnecessary.
And
Sorry, man.
and the plan the whole time was that they were going to put the most effort into making Gear 6.
Right.
That's kind of what it appears to be. I don't know, you know, who knows. But when you know a developer tells you there's literally 3 or 4 people working on the game at that point,
That's
like
not a
this was
lot.
months ago, and you know there's 1,000 people that work there.
Hmm.
You have to assume that they're working on something else. I know
Something.
we talked or earlier we talked about the Matrix game before we started, but that's one thing the coalition was working on. This Unreal Engine, you know, what is it, demo for the Matrix game.
To be honest with you, I don't know that much about it, but I'd seen something a while back. It was like a preview or demonstration of UE5, and then I
So
think it was
as
just
far as the industry is concerned, they value the coalition as a leader in the and using this Unreal Engine 5. And considering the amount of criticism they get for, people saying pass the game to another developer, if you think of the mechanics behind what it would take to get a new developer, we would have to go through all of this again. They would make a shit game
Oh, of
everybody would bitch
course.
about, and then by the time maybe they got to the third one, it would be good, you
But so
know?
you know what? Like, despite everything that I say, or despite what people want to choose from what I say to see me as being negative and toxic, I've actually said multiple times that I think the base game for Gears 5 could be phenomenal, and I think it really is a damn good game. Bugs aside and tuning aside, there is so much there ready for them to just be perfect. Like, it looks fantastic, but the problem isn't so much um, how good the game is at a base. The problem is the choices that get made, whether that be tuning or visually. There's just so many things that they do themselves that make it unenjoyable or make it not Gears of War. For example, if we're going for the visual side of it rather than tuning just for a little bit, you've got to look at the skins that get added. Now we're going to look at the wrestlers twerking around like, what the actual fuck is that?
Look, that
Um,
that that had to have been
maybe it was, but why? Why does that need to be in Gears? I
no, what
got
I'm saying is, I believe the only reason that was there is because Rod Ferguson personally likes wrestling, and he wanted to have interaction with wrestlers. I,
well,
I
get him
I'm
in the
I'm
get him in
serious.
the wrestling ring then. Leave Gears alone.
You
Nothing
know,
like
it was
that.
his vehicle of having an experience himself to be able to spend time with them and that's what I believe. Same thing with Run the Jewels, which I love Run the Jewels. Okay, I listened to them. I thought it was really funny and cool that they were in Gears of War 4. But at the end of the day, it was probably just a group that Rod Ferguson liked, and he just wanted to have interaction with them.
I I can see that.
It's
But
terrible, man. I
on
don't like it. Like
on top
it did
of
nothing for the game.
on top
That
of yeah.
what I was just gonna say, man. We were talking about marketing earlier,
Hmm.
and I remember seeing a Gears of War 5 commercial during the Super Bowl, and I'm just thinking, man, this cost millions of dollars for what? And you wonder, because people are, the developers will be the first ones to say, "Oh, it costs $100 million to make a video game," but they never release how much of that is
They
being spent on
waste.
marketing. How much is that of that is really being spent on development, and how much of that is being spent on marketing? They never release those numbers. And I believe that if they did release those numbers, things like $10 characters would be a problem for people, and that's why they don't. And that they spend too much money on marketing in ways that are ineffective, and they spend too little time with effective things such as Twitch, because people that watch Twitch are people that play video games.
Hmm.
People that watch the Super Bowl might
They
play
want to
Madden,
watch the Super Bowl though.
but they're there for the football game. They're not there to see Gears of War.
But the thing
Uh,
is, like, it can work to an extent depending on what it is. Um, I will come back to that because I want to move on. I know you'd probably like to talk about Fortnite at some point, but the skins that are in Gears, like the wrestlers were an example. You mentioned Run the Jewels there. Then we've got the Terminator. We've got Halo. We've got Christmas.
Halo is understandable,
It's
but
not. No, it's not.
why?
Because Gears of War. Right.
Well, what do you think about the crossover of like Killer Instinct? And there was another game with Marcus in it that somebody was talking about that I didn't even know about. Uh,
Uh,
what'd you think of that? Like you didn't like that, or
so
the Fortnite crossover? What do
right,
you
I
think?
promise you, I'll come back to Fortnite in just a couple of minutes. Just want to make this point. I promise you, but I can understand from a marketing perspective why you'd want crossovers in a game, but you've got to keep in mind for every single thing you add that isn't true to the Gears universe, you make it less of an immersed universe. Like, look back to Gears 1, 2, and 3. All those characters belonged in the game, unless I'm really missing something. Now you look at Gears 5, you've got things from other movies, from other games, Um, it just doesn't have the immersive. I'm not trying to say immersive in the sense of I feel like I'm in a real locust war, but you don't get the same ambience, the same atmosphere. It, if you're there, you could have the whole Delta squad against the Swarm, and then see the Terminator run past, and you're like, oh yeah, oh, okay, that's that, whatever. I'm not really feeling it anymore. Um, I personally, I say I can understand from a marketing perspective why you'd want to do it, but I just think it's such a bad idea. And the thing is, that might just be because I like Gears of War, and I want to like Gears of War, but I feel like those changes don't feel like Gears of War. Um, I
Well,
don't know.
I have to think that because remember we were talking that Microsoft completely owns all of the lore behind Gears. Like
Oh,
Gears as a game was not made from a separate thing. And at some point, you know, they're going to be struggling to keep coming up with content. How
well,
many times can they release the same characters, you know?
well,
And
that's
then
not a problem.
the
To be
swarm
honest.
characters are very boring. Oh, I know. I mean, it's up to the developers. You know, another thing when we were talking about Fortnite, because Fortnite is a very difficult game too. I
Mm,
mean, without a doubt, learning how to build like these hotels and all that, it's crazy. But one thing that they did is their character models are the best in the industry.
right.
Their 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 female character models are really good. Whereas in Gears of War, it is not like that. And I think what makes it even worse is how beefy the men are. Now, as far as like when a woman sees one of these men on Gears of War, big buff men, strong chins, manly men, they could actually you could see any of them being male strippers at fucking Chippendales, right?
Right.
You look at the female characters and they literally look like little boys almost at this point, which is different than how it was in the older Gears games. And it's a glaring difference. And when you look at Fortnite, you know you got like you know much better. Now I make jokes and say I wish they had Mass Effect female models on Gears, but that's
Um,
probably a little too
your
extreme.
opinions are your opinions, man. You go for it. It's your time.
You know, maybe putting a Mass Effect type model in there would be a bit much, but I think the Fortnite model can work in Gears. But in Gears, we get like little like boyish girl looking with packs everywhere and like everything just eliminated to distinguish them, other than they're a little bit smaller. Uh, you can't really tell they're females though. It's annoying to me because I want to. I'm not saying the classic scantily clad fighter game female. I'm not even that or Mass Effect, but just man, come on, give us something.
Do
You
you?
know?
So you're looking at this in the terms of the shape of the characters more so, or the armor
Yes.
design, but I'm more looking at it in terms of more the color palette or
Well,
the
that's the other
texture, the
thing too that
grittiness.
Fortnite nails that
Mm.
for
Like
their genre.
on Gears, like I imagine all of the like surfaces to be sort of coarse, gritty, have a texture. But Gears 5, everything's really super shiny and polished. Like I'm not
Hmm.
saying that it can't look good in certain areas, but the whole game feels like that. Everything's really bright. I say everything, that's not fair for me to say. At launch, everything was bright, and then they heard feedback, and then they released maps like Nexus, Tomb, uh, I forget the other names now. Euphoria, is it? Maps like that. They listened, and you can tell in the map design that
Yeah.
they learned from that. So maybe that answers your question little bit from before. Yes, I do think there are places where, yes, maybe I've got a bit of faith that they've learned, but there's definitely places that I don't think they've learned. But to talk about Fortnite, I don't play Fortnite. Um, I've seen a lot of hate towards the fact that Gears characters have been put into Fortnite. Um, I did see something where a while ago Cliffy B did ask that Marcus Phoenix was never put in. I don't know how serious that was, but to see Marcus Phoenix added after it was asked that he wasn't, that seems a bit of a kick in the balls, but it is what it is. But in terms of them actually being in the
I'm
game,
surprised, by the way. I'm surprised they put Marcus. I'm not surprised they put Kate,
mm,
but I would. think that they would put Kate and then maybe like Queen Mira or
Chimera,
Kate
yeah,
and a
or
drone
Raina, or
or
Raina, yeah.
something. Arena, yeah, and not
Um,
Marcus, but for all we know, Marcus might be the main
the
character of
main
Gear
boss
6.
of
We don't
sitting
need.
against Marcus.
Yeah, no.
um,
Imagine.
but I don't have any issue with the fact they've been added to the game. It makes no difference to me. And the reason for that kind of links back to the reason I said I don't like crossovers coming back into Gears. I don't like outside things coming into Gears because I care about Gears. I don't care about Fortnite. So something from Gears being used elsewhere makes no difference to me. But something from elsewhere coming into Gears makes it feel less Gears for me. But I see like pros and cons for them being added to Fortnite, and the cons of it, um, valid ones. That is, I can't see any cons towards it. Like there is no harm in these characters being put into that game because it doesn't change Gears at all. Um, I suppose if a Gears player was to go and play Fortnite, it'd be like, oh, cool, I know who that is. I'm going to play as that. But I also look at a point people make, and I don't think it's as effective or going to be as effective as what they think. People seem to be talking in a way that suggests that they feel like people who don't play Gears are going to see these characters and be like, oh, where's that from? That's from Gears of War. Oh, I'm going to go and play that. I can't see that happening for a few reasons, and I'm just going to use the Gears ones as an example because that's where they've had crossovers. We've had, sorry, we've had the wrestlers in the game. That didn't encourage me to go and watch wrestling. We've had the Terminator in the game. I already liked Terminator, but I didn't go and watch a film after it. We've had Halo in the game. I only recently started playing Halo again because a new one's out. It didn't make me go and play an old one. So, how much impact does it have that those characters have been put into Fortnite? Do you think it has any? Do you honestly believe that someone's going to see these new characters and then come and play Gears? Okay, people might, but do you honestly think that a lot of people are going to do that and stick around?
I think what they're trying to do is capture the new Game Pass people. And Game Pass, when you first get it, can be somewhat overwhelming because there's so many good games on there.
Hmm.
So Fortnite being Fortnite will be probably the first game a lot of people play when they get their Xbox, just because of the popularity of it. And they just happen to see around Christmas time when they're getting their new Xboxes, they notice the Gears of War character in there possibly. And then when they're looking through Game Pass, they see there's a bunch of Gears of War games. Maybe I'll try it. Possibly that could be the rationale for why they did it. And that could be effective. I don't know. I mean, maybe not. It could also remind people that Gears of War is still around. It puts you in PlayStation Network because PlayStation players can now buy a Gears of War character and possibly wonder what the game's about. Or they used to have a 360 and now they're trying to figure out should they get a new PlayStation or a new Xbox. They're playing. They see Marcus is on there. They think, oh, maybe I'll get an Xbox. I don't know. I mean, there's several scenarios where it could be beneficial. And I agree with you though. There's nothing negative about it at
No, of
all.
course, there's none. No.
Other than we get to see Marcus default dancing on Twitter
Yeah,
now,
that is a
and
bit cringe. I've seen quite a lot of that on the Facebook group, and I just like put my head in my hands and scroll
but
past.
yesterday
But
I was playing with Shadows and Roar, and we were like, it was funny, man. It was like we were genuinely laughing and watching him dance, and we're just clowning around with them. And what more can you ask for in a day, you know?
nothing. And you see, the thing is, that's exactly why I have no issue with it. Because look at Fortnite. That whole game, that is its universe. It's known for silly little dances and having characters from all over the place, being all shiny. Gears isn't. So bringing something all shiny into Gears stands out. Whereas bringing something out of Gears into something like that, you can design it in a way that can be all shiny and it fits in. And I think that's the difference between the crossovers going from one place to another or vice versa. Um, but with it being in Fortnite, it's not an issue. It's really not. And the thing is,
I guess
though,
when it's in Gears, then it feels like we need an explanation for
It's
why
out of,
it's in
yeah,
there.
it feels out of place, and
Yeah.
especially if the texture design of it doesn't get changed to fit the universe, then it really stands out. Um, so yeah, but I was gonna say something about Fortnite. Oh yeah, the thing is, like, I don't play Fortnite, so I'm gonna have to ask this question to you. In terms of different games that are in Fortnite, roughly how many do you think there are?
Oh, game modes, like.
No, 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 like characters from different games. Like, I genuinely have no idea.
Oh.
I have no idea
Uh,
whatsoever.
well, every Marvel character's in there, DC characters, so like Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, uh, X-Men have been in there. Um, you got sports teams in there. You can get NFL players, you can get NBA players. Michael Jordan's got his shoes in there. Uh, it's endless. Other games though, like specifically that are known just for a game. Um, hmm. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'm sure there's probably is,
Can I
but
just
it's
say
mostly.
there, that is exactly my issue. Like, I say issue, not issue. That is exactly my point about it won't be that effective, because you cannot tell me what games are in that game, even though they've got characters and themes in
Well, how
there
about this
from
though? How
every
about
game. You don't
this?
know.
What affected, for instance, Rocket League? I don't know
Hmm.
if it's still in there or not, but you can get an armadillo in Rocket League if
Right.
you. I don't know if it's still in there, but I have it on my Rocket League.
Okay.
Then the Killer Instinct we talked about, and then I think Terry brought up it was called Lost Planet 2, I believe. That has Marcus in it.
Oh yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
Now, how did those did those games get any interaction for Gears? Would you think? I know we don't know, we can't figure it out because they would never put date. They
I
couldn't even, what data could we look at? But do you?
Probably
Because
not, because I don't think that's the way. I think that's backwards, personally. I think if you see an outside character come into the game that you play as your main, you don't really pay that much attention to it or understand it. But if it's the other way around and you see a character from your main game go into a secondary game, then it's more cool, like you understand it a little bit more. So that's why everyone now is sort of hyped up about um Gears characters going into Fortnite, because they can play as their favorite Gears characters in the secondary game that they play. Whereas, let's say Fortnite, it might, in fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure Fortnite has its default character. If that character come into Gears, avoiding the idea of it being out of place, it's would it encourage Gears players to go and play Fortnite? I don't think it would, because that's not their main game. They're not that interested. Hi, Hannah, you alright?
in a
So just shut
world
up.
of a million different video games, any way that you can not be forgotten about has to be explored. And you got to assume that they have data. They have to have data and why they would even want to participate in more crossovers. I wish I knew more about the the process. Like, is the coalition paying to put their characters in there, or is the
Oh, they're
coalition
being
getting
paid.
paid to put them
Mm.
in there? You see what I mean?
Yeah, I completely
Are they
get it.
splitting the money? Are they what's that? How does that
It
work?
might be.
Uh,
Obviously, I don't know, but it might be. We give you this content, you do this for us. I no idea.
well, think about the Terminator crossover, for instance. There was literally nothing else from the Terminator movies other than what was in the game. There was nothing in the movie that referred back to Gears. I
No.
got like a pin, a Gears of War Terminator crossover pin. But other than that, it was all one sided on the Gears side. So that appears that the Terminator movie franchise paid the Coalition to include their content, which is different than what is the Fortnite thing.
Right.
So if you're looking at it like they need to fund the game and they're getting money from the crossover, then I'm willing to live with it. But on the other side of things, which is, this is one of those good and bad things. I remember seeing a making of Gears of War 4 video, and Rod
I
Ferguson
agree, Rye. I agree.
he was in Italy scouting locations to put in the game, and you can see the houses he was looking at are very stylistically similar to the Gears of War 4 ones.
Okay,
And I'm just thinking, Microsoft paid to send him to Italy. What, how much did that, how much of the budget went to send him and his buddies, which work at the coalition, send them over there to look at houses and stuff that they could have easily looked online and saw.
yeah.
Like where do so it's like how much of the money do they need to develop a game, and how much do they have to sell out to achieve the amount of money they need to actually develop the game, cut out the expenditures that are not necessary, such as going to Italy, and having mantinis over there while you're looking at houses. I like that part of it, that upset me when I see that kind of stuff. And they don't release the data on how much goes to developing, how much goes to producing. I guess that would even go under developing costs, because he's like, oh, I gotta find the locations to put in the game, as if they can't just imagine something
Yeah, of
on
course,
an
yeah.
imaginary world. Like the world's literally imaginary. Whatever they put in there is what Gears is.
Terry's
But
asking you a
instead,
question. Terry's asked, what was the thing like going to Italy?
it was like I think it was a YouTube video on the making of Gears of War 4, and it could have been it could have been like something that was on an Xbox thing too. I can't remember, but it showed how Rod Ferguson himself was in Italy, and it was like following documentary style. And he was like pointing at the different houses, and the style of the houses looked exactly like when you first encounter the Pouncers, in Gears 4. That first part where you encounter the Pouncers, and then you have to fight like two or three of them. All those houses, like those stone houses, the roofs, and all that kind of stuff. It was all from these houses in Italy, where he was out there specifically trying to figure out how he wanted it to look. And I remember thinking, man, that must have cost so much money to fly them over there, put them up in a hotel. They're eating whatever they want. They're at the bar. They're palling around in Italy. Rolling around, taking pictures of houses, basically. And I just thought it was so stupid.
I'll be honest, I
Uh,
don't know any of what you guys are talking about, so I'm just gonna let you go with this one.
a lot of times people need to go to a certain location to get their own data to work on. Using someone else's work can cause legal issues. Yeah, they didn't copy the exact houses though, Terry, I don't think. And it looked like a style of architecture as opposed to an actual representation. So I don't know, man. It seemed fishy to me, but you could be right. I don't know. I wish I knew more about the inner workings of how game development functioned, but you know, wait, he said, "Oh no,
That's
no,
why I didn't
that's
see what
more
he
like
said.
I yeah, I just feel like where Rod needed to be was he was never there, and then he was only at the places where he was the face of the game. Going there to get a load of pictures and data as much as possible to work with.
Right, I want to jump in here because I might have got completely off topic from what you guys are talking about, but can anyone explain to me what traveling to Italy has to do with the result of the Christmas robot or the Christmas Nutcracker, whatever it is, or the Christmas guy running around with the or the hair over him, or like wrestlers who can be in the game, but why the wrestlers gotta be in bright pink? Can someone like explain what going to Italy has to do with the outcome of that? I don't get it.
Apparently, uh, I guess if somebody were to like, let's say an Italian family finds a house that just coincidentally looks like their house, then they could possibly try to sue them. And the evidence that the coalition would have to produce at that point is by them saying, "Oh no, we sent him to Italy. This is our source material that we use. It's just a total coincidence that this looks like your house." I
No, I
think that's what it
understand that. I
means.
understand that, Regan. I'm just trying to look at. Let's say they've gone and got all this like data from around the world, whatever it is they've been doing. Why is that translated into designing things that don't look like they even fit in the game? And I
Yeah, I
am
know.
trying,
I don't.
yeah, I don't understand that. Like, it genuinely annoys me that Christmas Nutcracker. Like, I'm gonna no doubt see it again in a couple of weeks. It'll be Christmas, but you have no idea how much that winds me up because it's like, what the actual beep is that doing in the game? And someone has sat down and design that character deliberately, and then surely someone must have been, yep, that's good, let's put that in the game. What happened to reach that decision? It's that kind
I'll
of thing
tell
that
you what
annoys
happened
me.
is a lot of beers at a bar one night,
I think so.
and they thought it was funny, and it's just a troll. Like,
But that's the
let's just put a
thing.
nutcracker
That
on its
that's
head.
the thing though. Like, where's the line between something being funny and a troll and just genuinely ruining the game with silly choices? Where's that line? Because I think it's been crossed, to be honest.
Well, you also have to understand that the multiplayer is the smallest part of the game. Most people play horde and campaign as far as the player base
Yeah,
is.
that's true, but that's probably because of the state of it. And
So, well, when they make decisions, they know that good or bad, it's only going to affect 8 to 9, 10% of the player base. So they really don't have a lot to lose. And if they're I don't know, man. It's definitely strange, but again, remember what I was talking about when you're in a situation where you're limited on. At some point, you're going to run out of characters, and Microsoft bosses are like, "Listen, you need to have this many characters in the game."
but there doesn't need to be that many characters in the game. They're like, personally, I'm not saying have an empty game, but personally, I've never been interested in having a million characters with a million skins. Just have the ones that are in the game look good.
Well,
What's
Terry, the thing is though, those were earnable characters. That's different than trying to get someone to buy characters. The economy of Gears of War 2, like it was completely different. So they're trying to maximize profits by having characters that cost money, and nobody's gonna buy a character unless. Well, I don't know. I can't say that. I was an idiot on Gears 4. I bought anything that came out. I
oh
bought it all.
no,
It was
let's
so
blame
dumb.
Star. He's funded it all. um,
I spent like $1,500 on that game on characters and skins. Do you remember when the character wasn't guaranteed from the esports packs?
yes, that was silly.
And I remember like Cantus. I spent $60 to get Cantus. I remember that.
Oh, he was
And
referred to
then
something else.
trying to get the skins and stuff, like they what are they going to do at this point? That's why they keep regurgitating the same weapon skins as well.
So Terry said he was referring to the multiplayer
Oh,
being the lowest popular.
yeah, that's I it's what I didn't expect that to be the case, but like you were talking about, they put in the multiplayer last minute on Gears 1.
Yeah.
So they had no vision of multiplayer to begin with.
For Gears 1, no, but
Well, moving forward, the
I
campaign was
remember.
always a priority. And I believe the numbers guys are the ones that came up with the escape. I think they
The
saw
thing
that most people
is,
played Horde.
I
We'll give them
understand that
another.
I understand the campaign was the main focus, but you're kidding nobody. Nobody's kidding anybody if they think that the campaign is what kept the game alive. Think of the gap between Gears 3 and Gears 4. The campaign of Gears 3 did not keep the game relevant for that time. The multiplayer did. So surely, whilst that might not have been the initial focus, it should have been recognised that it's still an integral part of the community and why people play the game.
Well, it could be though that they just have a set amount of time that they feel like the multiplayer is going to be relevant for this amount of time, and then once they reach that time on the calendar, they're just like,
But
we're done with that. We're going to move on, and whoever we don't care if it's relevant or not.
but that in that sense, that's whoever's come up with that is, in my opinion, incorrect. Because
Well, now they are, but
no,
in the past,
but
that's how
no,
it
no,
used to be.
because look at Gears 3. When Judgment come out, we're like, oh right, a new Gears game, it's gonna be all fresh. But Gears 3 didn't receive any content injection after Judgment was released, as far as I'm aware. But still, even despite that lack of support, people went back from Judgment to Gears 3 because it was the more enjoyable game for them, and they continue to play on that game without being given any more content because it was a more enjoyable experience. And that game, yes, it started to die off, but I think personally, I think Gears 3 would have stayed populated for a lot longer had the Xbox One not released. I think that that game only really started to lose players when the Xbox One come out. People started to move to that, and you couldn't at the time play Gears 3 on that console anymore. So in the end, it lost players. Um, but I think that had it been playable on the Xbox One properly, like not all FPS crap and that, I think that that would have stayed played all the way through until UE come out. So whoever's like predicting the longevity of the multiplayer, I think has underestimated how much Gears players would still play the game. And it's the likes of now Gears 5 has completely died off multiplayer wise. I don't think that's just because it's Gears and people have gone to other things. It's as we've said since the very start of this stream, Gears is unique and it monopolizes that feeling of the game. And if you like that feeling of game, you're going to continue to play it and play and play it. And if you go back and even if you go away and play a different game, you're probably going to come back and play that again. So to keep that game relevant, it's going to be the multiplayer. And as much as people bitch about it, I think people are going to continue playing Gears 5's multiplayer until a Gears 6, if we get one, which we probably will, because no other game can provide that feel. So I don't think you can put a prediction on how long the multiplayer will last. The multiplayer will last for as long as you make it entertaining for into the population. The more entertaining it is, the more populated it will remain for a long amount of time. And again, that comes to the whole idea of not content, but the tuning, how interesting it is to play, and if you have fun playing it. Because you could get a skin, and yeah, you might be happy with it for a couple of days, and then it's just another skin in the game. Whereas if the game's enjoyable, regardless of what skin you're using, you could be default characters, default weapons. If you're having fun, you can enjoy all the time that you have on that game.
Hmm. I mean, for it depends. Like that's only for the hardcore people, you know. Like the majority of gamers move on to another game, but like for we don't need or I don't really need content infused constantly to play this game. But I'm kind of different, man. I'm much older. I'm like I only play a few games and that's it. But most gamers are more they play whatever's new, and then when it's done, they move on to whatever else, like the next new game. It's a very small percentage of us that stick to a certain game.
Oh, I understand it's
So
small.
they can't cater to us because we're by far the minority.
Okay, so with that, would you think that in terms of a business, you'd probably want to be like, okay, we want different people then if this is so small. Do you think it's possible to build an entire new Gears community for Gears 6 that has that community more involved or more vocal or more interested than what we currently have? Do you think
Oh
it's possible
yeah,
to push this?
100%, one
Do
hundred
you?
percent. Oh yeah,
And why is that?
because people, the I mean, think about this, man. Like this game's been out for what, 16 years?
I
Is
thought it
that
was
right?
15,
Or
16, 15,
15?
15.
So that means somebody that was born is 15 now.
Yeah. Hmm.
So they didn't get to play Gears, the first Gears, because they were a child. So there's many people that are coming up that are they're getting their first video game experience, and those there's going to be a percentage of them that fall in love with the game just like we did, but they're going to fall in love with Gears 6, Gears 5 even. I know it's hard to believe somebody loves this game, but there are definitely people that this is their first Gears of War game, and they will go play the older games and be shocked at the difference because it's so much harder and so much less optimized and this and that. But new communities, they come just and in the same way though, the people now will move on, and it won't be like they're going to move on to another game. They will move on from gaming, period, to where they have a life, like they
Yeah, I
have
understand that.
kids,
Yeah.
they have a job, and eventually they won't have time to spend getting on Twitter and complaining about a video game because they don't even have time to play the video game anymore.
No,
Like
I
gaming's
understand.
over for them. So building new communities is absolutely crucial to a
When
game's
I
survival.
may have worded that wrong. When I say build, yes, I think the word I should have used is replace, in the sense
Yeah,
of,
no, that's what I mean. That's
yeah,
exactly what I
to
mean.
the point that
Yeah.
the old community is irrelevant. Do you think that's possible?
Yes.
So why is it that we've had Gears 4 and Gears 5, both on Game Pass, and both, again, in my opinion, mechanically catered towards newer players? Why is it that both have died off so quickly when compared to Gears 3?
Well, hmm. Um, Definitely more competition for people's attention. Not like in the style of game, but in gaming in general.
Hmm.
We're right now living through the biggest video game that has ever been. Like Fortnite, without a doubt, is the biggest video game that has ever been made. The cultural significance alone of that game, where people's grandmas who have no idea about gaming know what Fortnite is.
Right.
That game is always there. And then when you put on top of the new Call of Duty comes out, Halo, Apex, all the usual suspects, they're all pretty healthy right now. So there's a lot more competition for your attention. And when it comes to a game like Gears that is so technically demanding as far as the skill gap goes, if your dream is to be in esports and you look around and unfortunately it's a majority of the younger people that are coming up playing video games. uh, One way to explain dedication like that, because when I was coming up, it was, parents would say, go outside, you're wasting your time on video games. We literally had no comeback. There's nothing we could say to justify sitting inside and
I'm
playing a
gonna be a
video game.
Super Mario Pro, Mom. Leave me
Well,
alone.
yeah, yeah. Well, now you can point to a million different places and say, "I'm going to be a pro gamer. Look how much they make." Well, if you do that same exercise with Gears of War and you look at the current state of their esports and the prize pool, it is not as appealing as Fortnite, Call of Duty, Apex, Halo.
Right. So from what I'm gathering from everything you just said there, which I completely get and agree with, if you can see that there is such strong competition for your attention, what? How do I word this question? If you've got a community there who have been there so long and are clearly interested still, and who are saying, I want to continue playing this game, but I want to see changes happen so I enjoy it. If you can see you've got those people there, why would you not make the game as it is now? Make the game that we have now in a way that they're going to enjoy and stay on. Because
Well,
what I'm saying is, like, for the next game, it's fine if they want to try and bring in a new community, but why does that mean in order to get that community you have to stray away from what the game already was and what was already enjoyed? In order to bring in a new community, why can't you create a game that feels like what people enjoy and
well,
have all those people enjoy
here's the
that?
problem. Here's the problem that they're facing. Okay, remember what we talked about, just like what Terry put in the chat too. They're on an 18-month contract, right? You got people that do not understand Gears, but they understand how to make a game. So they're in the coalition now, and they're trying to figure out what can I do. They got to listen to somebody. Who decides who they listen to? So, because you keep saying like we're asking for this, we're asking for that. Yeah, we are asking for that, but if they're not listening to us, then they're not hearing us, and they have to decide like who are we going to trust. Now, I don't know if you remember me telling you about the letter the pros wrote. Do you remember me
I
telling you about
recall that.
this?
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, they never did get a response. So even that group of pros couldn't get a response. So not only do they not listen to all the pros, they've selected a few of the pros to listen to, and that's how they've been moving forward. Whether or not that changes will determine how the response is as far as what they do for Gear 6. They have to figure out who should they listen to. Now, in my opinion, they should listen to as many people as possible, but I think that that's not
No,
feasible
I
because
disagree.
it's just too much, you know?
I don't. So I think there was a time where they tried to listen to everybody, and for all people at the time were saying TC don't listen. Those people who were saying that at that time couldn't be more wrong. I believe that TC were listening to everyone, and they were getting so much conflicting feedback. They didn't. Not so much they didn't know what to do with it. I think from what you're saying, I'm going to come back to that because I need to explain. From what you're saying, you're getting people contracted in to do a job, and those people are getting feedback, and a lot of it is conflicting with the other part. And the problem isn't so much picking what feedback to listen to, it's understanding the feedback you're getting and understand the reason you're getting it. Now, if somebody's being contracted in to do that, they are not going to understand that on a level that needs to be understood. That's why when we had I'm trying to name people. When we had one of the recent developers who made a tuning, as far as I'm aware, he used to be a pro player. He understood exactly what was going
Oh,
on.
strangulate?
I was referring to somebody else.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I could be wrong on him being a pro, but I'm pretty sure he was. Um, but he understood the game. He was a very good player, and if he was getting feedback, he could vision why it's important change. Whereas somebody who's been contracted in won't get that. So now, if they've got rid of all those people and they've literally just got people there to make decisions, so you asked before if I've got faith. If they've not got people there who understand the reason for the feedback, then no, my faith's not there again. So it's very much swings and roundabouts in the sense of it could be good, it could be bad. So to answer who they listen to, I think a good thing for them to do. You said they should listen to everybody potentially, but I think that maybe if you've got this pro scene, which I don't follow, but from what you're saying, if I'm gathering this right, it hasn't got the same impact that it once did. I think it'd be beneficial for the game to get some of these people from the pro scene who have conflicting views and see if they want to consult on the next game officially and help design a tuning, but as a team to talk to each other to be like, this could work, that could not work, what's a good solution to that issue. Have them actually make a tuning to it in a sense, because they would aim for the skill and they would understand the reasons why some things are disliked and why they're not. I don't know what you think about that.
Well, that's kind of like what they did already. And did you ever see that the E League show, like the Gears E League
No, I
thing?
don't. I don't watch anything like that, to be honest.
It's a TV show. It's on it's on TBS or TNT. Anyway, there was one episode where they featured Powers and Kenny Bounce,
Right.
and there was a scene in there where Node Zero's speaking to him, and he said something along the lines of, "This is the fifth or sixth time we've flown you out here." So and then they're talking to Powers about what he thinks of the game, and they're like play testing the game. So there have been at least those two people that well, at least the Kenny, that they had flown out there 5 6 times, right? Now, contrast that with, like, say, Shadows, who couldn't even get a DM answered. Like, people think that. I know Shadows got a lot of criticism because people think that he wasn't standing up for the game and he wasn't doing this. He actually was behind the scenes. And unfortunately, they don't listen to content creators, or they weren't at that time. And it was very frustrating for me to see that show, to see that they had flown out this pro player 5 or 6 times, and gave him the red carpet treatment. And not one content creator that I knew of ever participated in anything that had before the game was already finished. It was after the game was finished that they had any type of input, which was never even acted upon, as far as I know. Uh,
Okay, I'm going to ask you this
that
because, like, sorry to interrupt you, but I consider you to be a content creator, and you're saying how they don't listen to content creators. I might be putting you on the spot here. I don't know what your knowledge is. Can you tell me what the slide speed was in Gears of War 4?
slide speed.
Yeah, for Gears of War 4.
Mm, It was like five,
No,
or no, it was 600, right?
600. You think
Wasn't it
600?
600 Unreal units?
No, it
And
was
then the
six.
new one's like
No,
550.
no, no. It was
No?
690, and that's my point.
Oh.
A professional player would know that value off the top of their head, but the
Hmm.
likelihood of a content creator knowing all those key bits of information is much lower. And I'm not. I wasn't. I know I put you on the spot there. I wasn't doing that to be a
No,
dick.
I
It was to
agree. I
make a
agree.
point. Yeah. So if they're going to be like, right, let's listen to content creators, you've got to think how much do they know and how much can they help? Because content creators don't need to know the mechanical values of the game, whereas a professional more than likely will. I think
Right.
that I just wanted to put that in there because that's
But
my opinion on the content.
see, that's what I meant by listen to everyone, though. I
Mm,
didn't mean like literally everyone. I meant like not just the pros,
right.
because a lot of people play for esports. A lot of people are interested in the games solely from esports, but I would say that more people are interested in the content side, and this is easily uh, illustrated by looking at simple like YouTube views of pro players' YouTube channels are not successful. There's very few of them that are able to
Oh yeah,
do
there's
content,
not many. No.
you know. So if you look at it like exposure wise, content creators contribute greatly to the exposing the game and keeping people interested in the game.
Yeah.
And I believe that all decisions on the game affect a content creator positively or negatively. And my whole complaint is that they don't even consider either of them. They don't even consider how their decisions are going to affect content. And it was frustrating. That's what's frustrating to me, to see all the emphasis put on the pro players and zero on content. And I believe that has had a negative impact on the overall game.
So whilst like I want to be careful how I word it, because I know there's going to be people who try to take anything I say out of context. To be clear, I do not claim or pretend or anything like that to be the guy who knows exactly what needs to happen. But I do feel like I'm in a good middle ground because I have been involved in the content creation side of it for a long time. I did dabble in competitive, not very deeply, so yeah, take that what you will. But I've also had that Facebook group where I've seen the extreme casual side of it. I feel like I'm in a good position where I can kind of understand what each side likes and enjoys, and that's why when I see feedback, I feel like I can understand what people think about it and the implications that change could have. Um, and I don't know. I'm not saying it needs to be up
Well,
to
let
me
me give
to.
you an example. I'll give
Yeah.
you just a quick example. If they would have asked content creators if they think that Guardian should be taken out of ranked,
Hmm.
they wouldn't have taken it out of ranked. Okay, and we all told, and Dana said on a dev stream, the player base isn't big enough, so we're getting rid of it. Okay, now for content
Can I
creators,
just like clarify? When you say content creators, what do you mean by that? Do you mean streamers or YouTubers like
yeah,
montages?
streamers, yeah,
Streamers. Okay.
streamers,
Okay.
yeah. I
Because
mean,
that's
that's pretty
that
much,
again. That's a whole other thing. Like
yeah.
use content creators. You've got your streamers who, yeah, you guys are going to enjoy your Guardian, whereas content creators in terms of montages, they've got their own hierarchy in terms of standards. And I know from being in there that Guardian would be a slightly lower value clip than an execution clip because you've got the respawns. So maybe, I don't know, but maybe not every montager would be in favor of keeping Guardian. So when you say content creators, I think it's another place where you've got to understand the community in the sense of which side of the content creation is asking for what. Sorry, carry on.
Well, my thing was is if for I'll just use streaming then, because it is Guardian for streaming
Okay.
is just easier because there's several, like there's times to interact with the chat, there's clutch opportunities, there's a lot of different styles of play, because if you're leader you play it a certain way, if you're not leader you play it another way. So as a viewer, it creates more excitement and more
I
variation
can
of what's
see that.
going on.
Yeah, of course.
That's very important for us, and we were not even like that didn't even cross their mind. It was just, oh, player base is low, we're getting rid of it. And that showed a lack of understanding for the one the one aspect of the game that is actually still doing something. The Twitch views are much greater than any of the YouTube that's going on for Gears right now. The amount of interaction, the amount of exposure that that Twitch and live streaming in general. I know Facebook has, Latin America,
Yeah,
and
I
then you got the
understand.
sports and just the live aspect of it is, I feel like, at least was important enough that they should ask, hey, if we get rid of this, how is this going to affect you guys, And they didn't.
So I think a big part of that is a frustration I have with TC, and it's kind of leading back to partly what you said before about how, as a community, we are replaceable. But also, I feel like they expect us to be there at the same time when they need us, because it feels like, in my opinion, their removal of Guardian was like, right, the player base is low. I think they expected other people who enjoyed Guardian to just be like, oh, right, that's gone. I have no choice but to play Team Deathmatch. And it was like they didn't even consider the fact if they remove Guardian players might just stop playing the game altogether because it's not the experience that they want. They had, or it felt like they had the expectation that players would put up with whatever decision they make all the time. And I think that leads on to a bigger frustration, which I personally feel. And it's a sense of it feels like they seem to have the mentality that they can control everything that the community feel and want to do. And I personally feel like they've lost their community now. Like, I know I'm probably like getting into hot waters with this one, but I don't feel like they've got any respect for their community anymore because it feels like they've not shown the community any respect at all. And from that, I've kind of strayed away from Guardian slightly, but it
That's
took me
fine.
on to
But
it.
the
Yeah,
thing is that they can earn the respect back pretty quick by just
how
making some solid staff change. Like, they need somebody. They need a new person that's going to be the face of the game. Okay, that
right?
was all put on Dana, and I think that was completely unfair because he is not. Should not have been his role. He
Right.
should not have had to take over when Rod Ferguson left, and he pretty much had taken over before Rod Ferguson left because it wasn't Rod Ferguson on the dev stream. You know what I mean?
No, I see that.
So they need to have a face that it comes out and acknowledges, look, we made some mistakes. Here's what we're doing to fix them. Here's our new stuff we got going on. This is why it's going to be better. If they just did that, a lot of this would start to go away.
See,
And
I
then if they made a couple little changes of Gears 5, maybe, just to show, like, we're going to going into the future, we hear you, we're going to change this.
but this is the
It
problem
would
though.
get a lot of it would do a lot to repair some damage.
It might do, but how much? Because we spoke about it before. Gears 4, don't get me wrong, people liked it. I'm not saying everybody hated it, I don't mean that. But Gears 4 had a lot of complaints. And as I said before, throughout its lifespan, a lot of feedback was given, a lot of changes were made, and they were good changes. Those changes felt like we'd been listened to. It felt like, right, we're sorry we fucked up, but we get it now. This is what you guys want. Gears 5 comes out, that entire tuning goes in the bin. So it's all very well and good them coming out saying, we understand you. But then who's to say they wouldn't do that? Then bring Gears 6 out with something ridiculous again? I don't think they've got the trust from the community anymore. I don't think they've got the respect from the community anymore. And I don't know if they can re earn it. Because if you look at their, I know there's more to it than just this, but if you look at any of their social media, with the exception of one post yesterday where it was a giveaway because players were getting something for free, every single post they tweet out, whilst I've not done the actual maths of it, I'd approximate that at least 95% up to 100% of the replies to it are all negative, and that must highlight that you've lost the community. It's crazy.
Or they can explain it away by saying it's just a vocal minority.
But
This
it's
isn't the
not.
player base, and then they pull out the numbers of showing like this how many people are playing still.
If that's the case,
You
why does it
know,
take 5 hours or so to find a match? If all these people are on, where are they? Why is it if you look
um,
at the leaderboards, you can see, oh, I've only played one match this season, but I'm still only what I'm guessing a number here. I don't hold me to this, but let's say I only played one match this season. I'm in 2000th place. That kind of gives you an idea of the player base. Surely that is the numbers. Surely that can't be, it can't
I-
be adjusted.
well, pretty much what I'm hoping is that, because if we're talking about this kind of stuff, then the people that are getting paid for this as a job have to know this stuff. Like, if we know it, they have to know it. So if Microsoft's looking at it like, hey, we literally have a goose that lays a golden egg right here.
Mm-hmm.
All we have to do is make sure that, these certain things are done. And if they get the right people in charge, and they're competent, and the tools that they're given can accomplish that, I believe that Gear 6 could be the game that we've all wanted, or that we've all been waiting for. The signs are there. Yeah, there's still a lot of negative stuff, like pretty much everything we've been talking about, but there is an opportunity there. And I think that's one thing that upsets all of us the most, is when we see wasted opportunities.
Of course, yeah.
And Gears 4 going into Gears 5, and then the state it's in now, there's many lost opportunities
It's like I said
there.
before,
And
I believe the basic Gears 5 is fantastic. So in my opinion, the entire game's a lost opportunity. So yeah, I agree completely there.
because at least it has the least amount of bugs compared to the other ones.
See,
Well, maybe not Gears 4,
that's
but
questionable because that's a point I was kind of forgetting about. Um, I don't even know where to start on some of it. I'm not gonna like go through every single bug, but I will name a notable one. There's one near the start of the campaign where if you are co-op inconceivable, you will die in a cutscene and you will checkpoint in the cutscene and respawn under the floor dead. That causes a continuous loop. That was put onto their Trello board a very, very long time ago, and we tried to reattempt that over a year later. Guess what happened? We died in the cutscene, we fell to the floor. It wasn't fixed. But that's just one example of a bug that's not been fixed. But then you say about being less bugs. I don't know if this is, but it's not so much bug, it's more server based, I'd imagine. But Gears of War 4, I experienced non-stop connection issues, and I had so many people who just didn't understand how internet works telling me this my connection went. It's just not. Um, I could get my connection boot me out of a game, or I was having a time where my whole squad we just drop out of a game. How does that happen? And it'd be like, yeah, you're not connected to the servers. You check it on everything else loads, just the Gears servers. Nope. You try to rejoin the game, unable, unable, unable. And then it's like, do you want to try this again? And eventually, after 5 minutes of pressing yes to it, like doing nothing, you say no. And when you press no, you're banned. Your matchmaking suspended because the server was too unstable to keep you in the game. Through no fault of your own, there was nothing wrong with your internet, but it'd do that. And I looked on the forums back then to see if it was just me, because I knew it wasn't. I just wanted to look. And there were streams and streams of locked threads of people saying they were disconnected and suspended for no reason. And I went into a stream, a dev stream, and I mentioned it. And they kind of acknowledged it, but it was more, I'm pretty sure, to quote, it's not the game. I'm sure that's got said, but I believe they backtracked a little bit on that and said it could be client side or on our client. But I think they were trying to push a sense of it's not the game's servers, it's the players, and I don't believe that. But then that all goes through, nothing ever gets fixed, with just people getting banned for no reason. And then Gears 5 launches, once again, getting dropped from ranked, and they tried to implement the quit penalty, which again would have caused bans. And I was like, no, this is ridiculous. And again, people were saying it's. Oh, sorry, just reading what Terry said. And again, people will be like, yeah, it's your connection. It's just, no, it's not. It's happened to too many people. And I remember there
remember,
was.
wasn't there something with the
Oh,
graphics cards? The Nvidias
oh
weren't
yeah. Oh,
like.
that's a good point. I'll come back to that. Yes, definitely. That was a Gears 4. But same with Gears 5. There was a dev stream like after 2 years of complaints about it on Gears 4, after months and months of it complaining on Gears 5, there was a dev stream, and I remember they were playing on All Fathers. That's weirdly, I remember that. I'm sure they got kicked from their game like their private match about 4 or 5 times, and in chat I was being a bit of an arse, I'll be honest. I was messing around, but I was putting it to highlight a point. I was saying 15-minute ban, 30-minute ban, rampant quit, an hour ban, because that's the sort of thing. If that was happening to us, we'd be getting banned. But it took something like that on their own stream for them to realise, hang on a minute, this is silly. And then I think eventually they started to look into it. Um, but what you were saying there about the Nvidia graphics cards, yeah, Gears 4, at the time I had two SLI 1080 GTX cards, and they were forever crashing. Like, I think my record was like 3 or 4 crashes in one escalation match, which was just pathetic. Um, and the only solution we got in the whole 2 years of that game being out was to roll back your drivers. And even that didn't mean you would never crash. It just lowered the likelihood. But why do you have to roll back your drivers to a year-old driver just to play a current game, which then puts the rest of your system out of date to play other titles? Why is it such an issue to fix something that every other game seems to have to get right? I don't. There's just no support. So I see Terry talking a lot about the lack of support for PC players for Gears, and I could talk about it, but I agree with you. It's crap. Um, yeah,
I wonder
yeah.
if the developing kit being like for Xbox, I wonder if that mattered. And then now the modern like the Xbox
I don't
Series
know.
X dev kit might be more compatible with the PC. Hopefully.
I don't know because Gears 1, that was still a PC game. So it's not like Gears is new to PC. Oh shit.
Uh
What did Terry say? Like that got delayed.
oh.
I can still see it on here. One second, let me just read this one. That was an Nvidia issue. It's strange that it took so long to fix. I don't think they did fix it. I think people still crash. Yeah, I'm convinced people who still play Gears 4 still crash. Like, I can't say from my own experience, I've not really gone back, but I don't think it got fixed.
Hey,
I
next time
see.
Tron, you know Tron Tonics, you know him.
Yeah, I've seen him about, yeah.
Next time he's in my, because he always plays Gears 4 and he plays at like 300 frames, so he's got some nerd
He's
computer that he
got
plays it.
20. So I'm pretty sure he's got 2080 Ti SLI, hasn't he? Two of
I
them.
don't know, man,
I'm pretty
but
sure.
next time he's in, I'll ask him about it.
But the thing
See
is,
what.
it might. This is my point. It might not affect him because it only
Well,
affected.
not now, but it would have then. You know,
Oh,
he'll
if you
he'll at
you
least
have a different
know.
computer. Okay, yeah. Because
Yeah,
it
yeah, like back in the Gears 4 days, he would have
because
had it
it
something
was the
different.
10 series Nvidia cards that were having the issues mostly. But yeah,
It's
Epic did
interesting.
Gears. Yeah, that's true. I know Epic did Gears 1 for PC, but it's still Gears. It's still the Unreal Engine. It's still going to be somewhat similar, surely. Like, I'm no game creator, but surely it's got to run somewhat similarly.
Mm.
I reckon we covered that one. Going back to like if the, well, I'm saying if there is another one, that's because nothing's official, but I think it's kind of obvious to all of us. It's probably going to be a next Gears. If that does or doesn't get well received, do you think we should have a community manager or not?
Oh, there has to be a community manager. There's no
Right,
way that there can't. I mean, that's absolutely necessary for today's gaming. Like
right.
there, you have to have it. I think they're waiting now because there's no reason. They have nothing to announce for Gears 5, and until the Gears 6 stuff starts coming out, they don't really need one. And hopefully they're being more selective with their choices this time, and hopefully what ultimately would be preferable would be to promote someone from in-house that's been there already
Yeah.
and put them in that position, but give them more resources, including ability to
Answer
hire
questions.
possibly
Yeah.
a a content side like TC content creation manager, which would report to the social media manager. And then that way they could tell the social, and then the social media manager will be the conduit between the developers and the community and the content creators.
So,
So they would be able to put their input in a meaningful way.
I've got two opinions on it, and both contradict each other. So I think my answer to my own question is I don't know. But I think it's important to either have somebody as a community manager who is already known in the community or understands the game to a good degree, or they need to just be completely impartial to everything, so there's no risk of them starting to develop any. I'm not saying I have opinions, but I'm not accusing it. So that there's no potential for anybody to start to develop any favoritism, positively or negatively, towards people. Because once there's a bit of bias, then there's a problem. So I think either you've got to have somebody who doesn't really know anybody and is coming in literally to just answer questions and get feedback, or the person needs to know the community and the game well so they can interact with things. And I know that contradicts each other so much, but I can't decide what's best. I don't know what you think.
Well, I know that what they've done up till now has not been adequate. I do, Dana was the best
He was
thing.
fantastic, yeah.
Yeah, he really was. But he's got his own business now. He's not coming back.
No,
Like,
he's gone.
what I mean?
I'm
Dana's not
happy
walking
for
through
him.
that door.
No,
So
I'm happy for him.
yeah, he's doing his own thing and living life. But it's hard for me to think of an outsider coming in and being able to handle that job by themselves. I
Right.
just I don't see that as possible with this game. The way that this game is set up, the history, how everything's worked out up until this point, you need somebody that not only understands the community, but also is responsible with their authority. Because, taking the easy way out and using authority in extreme ways causes resentment in the community, regardless of if it's justified or not.
Yeah.
Just the use of power in your face like that, and then the message to me, like when I saw what went on with certain people, it was like, like when I was talking earlier about North Korea,
Yeah.
you see people start disappearing off the streets, and you start thinking, man, I think I'm gonna be careful what I say now because people are disappearing.
No, I know
And they're
exactly. Yeah.
yeah, man,
It's a
and
topic
it
I'm going to
sent
be careful what I say on, but yeah.
well, even to me, who I take a general positive opinion, a sympathetic opinion with the developers and such. I even question like how far I can go
Right.
because I don't want to be I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be ostracized. I don't want to be and it's hard to believe how petty some people can be,
So you
but
see,
it's the truth. It's how it is.
I'll be honest with you, and this is something I think this the reason I had this question for you. And again, obviously, I'm being careful what I say, and I'm not going to name drop, even if you know who I'm on about. That's fine, but
Mhm.
I believe there has been times where things have been done without any justification, and that's not been rectified, and that's a problem. But that leaves a lot of uncertainty in the person who received that, i.e., this case, me. I do not know what I can and cannot do. I only ever really enjoyed giving feedback and talking about it like we're talking about it now. That I enjoy this, except I used to do this in written form, and I got a forum ban for trying to do this. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I was sarcastic. I accept I was sarcastic. But is sarcasm punished with a millennium long ban, or is that extreme? You answer that. But I don't know
Oh,
if that was
it's
done.
definitely extreme. I mean,
I
don't
don't know
get.
if I don't know if that was done to try and silence me or whatnot, but I don't know. It's like I got the impression that the person who did that thought that when I did that, I'd have nowhere to talk. And it's like I'm using that forum to try and help you. I am gonna get pretty much nobody seeing what I'm seeing here, what I'm saying here, because this isn't my main platform to talk on. If I wanted to go and put an opinion or make something look bad, I'd go onto my own group to 20,000 people and say exactly what I think. If that was my intention to make you look bad or make them look bad, that's what I'd have done. I do not need, I have never once needed my forum account but that punishment was put in place. It felt like to try and, I don't know, to try and annoy me or something. I don't know, but I don't know if anyone knows this. But I was playing. What was I playing? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I was playing a game in a party with a friend, and when I got banned, I looked at that. I burst out laughing uncontrollably for about a minute. And he was like, "What the fuck is the matter with you?" I was like, "I've just been banned." He's like, "What for?" And I said, "Because I pretty much repeated something that was said to me." And he was like, "Wow, that's just pathetic. What a snowflake." That was the response I got, and that was the response I gave. I burst out laughing, and now I've had people for almost a year thinking I've been angry. Not once have I been angry at the ban. I've been trying to highlight how bullshit the principle of it was, and that was my issue with it. But to go on from that, when someone gets singled out for, I still, if I'm wrong, then I'll admit to it if I ever find out what I did. But to the best of my knowledge, all I did was sarcasm. And I admit that I was sarcastic. But after that, I did not know if there was more coming. It felt like ever since then I was being monitored, or it was looking like if I did anything wrong, that would be used as a justification for the ban. But I maintain that I never did anything in the first place, and I'm not stupid enough to give them anything to justify it now. So now it's kind of like a weird limbo where there's no closure to it. Kind of like they, in my opinion, have nothing on me because I've not done anything wrong, and it's like they're looking for something that they'll never get. So it's just kind of like an open case, shall we say? But then that leads me to the point: do I? You ask me again. Do I trust the new team to do the right thing? I don't know because I only ever really play Gears now when I come to join you on your stream. I very rarely touch it, and hand on heart, I mean this. Every single time I turn that game on, you know, when you turn it on, you go to the splash screen, then you press start and you click versus and go to multiplayer. When it's
Yeah.
connecting to the servers, every single time I expect a little message to pop up saying Livo is banned. Every time. And it shouldn't be like that because
Nah.
that is a problem with how the community have been dealt with. And I'm not saying I'm the whole community, but I'm a community member. And as a community member, I shouldn't be feeling like that, especially when I don't understand the reason why it was ever even an issue. So,
Well, let
um,
me tell you one thing that
yeah,
concerns me about you,
okay,
and I believe that this is the scenario I'm going to describe to you is possibly true.
okay,
When you got unbanned for 24 hours,
yeah,
remember that?
yeah,
Yeah, of course. I believe that the reason that happened was because somebody new was put in charge of of that aspect.
right.
You got unbanned, and then someone came in with a list, and that your name is on that list. And they're like, no, this if you're on this list, you don't get unbanned. And you know who else is on that list.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
And
you
I
said,
think
yeah.
and I think that you have been put into the same basket as some of the other ones who also are no longer with us.
Hmm.
Uh, and that's one thing that I really hope that you can get off that list. Um, I know that there's lists that exist of people, that are troublemakers. Let's say difficult, whatever. I'm sure there's a list of here's a list of people on Twitch. Here's a list of people on YouTube. Here's a list of people that we don't like. I'm sure that that's a thing.
Yeah, of course.
And somehow you got on that list for whatever reason. Um, that's why hopefully you can get off that list. And like I said to you back then, um, if I'm ever in a position to do anything about that, I will. And you're the only one that I know of that's on the list that I don't think deserves to be on there. Just because I know you now, we've gotten to know each other. The
Yeah.
other ones I don't really know, so I can't offer a educated opinion on. But I think that it's unfortunate, man. And remember what I was saying earlier about some of these people are very petty.
Yeah.
To keep a list like that with no chance of being no redemption, no reform, it
But
is.
my question
I
to
just don't
that,
agree with that.
my question is, how do you reform to something when you don't know what you've done in the first place? When you
Well,
let's imagine I'm putting myself as a toddler now. Let's say I'm a toddler who's just been naughty and I've gone to sit on a naughty step. I'm there for 5 minutes or whatever, and then I come away. And it's like, you were there because you were naughty, don't do it again. What did I do wrong? So I can't do it, so I don't do it again to be a problem like that? I'm not telling you. What
here's the
does that
thing.
child learn?
Here in America, we have a thing called that they say in the court is that ignorance is no excuse for the law.
No, but there should
And
also, there has to
what
be
that means
something
is
for it to happen, though.
if you break a law, you can't go to court and say I didn't know I didn't know this was against the law.
No,
That
that's
doesn't
true.
matter. Sometimes they'll give you some leniency depending on the severity of the crime. But
You've also got to break
with
the
with
law, though. You can't just be told, you broke the law, prove it, you
with
did
with
it.
this
That's not
situation
true.
though, remember we're not in a normal country. We're in North Korea with this situation. So when you look at at this in the lens of that, and easy way outs, which there's a pattern of taking easy way outs
Hmm.
leading up to this, um, to send a signal to everyone else, which everybody got the signal. They did those draconian measures within quick succession of, you got banned around the same time other people got banned.
Yeah.
It was obviously a decision made. These are some troublemakers. This guy's got this many people on Facebook. This guy's, in talking about you, clearly talking about your place in the community. If we clap this guy, this will send a signal. I
But
don't know
has
if that's
that
what they
worked, though?
said, but it did send a signal.
But has it, because like,
And
if what you just said is right, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't, that hasn't worked, because all that's happened since then is they've got even more hate, and also the fact, because I knew that anything I was saying was on the basis of things that other people have come to me about and asked me to relay on, or based on things I've seen as a wide community. I've been relaying on what I was saying from
well,
that. So
but from the content people
I'm
did
not a
not,
content
like,
creator.
for instance, yeah, you'd be considered for sure a community member.
A community member, yeah,
Um,
but I don't think I'm a content creator.
there's a couple of instances that I can't talk
No,
about,
of
but
course.
there's some people that made the coalition upset. They weren't publicly said, like, nothing was publicly said about it, but privately there were some things, like, I was asked questions like, did you see what this person said? Okay, this has happened a couple times for me. And, I'm aware that they see the stupidest, most insignificant comments that you think that no one else would have seen from certain people that are streamers. And they are aware that they, said this certain thing. Most of it is, Twitter stuff, but and how that will reflect on, I believe that those people are now on our list as well. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you mean, yeah.
And they don't want more people. They want to make sure that people like me see that, wait a minute, there is a list that this does exist. If you do cross certain lines, you will be put on this list.
But
And
let me just go there.
the
Let's say,
consequences of it are represented from what happened to you, for instance.
but if that's the case, when they realise that, yes, I don't mean this disrespectfully to you. I mean, like, in the grand scheme of things, we've already established, like we talked about before, that content creation for gears isn't very big. What punishment is it to you if they're like, right, we don't want you streaming gears anymore, or whatever? I don't know. So you're like, right, fuck you, then I'll go to COD, and then you quadruple more your viewership. What then? Because it's like my forum ban. I'll say again, it's like they thought they were punishing me. It wasn't a punishment. So I get you. You're saying that you're trying to send a message to other people, but
I think they made an example out of you.
all that message is, though, is like showing everybody that you're not somebody to respect, and it's like, okay, but is that
Well,
really
they
the
they don't
goal?
they don't need your respect. They just want the criticism to stop
Well,
from
that,
certain people
yeah, of
that
course. And
have
if
that.
they if
Yeah.
they don't make themselves not respected, the criticism will stop. It's common sense.
they're more concerned with putting a band-aid on instead of fixing the problem.
I think the problem there is the inability to differentiate between criticism and help. And other than my one cast, don't get me wrong, I have been a pain in the arse. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sit here and deny it. But anytime I've written out an essay or made a video, that wasn't to make them look shit or to bash them. It was to try and help, and I've tried to emphasize that every single time.
Well,
But
it's hard though because in their eyes, they could be looking at it like, well, there's a whole other industry here of people that just hate on the game. People are just using this for views. He's just another one doing it. What's the point of us even entertaining this guy at all? Let's just
because
get him out of here. I mean, that
because
that that could possibly be a rationale for doing
because all
that.
they need to do is talk to each other. Because had the person who made the decision to ban me and put me on this whatever list had spoke to that person's colleague, they would have realised that in private I'd already been approached by a developer making a tuning who told me that my feedback was the base of the tuning he was building. So if my feedback was bad and I was just in it for views, why would this developer have noticed me? Why would he have based a build based on what I'd said? And why would he have gone out of his way to contact me? All they had to do was talk to each other, but no, it was just assumed
Well,
that I'd
wait
done
though,
so.
wait. You can say things that are correct and true,
Hmm.
but you can say them in a manner that is off-putting to the person trying that you're trying to inform.
So
And
my
they may
thing,
may they may look at and where you're going to be like, well, who cares? Information's information, which is I agree too. I mean, if somebody screams at me the answer, I need the answer. I don't care how it's delivered to me,
yeah,
but that's just me. Some people are more like, who are you to talk to me that way? You're just some idiot that plays video games and makes YouTube videos. I work at the coalition.
mhm.
I went to college. I'm a computer programmer. I've got experience in the industry. Who are you to tell me anything? When I want to hear from you, I'll ask.
No, I
And that's how a
understand
lot
that.
of people are, you
I
know?
understand that. I just feel that in my job, I get difficult customers. And yeah, I form an opinion on anyone who's a dick. Of course I do. But I still am expected to maintain a level of professionalism and equality to every single person. And even if someone is being aggressive to me, obviously I can ask them to stop being aggressive or whatever, but I still have to treat that person equally to any other person and try
Well,
and
that's
resolve it.
because you live in a Western democracy, okay?
Well,
If
is
you
that
lived
not
in
a
North
thing then, Adam?
Korea,
I'm not
if
talking
you
about
live
Korea, but for a minute, we're not in Korea. For a minute,
No,
we're
the
trying to.
coalition, yes, they are the only game. They are monopolize everything, and when you have people that have authority and they have an opportunity just to cut the things off, and that's it. Human natures will take over, and when you have people that are unprepared for the amount of backlash or the amount of criticism that they're receiving, and they're just like, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, ban them, just get them out of here. That is an appealing way to take care of something because it's easy. You're done. You can move on to something else.
But that's the thing. I
It's
don't think.
wrong.
But I don't
It's
think it
absolutely
is though.
wrong.
Like
But
because the thing is, doing that it has repercussions. For example,
what though?
people
Really?
people knew
What?
of me and the things I was saying before I got banned, and then when they banned me, and I was like, "Yeah, I've just been banned." All that did was dramatically multiply the amount of people who were supporting the things I was saying, and even the people who disagreed, or not so much disagreed with me, but more didn't so much pay attention to what I was saying. As soon as somebody gets silenced, it's again human nature for curiosity to take over, and people are like, well, if they don't want him saying that, what is it he was saying? What's so bad about it? And then people are like, oh, okay, maybe that's a point. And since I got banned, I've had people who used to hate me say, yeah, I still don't like you, but your ban was bullshit. And if people who don't like me can say that, then the community recognize it. And now I always used to advocate for the removal of shot delay. And since I've pushed that and since I got banned, all I see now is people saying remove shot delay. I don't think they. I'm not saying that I've like massively changed the community. I don't mean that, but I think that as soon as people see a point trying to get silenced, they jump on it to amplify it if they think it's an issue. But if they just ignored my shop delay points and not banned me, it would have just died off and people would have been like, meh, it is what it is. But I think because they've seen somebody be silenced about it, they want to magnify it. Um, so yeah, um,
Well, people hate hypocrisy in any form, like, or in injustice. Like people don't want to see people unfairly treated on anything at all. So of course you're gonna have some support in that way, but in the scheme of things, we are so insignificant to them
oh, I
that
understand that. I see that.
that. So honestly, man, I believe it just comes down to the individual that had the authority to do those things. I
Right.
think that they overstepped their authority, but in the sense of a corporate or of the company, they cannot walk that back under any circumstances. Because if they walk that back at this point, it's going to cause way more problems for them internally than it would cause just by, you know, as far as like now, I believe that you will be reinstated if that's even something that you want. I think
I don't
eventually
want
you
that.
will
I don't
be,
want.
but they're never going to admit that they did anything wrong. There's
I don't want to
no
be reinstated.
chance of that. You know, um, I don't know, man. That's
Right.
a tough one. Uh, I believe though that the decisions that they make moving forward concerning that specific topic, as far as how to deal with dissent or not even dissent but criticism, the way that they move forward dealing with that kind of stuff is going to show a lot of how Gear 6 is going to end up being.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because if they have the right decision makers and they
Thanks,
change their
Ted.
policies there, then it's just another sign looking forward that they're going to continue making good decisions, in the hopes that Gear 6 will be the game we're all waiting for, you
So
know.
the reason before I mentioned like in my job how I have to deal with certain situations and
Mhm.
how I mentioned about how even if someone is being difficult, I still have to remain professional because that's my job. That's expected of me in my role. And my expectation of a community manager is that they know how to communicate with a community. And that that's the job. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, that is literally the job. So at that point, if they are just abusing the power and ignoring people in the community instead of communicating with them, surely at that point they're not doing their job. Or am I misunderstanding that?
Well, I mean, their job is to listen to the community.
Well, you can't if they're blocked.
Um, but their job is also to keep the community safe, and not that you're
Safe.
dangerous or anything,
Wow,
but
that took a turn. Okay.
that it is one of their responsibilities to keep toxic behavior, let's just say, or toxic comments, or you know, things that they consider not constructive
Right.
to and it could just be the delivery. It doesn't even have to be the information; it could be the delivery of the information. So if it has the appearance of toxicity, uh, they have to get it out of there because they don't want other people to emulate that style of behavior.
I can understand that, but I then have to question how much that person had actually looked at what I had provided, because all of the videos I've made, like that I can think about, I've done a few, but not loads. They've all been informative and descriptive. Um, my forum posts, they were described to me as essays. I don't think I'd make an essay long um, bash, shall we say. Um,
You have to admit, though, it is a meme of your essays at this point. Like
oh, I,
everybody
oh, I
knows.
know, but the thing is,
Every
it's also true though. I know I type out a hell of a lot, but I like to be thorough. So if I'm being thorough, then I don't really think I'm being toxic.
maybe
I
it's
like.
the overload then of on that. Maybe you just try to get so much in there that it just you lose the important part of it in just the sea of words.
I
Maybe I don't
disagree. I
know.
disagree there then, because again, that leads me to the point. I had a developer reach out and say that they built or based a build off my feedback. So if my feedback was bad in any form, that wouldn't have happened, or not even close to happening. I would have just been scrolled past and ignored, but that didn't happen.
Well, what if the guy, what if the I don't want to talk ill of the
No, no,
developer, okay?
no, no.
But what if he decided that he wasn't going to tell anybody else where he got his ideas from? He was going to tell his boss that he came up with the idea, and that the rest of the coalition have no idea that you were involved at all.
Right. I've not thought about that one. I don't know how to answer that one. um, I don't know.
You know, he's
I,
like, yeah, I love your idea, Paul. Give me some more ideas, more. And the whole time he's presenting those ideas as if they were his own.
uh, I don't know how to answer that. Terry, I get that, but I think my attitude only became so like I. You might disagree with me. That's fine, but in my opinion, I think my attitude only got a bit more negative and a bit more sarcastic, a bit more frustrated as I started to see more and more bad things happen. But I don't know. Like you might disagree with me. Maybe I was a bit sarcastic with how I put things forward. Um, Maybe I was, and if I was, I accept that because I am a sarcastic person. I'm not going to sit here and deny that. But then you have to question: is sarcasm bannable? And if so, where's the consistency for that? Because even if all of this had been done to send out an example to the community, look at pretty much every single tweet the company account puts out. It is full of hate and abuse. I didn't do that. I was sarcastic. I wasn't hateful. I wasn't abusive.
Well,
But these
there's
people,
definitely examples of sarcasm that are not allowed.
like,
For instance, running into a movie theater and yelling fire. Okay, that
that's
can be
not
considered.
sarcasm.
It could be considered
How
sarcasm.
is
You're
that
just being
sarcasm?
because it's you could say it's a joke. Like it's just sarcasm. Just
I think
I'm
we've
a
got
performing artist. I just was doing a bit.
I think
Or
I think
so there are some examples of it, but I would look at it more like it was they're being like you have to understand that you're talking to someone who is a professional in their field, okay?
questionable, but okay.
Like we are not in game like we're not professional in gaming. So they're only going to listen to our information to a certain point before,
Oh, I agree with
you
that.
know.
And as I said
So
before,
if they
it's
feel like you're being like, sarcastic to them to the point where you're demeaning them, which basically would be pretty easy from you being like, well, how could you not know this? Because that's pretty much like a common
yeah, because some
criticism towards
things
them is
are
how could they
obvious.
not have known this,
Yeah, like
which is
I
questioning their
but
professionalism.
before that, I question the professionalism and like because it is like if you do this, how do you not know that will be the outcome? So yeah, like I will say, how do you not know that was going to happen? Because it's blatantly obvious to every single other person. So if
Do you
this person
understand you're
isn't a
calling them
professional,
stupid, right? Like you understand you're calling them stupid by saying it in that manner.
well, some decisions, I'm
And you're
sorry,
saying that
are
you are
stupid.
smarter than them,
No,
actually.
I'm
Not
not.
only
I'm not.
you
I'm
are though.
saying,
You're saying I knew this. How did you not know this? So you're saying that not only are they too dumb to know it, but that you are smarter than them. And that's
well,
offensive to some people. Like I don't get offended by
I'm
that.
sorry, but how do I
Do you see
word?
what I mean though?
I
Like do
can
you see how
see
they
what
could
you.
perceive that?
I can see what you mean, but again, where do you draw the line? But just where we interject with common sense. Like some outcomes are obvious. Like if you go outside when it's raining without your coat on, you're gonna get wet. How did you not know that? It's blatantly obvious. So if they then go outside without a coat on and get wet, it was obvious. You know.
Well, to go back to the toddler example, the kid like that you're trying to prevent from burning his hand, that's more severe than getting wet by from going out without a coat. So
Okay.
I would say like getting injured is because you don't want the kid to get injured, but you want the kid to learn a lesson,
Exactly. Exactly.
right? But you don't want him to get so hurt to where his hand is permanently disfigured because he got,
No, of course,
it got burnt,
of
right?
course.
So the way you present the kid, you don't say, you don't sarcastically try to explain to him why he shouldn't touch the flame. You nicely try to explain to him
Yeah, for the
why
first hundred
you shouldn't
thousand
touch the
times,
fire.
for the first hundred
But
thousand
you can't get
times.
frustrated with the kid because he's a toddler, though. You can't get frustrated with them.
Right, I'll be honest with you. If I told a toddler not to touch a hot oven, it touched a hot oven, and then stood there crying because his hand was burning and refused to put it under water, I would eventually be like, just put your hand under water. It's ridiculous. Do it. I would, because that burn needs to go away, and that burn going away is more important than that toddler getting upset because I just made him feel silly. Do you get me?
Right, for sure. But the end result, though, is that you want them to learn not to touch the fire,
No,
and you
what?
don't
Wait,
want to. You
I
don't want
don't
to
mean that. I
create.
don't mean that.
You don't want to create an extra layer of resentment from the kid, because you decided to, enforce that clearly reasonable
I
and
would.
clearly
Like this
truthful.
is where we differ. I would. I would rather that toddler stopped its hand from burning because that is worse than have that toddler feel silly.
But what if the toddler then decides that they understand that them hurting themselves actually hurts you as well, and then they start burning themselves on purpose just to make a point because they're so mad at the way that you presented the information to them, that they start self-harming just because they're gonna hurt
Wait, I
you.
think we're getting off topic.
Do you see what I'm saying, though? I mean,
I
it
think
can it
that's
can.
an extremely extreme outcome that will most likely never happen. To the point I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry.
Maybe the toddler's a terrible example.
Yeah, I want to move away from toddler now. Like, so basically, war plays. I used the example before. Just saying, if you tell a toddler not to do something and it hurts itself, then you're not gonna sit there saying "I told you so." You're gonna be like, "Right, this is how you feel better," and then the toddler should learn not to do it again. That's the point I was making earlier. I'm not saying TC's a toddler, no. I want to move away from the whole band thing because, like, I genuinely
Okay.
don't even like talking about it anymore. Like, as much as people think I do not care. I
So are
do.
are we getting a hashtag free livo? Is that what we're gonna end up with, or
I
what?
reckon that might be a
Is
blood spray in Gear 6, to be honest. Yeah, I don't care about my band. I don't like even. I don't need my
Well,
forum
I
account.
care. I care. I
I
feel
care
like
about the
we need you in the
principle.
community.
I'm in the
I
community.
I need you more in the community though, and I don't want you to be restricted in any ways. If it was up to
Well,
me, I see the benefit of having you unrestricted,
well,
even with your sarcasm.
for
But
me, I know like we've spoke about this by message, and it'll never happen. It will 1 billion% never happen, and I know that to the point I don't even expect it. But I will not, even if I get unbanned on that forum, I will not ever try again to help unless I receive a public apology first, which I will not get. So if they're not prepared to show me respect, I'm not prepared to spend my time to help them. And it's as simple as it is. That's not even a case of me trying to be a dick.
why are you equating an apology that will be fake as fuck from someone that had nothing to do with it? Why are you equating that with respect?
Because people in the community who have now formed opinions on me based on the ban and the reasoning applied to it would now then see that wasn't true. It would be clearing my name in the sense of he didn't actually do anything wrong. That, in the sense, for me, would be where the respect comes from. But that will never happen. I know that. You know that. Everyone else knows that. So,
But you
from
may be included in future things beside, like, let's just say you get unbanned. There's there's nothing, no announcement, and then you also become, like you form another relationship with, the developer. I don't know if that one still works there or not, but a line of communication opens up. Are you saying that you will not participate in that?
that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah,
And why though?
because I have already realised what it's like to have that communication with them, which was brilliant. I enjoyed it and I felt really included. And I'm grateful to have had that experience. I've also seen how easily you're just thrown aside and treated like shit. So what is there in my mind to be like, right, even if I do get included in something else and treated well again, that a month later I won't just get treated like shit again. I don't want to do that. If my friends in my real life treated me like that, I would be done with them. So if my friends in real life did that to me, then people who I don't know, I won't then give another chance. Like for me, I'm not set right. So when I say like an apology would like make things better, it would stop me like having the um what's the word? I can't think of the actual word, but negative opinion towards them. But it
Animosity.
animosity. Thank you. It stopped me having that towards them, but it wouldn't then make me go right. I'm going to jump on the forum again and start trying to help. Why should I? Do you know what I mean? Like, what is in it for me personally to
Well,
spend more hours and hours and hours, days, doing
well,
all
also
this?
consider this. You're right. You should not be doing in that to that level.
Mhm.
First of all, even under the optimal circumstances, but you know, spending that much time helping them might not. They might not even really be considering as much of the work. Like even if you didn't get banned and you kept putting constructive criticism posts out there, there's a chance that they wouldn't even read them anyway.
Right. So I'll be
And
honest
it's
with
just
you.
it's giving you they're giving you the appearance that they're listening,
Right. The
but
thing with
really,
that, I've considered that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have considered that. But I seen very accurate changes happen that accurately matched things I suggested. And I'm talking about things to like the nearest hundredth of a second, that accurate. And I find that far too coincidental to believe that they weren't listening to what I was saying. I know they were.
well,
And
I
again,
wonder if they felt betrayed then after that they had, you were somewhat in
why?
there and they were
Why would they?
for whatever you had written about that got them upset. I'm not sure. Was there a post specifically that you can think of that was like, oh, this one must have been the one,
Oh, I
or
know which one. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Bear me 1 second. Um, oh, that will be playing through 1 sec. I'm just trying to find a video. Just 1 second for you. I knew how to use YouTube. Uh, so there was an official post made by the person who I believe banned me, and I felt it was very condescending. So I responded by making a new post after making a poll on the Gears group. Um, and it said, when it stops having it, I understand there is a portion of players who like this tuning who is continuing to talk down to other players who disagree. However, the tuning changes were in beta for 2 months prior to them going live. When asked to do so, players provided feedback as requested. TC reached out to various players who were playing the mode regularly for feedback. At this time, we find that due to TC reaching out to players who enjoyed that tuning for feedback, that they surprisingly happened to vote in favour of it, thus resulting in many of us now stuck on a tuning change we dislike. I have reached out to my community whereby a portion of the players who did not intentionally search this beta tuning mode have voted to provide feedback. I know that this is an unusual concept, However, these people did not continue playing the beta mode due to their dislike towards it. Faces have been masked out to respect privacy. Statistically, of the 100 voters, 97% of people are in favour of a tuning with no shot delay. Take care, please don't kill gears, and be kind to each other. And then I linked a forum poll supporting exactly what I just said. And then I put, this is what happens when you know where you're getting your feedback from. Knowingly ask players who are playing the mode, you know you'll get positive feedback. Knowingly ask players who avoid the mode, you know you'll get negative feedback. And that was a play on words to the post that was put to us. And that post read,
hey, you just look at your chat.
circling around. Holy shit, thanks, dude. Thank you. Wow, that's the first time I've seen that like that. Thank you, Terry.
Carrie
Um,
coming in with the gas. You have
I
to admit
I
that is an
appreciate
aggressive
that.
sounding post that you
No, it
just
is.
put.
No, that completely is. Like, I get that, but that was in response to this. We understand there is a portion of the community that is continuing to give feedback on the live tuning changes. However, the tuning changes were in beta for 2 months prior to them going live. We asked for feedback during those 2 months, reached out to various players who were playing them regularly and whom they affected. The time for we want it changed feedback was during those 2 months, as these tuning changes will be the last major tuning changes to PvP. At this time, we are also going to be closing the tuning thread. The discussion has run its course and is currently circling around the same points that we have now addressed above. Take care, kill grubs, and be kind to each other. My response was a play on words, turning that back on, because I felt that that comment towards us, a community, on a thread that had 1,300 comments on, was, is condescending the right word? I don't know. Disrespectful. That felt disrespectful
Mhm.
to us. So I gave it back. I gave back what we got. But when I did it, it was a problem. That is the issue that I have it. Like, I've never once said or even suggested that what I said wasn't sarcastic. Everything I said in that post was completely sarcastic, and it was designed in a way to be sarcastic because I wasn't like that before, and I felt that I'd been respectful in what I'd been saying, and we got that towards as a community. So it's kind of like, well, if you're going to talk to me like that, have it back. And when you do it back, they don't like that; they'll ban you. That is why I've said all along that it's a principle over it and not so much the ban. Does that make
I
sense?
agree. No, I totally agree. But there are a couple things, man. Like one,
Hello, Jason.
it could just show the truth about what they feel, how they consider at that point anyway, community opinion.
Maybe that is, which again, if that's the case and that is the truth about how they feel like that, again, why would I want to get unbanned to then go and help again? I wouldn't want to.
Unless that they've changed the way that they do things
Well,
under and which is a
evidently,
necessity for them at
evidently
this
not
point.
though, because it was only about a month ago I was unbanned by what you say is someone you believe to have not known a situation, only for someone to come in and like, no, ban him again. So clearly they've not changed. So I don't want to.
Unless they're looking for
A
a
reason.
sign from you that you will not be as aggressive anymore. Which I
What
know
me as a
you consider that as a intrusion on your free speech,
I
but
think there's a strong distinction that should be made between aggression and honesty. I'll say that.
yes, but also you have to think that they these are professionals who feel like you're even lucky they're listening to you at all.
They
Uh,
don't listen. Like, if they'd rather, like, if they're professionals and they know what they're doing, which, okay, maybe that's the case. Like, who am I to say otherwise? If they're professional and know what they're doing, then scroll past what I've said and just get on with it. Don't act in an unprofessional way and just ban someone because you don't like what they said. That's not very professional.
mm, I don't know. I mean, yeah, in this case, you and I can agree that what you said didn't cross the line as far as what we would consider extreme.
Mhm.
However, for them, like we can't assume that our same uh, judgments of that is the same as their judgments. Just because it makes sense to us doesn't mean that that's the rules that they operate under.
No, I understand that, but
It also doesn't reflect on the amount that they respect you personally, so much as it maybe how they respect the community as a whole. And then with you adding on to it this extra layer of your condescending phrases, and then rephrasing what they put, like a play on their words, and you being clever, and I kind of, it was a little aggressive,
oh, it
but
was
kind
like
of
it was
funny.
sarcastic. I know that. I'm not denying that even a little bit.
Maybe in their minds they don't want any level of aggression at all, and what you should have is, hey, will you guys please take a look at this? I really hope you look at the
Dude,
poll
dude,
I
dude, dude, dude,
did.
dude. That was based on a thread that was 1,300 comments long. We'd been really respectful on it, and then we got that at the end. So my point from that entire thing is anything I said was a play on words to something that had already been said to us. So if I've
Hmm.
been disrespectful in anything I've said there, then surely that's because there was disrespect towards us, because all I've done is turn it around. Am I not right?
Well, just because someone disrespects you doesn't mean that you get free chance to disrespect them.
Okay, but why is it not punishable for them to disrespect me?
Because there's no one that can punish them.
No, okay, maybe punishable is the wrong word, but why is it acceptable for them to be sarcastic, or not sarcastic, be condescending to us, but as soon as we do it back
It
to it's a
definitely
problem?
isn't. It definitely isn't, but it's only we're only as important as we think we are to them, like,
No,
or how they have let us feel like.
no, I completely
In the
value.
reality, it might be different than our perception of it.
I'm sure it is. Like I'm positive it is, but again, I think that again is leading back to what I said. I don't care that I'm banned, so it might seem like I'm making a big deal out of it, but anything I've ever said about it was to try and highlight a point of how insane it was and how they treat us. So you're seeing my point. So for me,
Oh
in my
yeah,
eye,
I
so
completely agree
yeah,
that you're unfairly banned. I
in
mean,
my
you know
eyes,
that.
that's all I want. That's all I'm interested in.
But I'm
I'm not
trying
interested.
to at least explore the possibility of how they could have justified it on their end, just to try to understand
Mhm.
how this will affect other people going forward.
Um,
Because the
I don't
line
know.
is the line, and we don't know what the line is.
No, like
You
for
know, we
all
have
I
no
know,
idea to what
for
level it will take to get banned.
for all I know, I might be completely game banned now for doing this stream. Right? But the thing is,
No.
you don't know. Like, where's the line drawn? Like, I don't believe I've been disrespectful or rude in this entire
No.
stream. But if they don't like something I've said, am I just fully banned now? And if not, why not? Because I was that happened on the forum. So what's the difference? Do you see my point? Do you see how none of it is consistent or makes sense, and
Hmm.
how there's no learning lesson from it because like there's no reason applied to anything? It's like I could go on my Facebook group now and I could just kick you, and there's nothing there to stop me doing it, and I could just type in the comments, "He's a dick," and that then doesn't mean like that can be visible to any other admin then. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're a dick. It just means I made that decision. That's the reason I did it. That doesn't mean it's valid. It doesn't mean that it should have any meaning. It shouldn't mean that it can't be apologized for or made accountable for. Like it could be a case of I should at some point have to apologize to you because I took action against you and have made a comment saying that this is the reason when actually you didn't deserve it. Do you get me?
Yeah, of course.
But then at that point, you'd be well within your right to be like, yeah, well, to be honest with you, you kicked me, you did that to me. I don't want to come back to your group and admin it again. Why do I want to do that? I don't like you. Like you don't respect me. Why do I respect you? And that's the situation I'm in now, where I'm not really interested. Like they can get on with what they're doing, and I hope for the sake of Gears and for the sake of the Gears community, I hope they have listened. I hope they have changed. I hope they have learned and like do something good. But I'm in a position now where I've tried to help. I've been treated badly. I've been given no respect. So that's me at the point like, okay, no problem. I'm here for the community. Like I like to try and talk to as many people in the community as I can, try and support as many people as I possibly can, and help as much as I can. But I'm there for the community now, and whatever happens to the game, I'm not interested. That's they've made it clear that's their priority. That's what they want to focus on. They're not really interested in me as a person, or seemingly not really interested in the community. And if that's their choice, that's their choice. That's not for me to really even comment on. That's fine. I just don't want to have any affiliation with a company who treats the community like that. And I don't. I think people seem to think that I wanted or needed something with or from TC. I don't. I don't want any affiliation with them because, to be honest with you, I don't really like how people get treated. So I wouldn't want to be branded as having a reputation like that because I'm affiliated with them. And I'd rather keep away from that completely and have my own reputation that I am responsible for. Do you get that?
Well, but on the flip side, like from my perspective, again, I consider you a valuable member of the community, and I would consider losing you a big loss. So in my mind, I just want you to be reinstated. And what I'm going to ask you this: like, would a blanket apology of we know we made mistakes, but we're trying to change, and then possibly not only you being unbanned, but maybe a few other people being unbanned as a group, would you then consider participating?
If I was
At least,
named in it, yes. If not, no.
but not a blanket, like a blanket. We're gonna
If
give some people a chance.
if no, I'm not giving them a chance because that would indicate I've done something wrong. I would want it to be we know we've made something along the lines of we know we've made decisions that were unjust. Um, one of the people affected, me, um, and from here we're going to do this. I'd accept that. But if I'm not named and if it's worded in a way that indicates I've done something that I haven't done, then no, I will not accept it because why should I? No, no, I'm not
Oh,
going through that
they
route.
can't. They can't admit responsibility
Okay, then don't,
to
and I'm
such a
uh,
specific
that's fine. Then
case.
that's fine. But in that case, I am more than happy as I am now, staying away from it all. I'm not going to bow down and accept something I don't think's right or acceptable. If they don't want to, or if they can't,
Well,
then that's fine. I'm
this is
okay with
where
that.
a moral stance gets in the way
Of
of
what?
progress, because sometimes you have to pick your battles. And if the end result is you just want to be back in the community
I'm already in
and
the community.
respected,
I'm already in the community. As I said
uh,
before, I don't need my forum account to be in the community. I go into pretty much every match and someone in the game recognizes me. I can go on Facebook, there's 20,000 people there who all know of me. I'm talking to you now. We've never like met or anything like that. I'm talking to you now, the part of the community. There's like I've been a lot of people in chat. Thank you so much for staying here. You're all here listening to me. More people who probably didn't know of me before this stream are now listening to my thoughts. I'm part of the community, and being banned from a forum doesn't change that. So I don't want or need to be unbanned from the forum. And in my opinion, any further ban, like from a game or from any other service, would just indicate that it's personal. And
well, the message sending works both ways. Whereas if they were to unban you, it would send a positive message to the community,
yes, it would.
regardless of if you participated again or
Yes,
not.
it would. I completely agree with that. It would. And I
It would at
think
least give like us a feeling, a more feeling of security.
100% agree with you, but that doesn't mean I'd want to then get involved and help. Like, I could get unbanned and my account would remain there unused. Okay. But I don't want to start helping again because I, I don't understand why I would put any time or effort into helping somebody who has treated me badly and allowed problems to snowball out of control against me when they must surely know it wasn't deserved. Like,
Well, if those people are gone, though,
but you say that, but again, I bring back the attention of it was only last month or so I was unbanned, and then someone made the decision to reban. So it's clearly not all gone; it's still
yeah,
there.
yeah,
So I just simply don't want. I not like. Am I sounding angry or agitated right now? No, I'm
no.
completely calm and content with the fact that I have never cared about getting unbanned. I never will care about getting unbanned. My issue with it all along was literally to highlight how ludicrous it was. And I believe that's happened, and I'm more than happy with that. So just, I'm going to do my own thing, and I wish them luck, and I hope that they can make Gears 6 better than Gears 4 and 5. Like, for the community, I hope that happens, and I sincerely mean that.
Good. Me too. And I still see a path of redemption for you. I know you don't like it, but
There's only a path of redemption for people who've done something wrong.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
we're gonna get you back.
Can we
I
get off the
promise.
ban topic now, please?
All right. Yes, yes. We
Yeah.
gotta get to something important because it's 9 o'clock for
Yeah, like
me.
we've been talking about it for so long.
It's like 5 hours.
Okay, so you're helping by engaging and interacting with the community. The coalition can close down tomorrow. The relationships with exactly, thank you, exactly that. Um, like I could, I can't word it better. Thank you.
It's true.
Um,
Plot twist: they offer Livo a job at the coalition.
oh God, can you imagine that? Um, I've lost what page I'm on now. I've been picking things all over the place. Um, okay, so I can't see it on here, but I remember typing a question out. If it was your choice and only your choice to make the decisions on what should happen in the next Gears, let's say you you've been seeing the community saying that they want a Gears 3 remaster, but you don't want to remaster it. Let's say you want to make your own game, but you understand what the community is saying. What would you consider important to like look at and bring in from like Gears 3? And also what would you remove that are in the current games that people don't like? Like what would be your most important things? Does that make sense?
Um, yeah. Um, as far as like mechanic wise or
Anything.
just
Anything.
anything,
Yeah.
mm, definitely. I put like a heavy emphasis on the maps.
Okay.
Map design would be very important. Mechanics wise, I'm. I mean, the shot delay, definitely get rid of that. But other than that, I'm pretty happy with the way the back A works, the up A, and shooting over cover is fine. Um, it really comes down to like when the maps are designed the way the covers work, as long as they all work correctly, I would want the magnetism discussion we had is a that's an issue because nobody likes to get shot behind cover in a cover based shooter. Like if you're behind cover
I
and you're getting
believe
shot,
that one's
is
cover
that
damage
the
mitigation.
adhesive?
No, no. So I don't think that's actually an aim assist at all. It's if I'm understanding you correctly, it's are you meaning when someone's in cover, someone's to the side a little bit and they're able to clip you? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like damage mitigation through cover. They changed that, which kind of meant it made it, in a sense, more realistic. I'm using realistic very loosely in this sort of game, but it made it more realistic. Whereas if you were in that part of the cover, pellets could chip at you, but it also made it like I'm in cover, but I'm getting hit. I don't like this. So whilst it made more sense as a player, it was strange to get used to. But okay, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, because what I want to avoid is as many opportunities for people to not understand what happened to be eliminated, like getting
Mm.
shot in weird ways behind cover, around cover. That stuff has to be, people have to be more aware of things, and anything that appears to like shoot through the cover has to be removed. Some covers do that, some don't. We need consistency, that kind of just little things like that.
So those
um
things, that sounds. I'm assuming you're referring to like reaction shots, wraparounds, and stuff like that, and that
well,
is
no,
heavily.
not so, I wouldn't want to lose those, so it's more of
No,
like the like when you're behind cover and somebody's just walking up hard aiming and you
right.
think that you're behind the cover but somehow it still shoots you. And it's more apparent on some covers than others. But
Honestly, I don't know much about that. I don't know. I don't know
there's
what
some
to say.
they're referred to as broken covers usually.
Right. Okay.
And there's certain covers on the map. I'm trying to think of one. There was one on the ritual map, and it's one it seems it's too big to vault over, you know, but somehow you can shoot over it.
Right.
And
Okay.
if you're in cover, you still get hit, even though it's
So
too big to
okay, so now
mantle.
now I understand what you mean about the damage mitigation because that, by the sounds of it, is if somebody is the other side of it, they'll stand up completely to aim over, so they've got the elevated ground. So that damage
Right.
mitigation is clipping. I see what you mean. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, like that's weird. If you can't jump over it, you shouldn't be able to shoot over it, kind of a thing. And not all of them do it, but some do. But as far as like, and then I'd want to remove the no health regeneration during wall bouncing. That's
That was
ridiculous.
removed a long time ago.
Oh, so you can regenerate wall
Oh
bouncing
yeah,
now
that's
again?
been the case for a long time.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was
Yeah.
still the same.
No, that's gone.
Um, I would make the reloads faster, like Gears 4 style. I don't like the slow reload. It just takes way too long. Um, I would get rid of TDM completely. I would have Guardian as the main like pub game mode, and then I would do some sort of like an arena style ranked where Microsoft funds a monthly uh, tournaments where anybody can enter if you're good. You don't have to be on a team. You don't have to have pro points. You don't have to play, GBs or whatever, Smash GGs now. It would be a way for anybody at home to advance to become a pro, like an avenue to become pro baked into the game, and that is the ranked. Everything else is not social with bots and stuff, but leaderboard only. So I would have that's how I would separate that, but that would need a lot of support. That's not really a game design, but I believe that that's the only way to separate ranked from casual players is to
Okay.
have an incentive to play ranked, and that will
So
keep everybody honest.
I want to add something to that, but I just want to like respond to Eddie. I will answer that in a minute. But I just want to make a point based on what Star's been saying first. Okay. And start what you just said there. That sounds very similar to something I proposed. I think it was between UE and Gears 4. I think that's how long ago this is. I proposed it, and a developer at the time said that's an interesting idea. Didn't say it happened, didn't say it wouldn't, say it's an interesting idea. But I suggested, you know how in ranked people take it really seriously because of the word ranked. And I think personally that having any random player on either team takes away any competitive validity, because when you've got that lack of communication or somebody who's not part of your squad, it's kind of like hoping that they can coordinate themselves, which takes any strategic element away. So what I suggested was somehow, I don't know how it happened, it was just an idea I had, but somehow utilizing, the Xbox clubs, like outside of Gears, but Xbox clubs that you can get through the console or on the app. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, making your own team within that, and then registering that whole team into like the ranked area of the game, and then anybody within that team, let's say you could have maybe 50 players in that team completely, they could all get together, and only when you've got a stack full of people from your team are you allowed to start matchmaking. And then as a team, you would match against another team, and then the winners would get points, and then your team could be having multiple simultaneous matches, or playing with different lots of your team at any different time, all earning or losing points for your team. And eventually, you can have like a leaderboard for that, four different teams. Here's a top team. So there's a like I just think that'll be a way for all groups of friends to progress or lose progression together, all have their own responsibility and all work towards the same thing, rather than the sense of, oh, my personal rank's gone down because my random teammate didn't know how to hold a controller. Because that's just like frustrating for people. But
Hmm.
if you're searching a environment where you want it to be a ranked competitive environment but don't want to go to LAN, that could be a way of making sure you're against another coordinated team who are trying strategically to win, whilst being able to help, like, what's the word? Be able to contribute to your overall team. I don't know what you think of that.
That sounds great.
Do you like that?
I
Yeah,
mean,
like.
anything at this point,
Mhm.
but that sounds pretty good. It would be kind of like using the clubs as kind of like what the GBs used to do.
Yes, that's so. When I described it, I did use GB as example. But yeah, that's
And
exactly the way I was viewing it.
because that also gives an opportunity for pro teams to scout new talent as well.
Yeah, like I don't.
And so that could be a big thing as well, to and then maybe have prizes for, a certain time, or maybe the team that wins the online gets a free trip to compete on LAN,
Uh,
and then they fly, just any way that would open up
yeah, like I
so
hadn't.
much for people's opportunities.
Like, I hadn't thought beyond that point with rewards and stuff, but whatever they think. But I was trying to think of a way to make ranked actually feel competitive, because will forever stand by the fact that there's nothing competitive about any match once there's at least one person in there that's not squadded up, because they can't possibly be strategic. It can't be. Um, that was just my idea for that, but I want to go back to something that was asked before. Where's the question?
Oh, it was
Um,
like Gears of War 6 should be free.
yeah, my answer, no, I don't want it to be free. I want it to be included in Game Pass. So that way it's had a little bit of funding from it so that there's no excuse to be riddled with microtransactions. But I do
Well, and
think,
plus it would keep the hackers out too. If it's free to play, we are gonna get
yeah,
fucked with
yeah,
hackers.
that as well. Um, but I do think Game Pass is going to become the norm now. I think more and
Hmm.
more things are going to say, I love Game Pass. I think it's really good. Um, but I do think that games need to be funded. Sorry, hiccups. I do think games need to be funded without microtransactions and cosmetics because, yeah, it's optional, but it gets irritating when all you're seeing is constant buy this, buy that, buy that. It's just let me play the game. So it's kind of a short answer, but yeah, thank you. What do you reckon, Shadows? I should call you Shadows. Oh no, I was reading
You're
Eddie's
Eddie
Shadow.
Shadow.
Yeah. What do you think, Star?
um, I, I don't. It's tough, man, because the player base being so small now, and then when you get on Game Pass, it can be somewhat overwhelming. But what is it? Oh, thanks. Um, but I don't know if you know this, but there was a slip up during an interview where Phil Spencer said that there was 30 million people on Game Pass.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I didn't know
which
that.
is insane. 30 million. So by the time Gears 6 comes out, it'll be, 40, 50 million people. And who knows? It's definitely going to be the future, 100%. Because honestly, like for me, as somebody that I used to collect games, and no matter how well I treated them, they always got damaged. My disc would always get scratched.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
glad I went
they,
digital. I really am.
oh, me too. And then you end up with all these old games sitting around your house, and then it's like, what am I going to do with these? They're taking up space. This is crazy. Why am I even keeping all this stuff when I can have it all saved and just download it when I need it? And the future is definitely going towards that. It's beneficial for the game developers because they don't have to actually physically produce much discs. The packaging.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
massive. And
you
that's
know,
cost as well. Like that's a amount of cost you don't have to fork out. Yeah.
well, we don't get it passed down to us though, which
No,
sucks.
no,
But
we pay more now. It's like, do you want the ultimate extra wonderful super
yeah,
duper addiction where you might I can't talk anymore. Addition where it's like £190. Like, no, not really. But yeah, um, with
it's
that
got.
though,
I was just talking to Jennifer's brother about it because he just got a 1S, or I mean a Series S, and I asked him if he had Game Pass, and he didn't, and didn't really know much about it, which is crazy. That I would think that the new Xboxes would come with a free Game Pass code or something, but they don't. None of them
they
do.
really,
Yeah,
oh,
my Series X didn't have it, and every single person I've asked, Shadow's just got a new Series S because his X is acting up, and it didn't come with anything. Do you remember like back in the day, you'd buy an
when you in
Xbox,
a
it would come with all kinds of stuff,
not so much
free
that.
Xbox Live,
I
and
remember when you used to buy games like disc versions of games, and you'd
yeah,
have 2 day trials, and you'd be forever having people message you. You got 48-hour code. No, piss off.
yeah, it was common practice for
Yeah,
them to include it, and I guess Game Pass is so big for them now that they don't even have to give free ones away.
no,
And who's gonna go buy if you're a parent and you buy your kid a new Xbox and it's like, well, you need games to play, and here is $15 for 1 month of
it
over
covers
a
it
hundred
all. Yeah,
games.
yeah,
It's easy to do. And then once that's gone, you got your kid crying, I don't have any games. The parents are gonna put it on reoccurring,
yeah.
done. They don't have to deal with it. And as a matter of fact, they don't even have to deal with the kid asking for another game.
No, it's true.
It's completely like done. Like the kid's done. Xbox is taking care. Xbox is my new babysitter, and everything's fine. $15 a month, and it just is done. Yeah, Game Pass for $1 for that first month. I love Game Pass, but I look at when I look at games, I look at it through the view of I'm a streamer, so I'm always playing different games on there and trying different stuff.
Oh yeah, you're a
So it works
professional
for me.
Jackbox streamer. You
Yeah.
know?
Hey, if it wouldn't have been for Game Pass, I would have never tried Jackbox.
Oh
There
really?
was, I think, Blood that's in the stream now. He had tried to get me to play it, and he's like, I was like, well, I don't have that game, and then he tried to explain to me, well, you play on your phone, you don't need the game, and I'm just like, I could not understand what the hell he was talking about. It's like phone, and
It's
in my
very
mind, I'm thinking
different. Yeah.
I have to download an app. I didn't
Yeah.
understand it until I played it on Game Pass. And if it there's so many games on Game Pass that I would have never played unless it was on there. Uh, like that It Takes Two game that just won Game of the Year. I would have never played that. But Jen and I got together and played it split screen, and it was amazing, amazing game. It definitely deserved Game of the Year, but
I do, Jen. I do.
it was yeah. It's impossible not to love Jackbox. It's so good. Hey, Paul, we got to wrap this up though, man, for real.
Yeah,
Jennifer just brought me
man.
dinner.
No problem. Nearly 5 hours in, and there was us laughing at it. It won't go over three
We might have to
hours.
do a part two.
Maybe, maybe.
We might have to do a part two. Maybe bring in someone else.
Well, I just
I
want to
don't know.
say, like, I have, I'm aware I've massively neglected chat because I wanted to try and focus on our talk. I would have, I'm useless at multitasking. I would have got distracted, so I apologize. But I will be downloading this VOD and uploading it again to YouTube because I want more people to listen and hopefully get more thoughts. But also, I want to read through everything that you just said, and I genuinely will sit back through the whole video at some point and read it all. Um, really, thank you to everyone for stopping by. I appreciate all of the follows, all of the subs. Like, I don't do any of this for subs, so hand on heart, thank you so much.
See, it
Um,
was fun, wasn't it?
I enjoyed that. Like, it was a good chat, and
Yeah.
like, I could probably go for another 5 hours, but yeah, I'm weirder than most. But honestly, thank you.
Oh,
Um,
of course, of course. And
Jen,
maybe when you post it up, maybe you can get some. We can do a second one of maybe only people's questions.
I'd like to get questions. I did put out for people to answer, but to be honest, I think more people are focused on Halo right now, so I can
Yeah.
understand that.
Well, if
Um,
you do get some engagement on the YouTube though, with the
yeah, for
upload of it,
totally.
we could. Well, I guess what I'm saying is I'm totally open to
Yeah.
coming back whenever you want, man.
Cool, I
This was
appreciate
fun.
it. Jen, I really appreciate you spending so long moderating for me. Fortunately, I have noticed that you haven't had to do very much, which has been a good thing. Like, it's been a nice chill 5 hours pretty much. Regan, I will happily have a chat with you, I promise. And Star, I massive thanks to you. I really appreciate that whilst you have your opinions and you view things the way you do, I am more than aware that the reputation I have in the community is, for some people, very, very toxic. I understand that it might have been a risky thing for you to even associate with me. So I appreciate that you've sat here and had a proper discussion about some quite controversial topics and like give it a proper answer. So thank you to you, man.
You're welcome, and I had a great time. And Paul, honestly, I've gotten to know you a little bit these last few months, and you're a great guy. You're very supportive in the community, and we DM and talk about different stuff, and you've always been very open and honest about everything, and that's rare to find, not just in our community, but in life in general. It's hard to find someone that is that you consider I would consider asking you if there's advice. I value your opinion, and I really appreciate that you've been so honest and so nice, really, because there's I mean you also are taking a risk by having me on your show
Oh, I don't care what
because
people think
you
about me.
know
It's fine.
there's a lot of people that don't like me as well. Is what it is, but like I said, I had a great time, and I would
I'm
love to
glad.
do this again. I really
I'm good for
would.
that as well. Hopefully, we get questions from people. And the only thing is, for me, it's hard to organize too far in advance. I do struggle with that with the nature of my job. But
Hmm.
if we can get some questions in, we can try and figure something out. I'd enjoy it. Um, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to host you over to Salsa. If you don't follow him already, he has an interesting stream overlay style, but please show him some support.
He does have an epilepsy warning on there.
Yes, like if you have epilepsy, seriously, turn the stream off before I host. I'll give you like 10, 15 seconds warning. But yeah, thank you to everybody. And I actually look forward to reading back through the whole chat because I honestly will sit there for the 5 hours and rewatch all of this to just read what you guys have been saying. Thank you so much and have a
Oh, I
good
will
night.
talk to you later too, man.
Goodbye, dude.
All right, later.
Bye.